Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Was a Demi-Dragon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Through the years, Issei showed potential, having adequacy in magic and promising physical strength. Though he lacked the ability to assume a dragon form due to his half-human blood, he was allowed greater control over himself due to less feral natures flowing in his blood. Hey, Dad. A 6-year-old Issei was sitting at home with his father at their dining table. The family lived in a modest home that had 2 floors and a few guest rooms. His parents had chosen to live in the human realm in order to attempt to give their child a safer upbringing, far from open supernatural influences. Yes, Ryukin was reading his newspaper quietly, but he coughed on his coffee, causing him to gag and choke on the hot drink. Here, dear. Ryuko gave him a small cup of water, to which her husband thanked her quietly. I want to make friends, but all of the other kids avoid me at school. They say they feel scared around me and that I seem mean. Am I mean? Issei asked innocently, to which his father made a bothered look. He was bothered by the fact that others would shrink away from his son, despite having no clue about the supernatural. No, son, I think you're very nice. I think that you should show them that you mean no harm. If they still don't want to be friends, then you can't force it, otherwise, they wouldn't be true friends to you. Remember, son, a true friend is somebody who will help you because they know you and want to. True friends will actually care about you. The boy's father patted his son on the head warmly. Ryukin wasn't sure his son would completely understand him now, but he wanted to ensure that his son would learn this lesson, out of fear that misfortune would strike him in the future. Issei nodded after feeling relief release from his heart. Okay, Dad. Issei smiled and sprinted off to go play, leaving his father to watch him from afar. Ryuko walked beside her husband and laid her head on his warm shoulder. Don't worry, love. I'm pretty sure Issei will understand that life lesson. She sweetly spoke as she kissed her husband's cheek. Ryukin seemed to muse on a thought and spoke after a long pause. I think we should take him to meet old friend of ours. I hear they have a daughter about a year older than our Issei. He should get to know children his age outside of school. Now that Arena-chan left, Issei has very few, if no friends left. Ryuko seemed to agree to the idea, having set off to call their mentioned friend for a visit. The next day, Issei awoke to bright sunshine and a gentle nudge from his mother. Issei, wake up. Today we're going out to have some fun. She smiled down sweetly at her child. Really? Issei shot up with wonder in his eyes. So come on and get ready. We're leaving in an hour. Issei jumped out of bed, washed up, and changed and ran downstairs for breakfast. Whoa, you're really energetic this morning. Ryukin laughed as he witnessed his son's enthusiasm spike up. Mommy said that we're going out to have fun today. The boy smiled with a large toothy grin. Ryukin nodded in confirmation. That's why you shouldn't use all of your energy now. He ruffled his son's hair as the family gathered together for their morning dining. With breakfast done, they headed out the door and ventured through Kyo and arrived at a temple. Going up the stone steps that passed a red torii shrine gate, the Hyoudou family spotted another couple. The man looked stern and had short, dark hair with sideburns going down the sides of his face. His stature was tall and mighty, as if he had the force of lightning behind him. The woman beside him was of great beauty. She had golden eyes, with black hair tied into a ponytail with a purple ribbon. She had an alluring figure and was wearing a shrine maiden's robes. If one person could personify Japan's ideal of beauty, she could. Strangely, behind her, clinging to her leg, was a young girl, no older than 7. She had violet eyes and long black hair, and was dressed similarly to her mother. Hey, Barakeel, you're looking good. It's been what, 4 years? Ryukin waved as he and his family stopped in front of the other couple. The stern man smiled and shook hands with his apparent old friend. Yes, it has. It's been a long time since we got together. Azazel should be here soon. Barakeel smiled as he and Ryukin waited for their other friend. Oh, I hope he doesn't bring an invention this time. Ryukin laughed nervously as he remembered less than savory moments from his past about those inventions. At this joke, a magic circle appeared on the ground, causing Barakeel and Ryukin to look at it. Who else would appear from the magic circle, other than Azazel? He looked like a slightly middle-aged man with a patch of dirty blonde hair on top of black hair. It's rude to speak like that about your old friend, Hyoudou. Azazel smirked. It's nice to see you two as well, Shuri and Ryuko. Azazel nodded to the shrine maiden next to Barakeel and Ryukin's wife. Oh my, and who is that charming young lady behind you, Azazel? Shuri looked behind Azazel and noticed a young girl with long silver hair and blue eyes. Azazel smiled at the girl behind him. Come and say hi, Volley. Azazel smiled kindly at the young girl behind him. Slowly, she stepped out from behind her guardian and introduced herself. Hello, I am Volley. Pleased to meet you. Volley bowed courteously. Shuri and Ryuko simply found her unbelievably adorable. She's so adorable, just like our Kino. Shuri giggled as she turned to the young girl that stuck close behind her. Now that she was in front of her parents, she walked shyly in front of everyone and introduced herself. I'm Akino Himejima. I'm honored to meet you. Akino bowed in a nervous fashion. You're right, she's adorable too. Ryuko smiled and waved at Akino. Issei, you should introduce yourself too. Issei's father looked at his son. Issei walked up and bowed to Akino and Volley. I'm Hyoudou Issei. Pleased to meet you. Issei smiled a toothy grin. After the three children introduced themselves to each other, they joined their parents as they walked into the bamboo forest that was close by. How about you three go play? Just make sure you stay where we can see you and don't wander too far off, okay? Ryuko looked at the three children, who all smiled and sprinted a certain distance from the group of adults. Looking at their children from a certain distance away, the adults began to engage in conversation. So Azazel, does this mean that you settled down? Ryukin smiled jokingly, though his words unintentionally hit a sore spot for the Governor General of the Fallen Angels. That was low and cheap, Ryukin, Azazel muttered in a crestfallen fashion. Sorry, but seriously, though, did you get with someone or did you adopt her? Ryukin Hyoudou looked at Azazel with a careful glance. Azazel's face became a bit serious. He turned to his friends and spoke with a tone that he didn't use too often, given his lax attitude. First, you have to swear that this stays between us five, you hear? Azazel glanced at everyone with him. All nodded, disturbed that Azazel would swear them to secrecy before sharing something. It was rare for him to get serious. I found her, crying her eyes out while she was alone in a park. I could sense that Vali had devil blood in her the moment I got close to her. Her magical potential is astronomical and full of talent. When her aura started radiating from her, I instantly knew her lineage. Azazel's eyes seemed to be filled with nostalgia as he started talking again after pausing. She's got the blood of Lucifer in her. She's told me bits and pieces of her past, but there isn't much else that she's willing to tell me yet. However, I know one thing, wherever she came from, shouldn't be taking her back. Azazel's mind had mused over whoever was possibly related to her within the Lucifer line. So, I chose to adopt her and raise her as my own daughter. That's why I brought her today, to introduce you all to her and to your children. Azazel smiled as he enjoyed the peaceful situation that he had landed himself in. That was sweet of you, Azazel. Ryuko smiled as she spread the picnic blanket that she had brought. For a villain from the Bible, I guess so. Azazel chuckled at the irony of his actions and the background he was given in tales of old. Anyways, I think those three are going to get along well. I can already see it. Ryukin spoke as he pictured their children remaining friends into the future. Speaking of, I've noticed that all three of them have a bit of supernatural experience. Azazel put his finger and thumb to his chin as he observed their younglings. True, me and Ryuko have been teaching our son magic and about our world. He's too young to be learning how to fight and practically use magic. Although he has accidentally used his fire breath before. There's also something that I've sensed that's different about him. Ryukin's tone changed to a more curious and ominous one. What do you mean? Barakeel inquired. I mean it's like there's a sacred gear in him. A phenomenal one, at that. I recognize the sensation. Ryukin responded. I think he may have obtained it me, given my human heritage. Ryuko looked on at her son with somewhat sad eyes. The same goes for my daughter. I think Vali has some human blood in her too. I've noticed a dragon's aura around, mostly due to Fafnir recognizing someone of his species. Though, I'm not sure what kind of dragon is sealed in her. Azazel hoped that it wasn't an evil dragon. Well, it looks like we have a lot to teach our children. Shuri chuckled. Yeah, I just hope none of our baggage from the past bothers them. Azazel laughed in a melancholy way, with Barakeel grunting in agreement and Ryukin smiling in conjunction. It looks like your daughter is already showing signs of awakening your holy lightning, Barakeel. You've been training her. And you too, Shuri. I think I heard her mention being able to purify spirits. Azazel looked at the shrine couple, who nodded. My family. I wanted to get her ready in case they come knocking at our door again. If something were to happen to us, I want her to be able to survive. Still, she's too young to learn how to fight. Shuri looked down in sadness. Barakeel put a hand on her shoulder and rubbed it soothingly. How about this then? We all swear a pact. If something happens to any of us, we do everything we can to help out each other's remaining family. Ryukin suggested with determined vigor. Nobody objected or questioned the idea, instead, showing instant support to the pact. Agreed. Everyone went. As if the world were listening, a gentle and calming breeze blew through the landscape, causing the bamboo leaves to fly from their branches gracefully as a sign of the pact being established. Loud grumbles roared from Ryukin's stomach, causing the man to blush in embarrassment. Centuries, and you still have that habit, you voracious glutton. Azazel joked as everyone else joined in. A certain distance away, within the range of their parents' vision, the three children were playing random games that they were thinking of on the spot. Issei, Teg. Vali sprinted after the young boy and tapped his shoulder. No fair. You used Akino to distract me. He cried out as Akino had called to his attention previously. Tuhi. Akino stuck her tongue out with a mischievous smile. Puffing his cheeks in irritation, Issei jumped over to Akino and tapped her lightly on the head. Teg. He smiled a toothy grin before running around in a circle. No fair. Akino whined. The game continued into a circle of distractions and jovial complaints as the three solidified their bonds with common ground. Over time, they had learned of each other's likes and dislikes. The trio seemed to go on for hours, not ever being able to get enough of each other's company. They only paused when the adults called them to eat. When the day was over, it was clear that the 5 parents would be getting together much more often so that their children could continue to develop their social skills and so that they could reunite to savor their time together. As time went by, Rukin took to training Issei more seriously once he got older. Originally beginning with simple exercises like push-ups, jumping jacks, and running laps, Rukin started to give Issei weights to lift and martial arts forms to practice. Even swordsmanship was tutored to him. Ryuko had also jumped in and taught Issei magic, specifically elemental magic. At the age of 8, Issei had begun learning bits and pieces of all that his father knew. In his prime, Rukin was powerful enough to rival Tiamat, the strongest of the Dragon Kings. Whilst he had become adept at magic, Issei's ability with it wasn't up to par with his physical capabilities. On a certain day, Rukin took Issei to the basement of their home and activated a magic circle, transporting his wife, son, and himself to a pocket dimension that was void of much in sight. The sky was light green and shined as if auroras were overlapping each other. Issei, today, I'm going to test you. Ever since you turned 8, I've been training you relentlessly, teaching you martial arts of all types, instructing you with weapons, and helping you strengthen your body to withstand severe punishment, were all skills that you will need in life. Now that you're almost 9, we need to see how far things are going. Your challenge is to land 10 attacks on me. We will begin on your mother's signal. Rukin then erupted into a red aura. A dragon's silhouette covered him and his form disappeared and reconstituted itself into that of a dragon's body. When the aura dispersed, Rukin was no longer human in shape. He had become a hulking red-scaled Asian dragon with glistening claws, razor-sharp teeth, and a bladed tail. While you cannot turn into a dragon in form, you still have all of the abilities and traits of one. Therefore, this isn't cheating if you're going to shout that. Rukin chuckled as Issei was about to complain. Alright, get set. Ready, go. Ryuko fired a starter pistol, prompting Issei to go on guard. Rukin dived at Issei with an open maw and breathed a red flame that burned and charred whatever it touched. Issei had leapt into the air in the nick of time and, despite his senses and mannerisms, punched his father in the neck, causing Rukin to chuckle. Noticing the red aura that was left on him, Rukin knew that Issei had managed to memorize basics. Good. Instead of infusing elemental magic into your attacks, you implemented internal energy, in other words, Kai or mana, into your strikes. Dragon scales are powerfully resistant to magic and the elements imbued in them. Only strong blows in tandem with magic or pure energy can damage dragon scales. Rukin recounted a lesson that he had taught his son and went on the attack again. Spinning in a circle, Rukin formed a spinning cyclone that knocked Issei into the air with pure wind. Og. Issei had tried to use the gravity magic that his mother had taught him to stay grounded, but his father's might was still too much for his skills. What do you do when you get knocked into the air? Ryuko quizzed her son. Try and flow with the wind and regain your posture without using over forceful movements and then ride the wind. Issei relaxed his muscles and slowly but effectively stopped himself from being carried off by his father's trick. Charging his left arm with Kai, Issei rushed down from the air and punched his father as hard as he could. Landing a blow right on Rukin's back, his father actually registered the physical contact. Leaping off of his back, Issei back-flipped over his father's tail and used it to jump back into the air, with his father's tail as a propellant. Issei posed to strike again with his left arm. Rukin mused on his observations. I knew it. His sacred gears in his left arm. That red aura and green light I saw in my son's aura. It has to be him. Rukin had spent the whole match analyzing his son's actions to the smallest detail. He was sure that his wife was thinking the same thing. Rukin lunged forward again, but this time at great speeds. Issei was surprised by the sheer amount of shining teeth that threatened to bite him. Pushing back against his father's maw, Issei struggled to keep it from swallowing him. Pushing back against both jaws of his father, Issei remembered something his father told him in the past. When a large enemy is trying to crush you from two sides, make sure to use a technique or your environment to force distance between both sides and then back away. Using a powerful blast of energy, Issei fired 2 red beams from his hands that forced Rukin to stop pursuing. Leaping a few meters away, Issei sprinted into a run and jumped, drop-kicking his father in the chest. Again, the attack did nothing to him, yet Rukin made pleased chuckles. Rukin smiled at his son's progress in his training. Deciding that he had to push his son even further, Rukin charged a large orange orb of energy that made the ground shake. Issei's body began to shake as he felt chills run up his spine. What is that dragon thinking? Ryuko shouted in her mind as she was about to step forward to smack sense into her husband, until she noticed a look in his eye. I need to do this. Have faith in us. Rukin conveyed those words to her through simple eye contact. Though she was reluctant to do so, Ryuko relented and returned to her previous position, which was a safe distance from her son and husband. Firing a gigantic beam of energy from his mouth, Rukin hoped that he was holding back enough to keep his son from dying. He needed Issei's sacred gear to awaken so that he could start training with it. Issei used whatever magic and energy that he could and formed a barrier that struggled to hold back the energy blast of a Dragon King. Issei was failing miserably and was ready to surrender until he heard a thought coming from himself. What do you need? Ask for it. State it. Several voices, old and young, men and women, seemed to talk from nowhere, scaring Issei, but deep down, he knew that there was something that could grant his need. I need power, Issei muttered. I need power to prove myself to my mother and father. I need power to make them proud. I need power to protect my family. I need power to protect the people that I love. Issei's voice grew louder with each sentence. Are you scared? The voices asked. Yes, then grasp the power to stop it. Finally, in a brilliant flash of green light, a red gauntlet materialized around Issei's left forearm. A red, clawed gauntlet with an emerald jewel and 2 yellow spikes protruding from it had manifested over Issei's arm, shocking himself and his parents. However, before Issei could remark anything, he could hear a voice inside coming from his gauntlet. It was echoic and deep, sounding like a male's voice. You desired power and now it has been given to you. My name is Demi-Dragon, the Welsh dragon, and I am one of the 2 heavenly dragon emperors. I am the Red Dragon Emperor. The voice rang out, but only Issei could hear it over the noise of combat. I don't know what this is, but I know that it's made me stronger though, so here goes. Issei didn't have time to question much. He was still in the thick of battle. Using whatever energy he had left in him, Issei gathered it into his left arm, forming an astral dragon's head over the red armored gauntlet. Boost! Demi-Dragon's voice boomed from the gauntlet as the green jewel on the boosted gear shined in bright light. Immediately, he felt a surge of power course through him, boosting the amount of energy he had, which he used to pour into his last-ditch attack. Ryukin didn't get to finish his thought as Issei punched into his father's gut. While it wasn't enough to do any harm to him, Ryukin felt more damage than he had ever felt from Issei's attacks before. That's enough. Ryuko rushed over to her son and husband, who had turned back into human form. Ryukin merely chuckled and patted his son's head. Geez, the both of you got too crazy, look at the damage you did to Issei. Ryuko pouted as she used a special brand of healing magic to fix the bruises and scrapes on Issei. Son, do you know what that is on your left arm? Ryukin pointed at the red gauntlet. Issei had finally took a good long look at his arm and he was honestly shocked. He had never seen something like it before in his life. He didn't even understand how it had just magically appeared there. No, I don't. Dad, what is it? Issei looked at his father urgently. Ryukin looked quite distressed, but at the same time, he seemed intrigued. Issei, you still remember what I told you about magic, religions, and sacred gears? Ryuko looked at her son, who nodded. Issei had hammered the information into his head due to his mother's emphasis on memorizing it. That's one of them, Ryukin declared. Issei's eyes slowly bulged out of their sockets. What? He screamed. Thankfully no sound could easily escape the basement. Indeed, that's also a very special one. It belongs to the Longinus class. Ryuko confirmed Ryukin's revelation. It is. Issei was alarmed that a Longinus was infused into him. A Longinus sacred gear, a sacred gear that was capable of killing deities, was implanted into him. And can you guess which one? Ryukin asked. Taking some time to think about it, he remembered a myth about a particular red gauntlet that doubled the power of its owner every 10 seconds. The boosted gear, Issei declared grimly. Both of his parents nodded. That it is, and if I'm not mistaken, the Red Dragon Emperor, Demi-Dragon, is sealed into it. Ryukin stared at the jewel on the back of the Issei's hand, expecting the dragon to speak. It's been a long time, Ryukin. I'm glad that you're doing well. Demi-Dragon's voice echoed from the emerald gem on the boosted gear, which lit up every time Demi-Dragon spoke. Thanks, I'm sorry for not making it in time to save you. Ryukin apologized on both knees, alarming Issei. Don't worry about it. I don't blame you. I'm actually thankful that the same thing didn't happen to you. Demi-Dragon sounded glad when he spoke. Dad, what are you talking about? Is there something about your past that you didn't tell me? Issei was confused. Ryukin sighed and decided that he should tell his son of his past now that Issei was host to Demi-Dragon. Son, as you know, dragons are capable of living long lives that could be counted as being close to immortal. When I was born, the Great War was close to starting. I believe I was birthed around the time that several angels had fallen from heaven and descended into hell. Well, as I was growing up, the fact that dragons could become involved in the great biblical war had become a possibility, therefore dragons had begun to train to become even stronger. I was one of them and my master was none other than Demi-Dragon, the dragon sealed in your left arm. Issei was utterly shocked that his father had been living for so long, but he stayed silent so that his father could continue speaking. He had also astounded at the fact that the mentor of his father was inside his red gauntlet. I was young at the time that the war started, and for reasons that I don't remember why, my master, Demi-Dragon, had started a frenzied battle with his rival, Albion, the Vanishing Dragon. Ryukin recalled the day where he had recalled 2 forces of white and red clashing violently throughout the realms. It was truly a day of terror that led to a turn of unforeseen events. Even though my master and his rival fought, the other dragons didn't get involved, save for me. I had tried to intervene and stop my master and his rival before they destroyed the world, but I was too late. The 4 great Satans and the God of the Bible had destroyed the bodies of my master and Albion. While I tried to plead for them, I was injured in the battle that was taking place and was sent away by my master, saving me from a similar fate. Ryukin's eyes filled with sadness as he recalled his failure to save his mentor. Ryuko rushed to his side and soothingly stroked his back. Ryukin looked at her gratefully as he murmured a small thank of gratitude. It was then that I met your mother, a woman cursed to never age or die of natural cause. Ryuken's words had shocked Issei to the very foundation of his core. Mom's immortal. Issei looked at her in disbelief, but when he thought about it, his mother had looked the same as years went by. Ryuko shook her head. No, Issei. To be genuinely immortal is to be unable to die at all from whatever reason or cause. I'm only ageless and immune to natural causes of death like hunger, but I can still die in other ways. I'm not entirely invulnerable to illness, either. Ryuko noted sadly. Were you born immortal? Issei asked with dread. Ryuko shook her head. No, I was cursed with it after I had tried to learn time magic. I failed miserably, and thus I was cursed with the backlash of the spells that I tried to master. Your mother found me close to death but nursed me back to health. Ever since then, we fell in love after I had been forced to assume a human form. Ryuken smiled as he cuddled closer to his wife. A few years after getting married, I had been found by some old enemies, but Azazel and Barakil saved me and your mother by chance. During that time, I was still recovering from my wounds. At first, I was apprehensive of them, but I learned that they weren't as terrible as they were made out to be. Over time, fate decided to make us run into each other countless times, and eventually, we became the best of friends after fighting countless battles to preserve our lives from strays of each biblical faction. Ryuken smiled as he recounted the multiple brushes of death that he had alongside the two fallen angels. That brings us to the modern day. After we had you, we settled in Kuo and have been building a normal life ever since. Due to the dragons remaining neutral during the Great War, they've remained on neutral terms with the angels, devils, and fallen angels. Ryuken ended his story on that note. And that explains my past with your mother and the dragon in your arm. Now onto the boosted gear. Issei, that gauntlet will allow your power to double every 10 seconds until you hit your body's limit. When you've completely mastered it, you will have the power to kill deities if you use it to full potential, but I hope it never gets to that point. Remember what I told you, son. With great power, never use it foolishly, arrogantly, or selfishly. Issei recounted one of his father's lessons like it was told to him yesterday. Ryuken nodded and smiled brightly. He was extremely proud of his son's growth and hoped that he would never be forced to fight in the future, but if he had to, he knew that Issei would be able to defend himself. Ever since that day, Issei was trained by his father, Ryuken, and Demi-Dragon. If anything, he had been pushed even harder than before. Demi-Dragon had begun to befriend Issei within 2 months, having opted to call him the young dragon-human hybrid partner. Ryuken was making Issei repeat practice with multiple spells and physical attacks, and then throwing him into simulations, where he fought enemies of different types and numbers in order to try and ready Issei for whatever dangers would be thrown at him. It was within Ryuken's knowledge that the wielders of the boosted gear attracted friends and foes alike. Trouble was never far behind. Along with that fact, Ryuko forced Issei to learn gentlemanly behavior out of fear that women would flock to him and that he would submit to dark carnal behavior. One day, Ryuken and Ryuko sat down in their backyard, sipping tea and enjoying treats. So, I see that you and Demi-Dragon are ramping up his workouts. Ryuko sipped her tea. Yep, as he grows older, we need to adjust his routines. He's got a longinus. That's all the world needs to make his life miserable. I never wanted him to have a sacred gear. I wanted him to be far and away from the supernatural realm. It was such a miserable place to be. Ryuken sighed before looking at his wife. And you've also begun teaching him how to treat people right, especially women. He smiled. Of course. Have you seen the old red dragon emperors? They were horny beasts. They thought just because they were strong, they were entitled to men or women. I don't want my son to be a parasite. Ryuko huffed. Come fire or high water, she would make sure her son had a decent conscience. That's true. They'll want him running around being an arrogant douche when he grows up. Ryuken couldn't help but laugh his head off at how serious his wife was. Not everyone who gets power stays good, Ryuko said. All seemed well and Issei was truly on his way to becoming stronger. News had reached Ryuko and Ryuken's ears about a young devil girl in the underworld who was touted to being famous one day. They figured their son could match up to her. Still, Ryuken had failed to help Issei achieve Balance Breaker, which was something that he had desperately hoped Issei would obtain, but the time wasn't right. He knew that an intense situation and emotional state were necessary to unlock it. As much as he was strict, Ryuken loved his son too much to cause him that much turmoil. As his training continued, so did Issei's friendship with Akino and Volley. They remained as close as ever, but as time went on, the three slowly drifted apart. The three spent less time together as Volley devoted more focus to her training. Issei focused on his own as well, but balanced it with studies, and Akino became more social and started making more friends. Still, they contacted each other every weekend and met up once a month. In rotations, the three would choose a location to visit or an activity to do, and they would just spend the day maintaining their care for each other. Unfortunately, tragedy would strike the three and split them up. Around 6 months after Issei had obtained the boosted gear, Ryuken and Ryuko had fallen ill. It was a strange new and unknown disease that nobody had ever heard of. Azazel didn't know what to make of it, and he couldn't learn anything from the other factions. He begged, traded, and did favors for anyone who could have helped. It was fruitless. Barakil had taken it upon himself to take journeys to different lands to find cures, but none could be found, for nothing could be divulged from the sickness that plagued Ryuken and Ryuko. It had been a painful 4 months for Issei, who was staying with Shuri and Barakil. Issei sat in their home, dwelling on his parents whenever he wasn't studying. Issei, lunch is ready. Shuri called over to the boy from the kitchen. When he didn't respond, she walked over. Akino hadn't come home from school yet and Barakil was still out searching for a cure. Issei, Shuri called him again. Issei was staring into the distance, his eyes glistening. Shuri sighed, knowing exactly what he was thinking. She hugged the child. Even though he wasn't her son, she could tell what he was thinking. Perhaps it was just generalized mother's intuition. What's wrong, honey? Shuri asked. Nothing. Issei shook his head. Issei, it's okay to be honest when we're in pain. It's only going to get worse if we keep it all bottled up. Won't you tell Auntie Shuri what's bothering you? It took some time, but Issei finally relented. When are my mom and dad going to get better? When will they come home? Shuri didn't want to give him false hope. At this rate, if no one found a cure soon, Azazel suspected that Rukin and Ryuko would die. I don't know, son. All we can do is hope that they'll make it through. Your parents are strong and have been through a lot. Let's just wait and see. Let's support them as much as we can and visit as much as we can. I promise, everyone's doing their best. Shuri felt her own heart quiver over their fates. It just didn't look good. After a total of 6 excruciating months, Rukin and Ryuko were officially on death's door. Issei had become inseparable with them at that time. He had stubbornly refused to leave his parents and it became clear that he understood that his parents were running out of time. Dr. Huast, 4 Knox, Place on. In the Grigori's headquarters, Azazel had 2 of his best friends put under medical care. Even then, it wasn't enough. Issei sat between his parents' hospital beds, holding both of their hands in ominous sorrow. When he came here, he already knew what was waiting for him. Yet, everyone had already done their best to no avail. Ryukin had lost so much muscle mass and looked paler than a sheet of paper. His cheekbones were becoming apparent and he had sickly patches of purple skin plaguing him. When he coughed, he shook with his entire body. Ryuko was the same as well, except she was even weaker than her husband and would cough and vomit blood at almost random times. Issei couldn't bear to watch his parents suffer. He prayed to whatever deity would listen to him, begging for the recovery of his beloved parents. No words from Azazel, Barakil, Shuri, Akino, or even Vali were enough to console his breaking happiness. He, who was once bright and cheerful, had become a desolate and despairing 9-year-old boy. It broke hearts to watch his smile disappear into thin air. At their demand, Azazel, Barakil, and Shuri went to the sides of their ailing friends. Rukin and Ryuko spoke to Azazel first. Azazel, my old friend, my brother, I'm asking for a lot. I hope that you will take Issei in as your own and help raise him. The boy has no other family left. Rukin pleaded to Azazel, who was fighting to remain composed. Of course, I will, old pal. Azazel sniffled. His hands trembled behind his back. Rukin smiled and turned to Barakil. Barakil, I know that what I did sounded unfair, but I don't want my son to suffer. I hope that you'll forgive me. Rukin smiled sadly at the fallen angel of holy lightning. Barakil shook his head vigorously. Of course not. I would never be offended. Just save your strength. Barakil looked as composed as ever, but everyone knew how much he was weeping inside. Azazel, Barakil, please teach Issei what you know so that he can become ready to take life on as an adult one day, and Shuri. Ryuko had spoken up and then turned to the shrine priestess. She stepped forward with tears trailing the sides of her face. Yes, she choked out. Please ... when you can, help Issei along like a mother would with her own son. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but I have no choice. I want my little boy to still feel the warmth of a mother's love. Ryuko cried softly as she weakly begged her old friend. I swear on it. Shuri choked out another reply as she turned around to hide her crying. With their last moments imminent, the dragon and enchantress turned to their son. Issei, promise me. Ryuko put a gentle hand up and caressed Issei's tearful face. He shook violently with sorrow and it made Ryuko sad to see her son breaking. You're such a gentle and sweet boy. You work so hard to make people happy and you've made me and your father so proud. The last thing that we ask of you ... is to stay who you are. Ryuko smiled her brightest one yet as a tear fell from her eye. She shed a tear knowing that she would never get to see Issei grow up into a man and she wouldn't be able to see the faces of her grandchildren. She was going to miss out on so much time and events. With her turn done, Rukin spoke, taking his hand. Issei, you've made me so proud to see how strong you've become. I want you to know that I am proud to be your father. Rukin heaved a long raspy breath, making Issei cringe in grief at his father's deteriorated state. I want to tell you my final lesson. Never let rage consume you. It is ugly and it drives us down terrible paths. When I lost my master, I nearly went into a frenzy that would have killed me. Use your power responsibly. Do not become arrogant. Rukin took another long heave. Rukin patted his son affectionately one last time before retracting his arm and taking his son's hand again. Ryuko followed Rukin's lead and held her son's other hand. Issei shook violently with tears and sniffles as he knew the end had come for his parents. We want you to know that no matter what, we will always be in your heart and memories. We love you, son. It is in our hopes that you become a man that will love and protect the people close to you. Rukin and Ryuko spoke at the same time, shattering Issei's composure. Sobbing but hanging onto his parents' hands, he felt them go slack as the monitors watching over their heartbeats flatlined. Azazel, Barakiel, Shuri, Volley, and Akino stood behind Issei and watched in grief at Rukan and Ryuko's lifeless bodies. As promised, Azazel, Barakiel, and Shuri swore to raise Issei to the best of their ability. Some time had passed since Issei's parents had moved on to the afterlife. The 9-half-year-old boy was still grieving for the two people that meant everything to him. When the children that he knew in school bullied him for seeming different, his parents soothed and comforted him, reassuring him of his kindness endlessly. Now, that was absent. He had moved to the underworld, where Azazel lived. Azazel had been officially named as Issei's legal guardian and godfather in case something happened to Rukan and Ryuko. His new home was a large, almost palace-like place. A giant building that stretched far and wide blocked much from sight. The large gray building actually wasn't as intimidating as one would expect, considering it was the home of a fallen angel leader. Glass windows dotted the home of Azazel and certain decorations of gold littered the design of the structure. Azazel, who was standing in front of it with Issei, put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Issei, from today onwards, this will be your new home. I know that it's different and that the world is different, but if you give it a chance, maybe you'll like it in time. Azazel sounded hopeful, praying that it wouldn't affect the boy too much. Issei merely nodded silently with a gloomy drop of his head. He looked up at the building and felt nothing. No wonder, no fear, just emptiness. Azazel chose not to speak any more about the matter in Issei's presence and gently guided him inside his home. Volley was patiently waiting for her adoptive father, or rather, she called him Papa now, and Issei. She recalled the day of the funeral and it broke her heart when she recalled him wearing his suit and crying his eyes out. While Azazel, Barakiel, and Shuri tried to comfort him, he just couldn't stop the flow of his tears. Volley didn't want to imagine what it was like to watch a loved one be buried before her eyes, unlike how Issei had. Hearing the main entrance open, Volley dashed from her room on the second floor and rushed down the large stairs that led into the main floor. Her eyes followed the red carpet that paved the way down the golden stairs that would bring her to her objective. Hi, Issei. Welcome to our home. Volley tried to sound happy, but she knew that it probably wouldn't elevate Issei's mood. Hi, Volley. Issei smiled, but it was forced and small. Volley frowned in sadness until Azazel stepped inside the mansion. Volley, I'm going to show Issei around the house. Do you want to come too? Azazel hoped that his cheery daughter would be able to help soothe the mood, and to his relief, she eagerly nodded. Yeah. Volley wasted no time in replying and took hold of Issei's right hand. Issei looked up, with a small hint of surprise in his eyes. Come on, Issei. From now on, I'll be with you. Volley dragged Issei with her as Azazel led the way around his home. There were multiple maids and butlers, most of which Azazel had recruited with sheer charisma, albeit several joined his employ willingly. The mansion had a total of 10 floors. The basement was a gym. There were several pools on the main floor for swimming. The second floor had a focus on guest rooms, even though bedrooms were placed throughout the structure. The third floor was full of game rooms. The fourth floor had the baths and spas. The fifth floor had meetings rooms and was where business talks took place, if there were any. The sixth floor contained the experimental labs. The seventh floor was a garden area for relaxation. The eighth floor was basically a movie theater, complete with several snack stands. The top floor was used for viewing the night sky, which could also be used to project the sky of the human world. While Issei had wanted to be excited about living in such an extravagant place, he couldn't find the energy in him to rise up and be who he used to be. While Azazel and Volley tried their best to lighten the atmosphere, Issei was stuck alone in his own dark depression. After showing Issei to his room on the second floor, next to Volley's, Azazel had to leave to go to the Grigori Institute to deal with certain issues regarding sacred gear research. His room had white walls, a king-sized bed, several pillows, and warm soft blankets and sheets. There was a gigantic TV in his room, with several desks, drawers, closets, and there was even a bathroom, complete with a large bath and shower, installed next door. When Issei got into his room, it was clear that he wasn't going to willingly come out. Even when dinner came and Volley delivered it to him personally, he only ate enough to avoid hunger. While watching him eat his miso soup, Volley saw the lack of energy that was present in Issei's movements. He didn't move normally, and it seemed as if a turtle would pass him up in speed, figuratively. After a short while, Issei spoke. I miss it, he muttered. Volley shot up from her seat in his room and looked at him. Miss what, Issei? She stepped over to him. She looked him in the eye and knew that he was about to snap. Issei threw his chopsticks to the floor after having enough of his new environment. I miss my mom's cooking. I miss the belching my dad makes after dinner. I miss my old room in Kyoto. I miss playing in our backyard. I miss my mom tucking me into bed. I miss my dad making jokes. I miss my mom and dad. Issei sobbed as soon as he started yelling. Volley dove forward when she noticed that his fist was bruised and starting to bleed. Issei, stop. She dived in and held his hand. Issei didn't seem to notice her and just used his left hand to hit the ground in an effort to vent his rage and sorrow. Hot tears streamed down Issei's cheeks as he agonized over the events of the past few days. What am I supposed to do now? Issei asked himself over and over. Volley wanted to give him an answer, but she had nothing to give him. She nothing to do him justice. Finally, she decided that she had to stop him no matter what, regardless of what she had to say. Issei, Volley shouted as loud as she could, breaking Issei out of his rage. The young girl gripped both sides of Issei's face and stared him right in the eyes. Determination flared in the silver-haired girl's eyes as she started to speak. "What did your mom and dad tell you before they passed away?" she asked with a strong and unshaken voice. Issei looked down and recalled the words that were blazed into his mind. "That they're always with me ... and that they will always love me." Issei choked out as his tears continued to rush out from his eyes. "Exactly. They said they were proud of you already. Continue to be someone that they can be proud of forever." A voice called out from the doorway, revealing Azazel, who had watched everything unfold. He walked over and took hold of Issei's bloody right hand and gently rubbed it while healing it with magic. "I know it hurts, son. It's never easy losing people we love. It's even harder to forget or move on. We can agonize over it for a while, but we can't do it forever, Issei. Sometimes, we've just got to keep moving with life or it's gonna pass us by. It's a waste to just wither away after we've lost someone." Azazel's words rang around in Issei's head as he mulled over what Azazel said and what his parents had told him. Issei realized that what he had been doing for the past few weeks had been the exact opposite of what his mother and father wanted. He now knew that he had indeed accomplished his old dream, but where to now? He just wanted his parents to be proud. That dream was done and gone. What now? What could become his new purpose? Issei didn't know, but maybe with Azazel and Volley, he could figure something out. Maybe they could even help the pain of loss dampen. Drying his tears, he looked at Volley. "Issei, I know that you're big, brave, and strong. You always make me smile, but when you cry, I want to cry too. So please, don't cry." She used her thumb to wipe the tears from Issei's face. At her words, Issei's eyes widened. The negativity in them vanished and something else replaced it, hope and warmth, both things he hadn't felt since his parents died. "Issei, you don't need to rush to conclusions about what to do with your life. You're only 9 years old. Just remember that Volley and I consider you family and that we're here for you. Get some sleep." Azazel got up and carried the young boy in his arms and tucked him into bed. Azazel softly patted his head and left with Volley, while leaving his door open so that he could hear him. After escorting Volley to bed, she made sure to talk with him before he left her room. "Papa," Volley looked at him from her sleeping position. Do you think Issei will get better now?" Volley was truly worried about Issei, who she was developing a crush on. Azazel wasn't sure how to answer her, but he knew one thing was certain. "I'm not sure, but I do think Issei feels better now." Azazel smiled at his daughter. "Good night, Papa." Volley turned around in her bed and drifted off to sleep. Azazel walked into the hallway and made a long exhale. "I don't know how well I can do it, but I hope you'll watch over us, Ryukin, and you too, Ryuko." The Governor General looked up into the sky, sure that his dragon and human friends were watching from the afterlife. In his sleep, Issei found that he was in a white place. He looked around and noticed that he was sitting on something red and leathery. He looked down and recognized the head of the gigantic red dragon that he was sitting on. It was D-Drag. "D-Drag, where are we?" Issei noticed that they were flying, but where was the question. It wasn't as if there was anywhere to fly to. Then, far in the distance, he saw two figures. Dr. Huast, Infinite Potential. Place on. As he approached, Issei's heartbeat quickened. He knew the two figures. "Savor this moment while you can, Issei. I'm not sure how long it'll last and I don't think it'll happen again." D-Drag spoke softly to Issei as he landed on what seemed to be solid ground. Issei jumped off the back of D-Drag's head and ran towards the two people. He jumped into the arms of the figures, his parents. "Mom, Dad," Issei cried as the apparitions of his parents fiercely hugged him. "Hi, my little Issei." Ryuko snuggled her child with her arms as her spirit savored the physical sensation that she was getting. "Hello, son. We missed you." Ryukin wrapped his son in a warm hug as he patted his son's head. Issei teared up as he got to converse with his parents again. "How is this happening?" Issei asked. "Michael is letting us visit you in your dreams. Your mother and I managed to pass on to heaven due to our strong wishes to go there in case we could ever see you again. It was thanks to Living Virtuous that we got spots there." Ryukin sat his son down as his wife joined them. "Son, I want you to know that we've seen how lost you were after we died." Ryukin felt no other words were adequate enough to describe past events, but reality had to be faced. Thankfully, Issei nodded and accepted that his parents were deceased. "I can face this now, Dad. I won't get depressed anymore. I want to keep making you proud," Issei boldly declared. Ryukin nodded in pride at his son's growth. "Good. Then let me ask you this, do you have a new dream?" Ryukin sprung a question that Issei had been developing an answer to, but he hadn't quite found it yet. "Not yet, but I'm working on it." Issei smiled his toothy grin, making his father do the same. He didn't know how honest he was being. He was just happy to see his parents again. "That's great, honey. Just remember, make sure that you think of a dream with all of your heart and soul so that you have no regrets when looking back. Even if an old dream ends, you can always find a new one." Ryuko hugged her son one last time as Ryukin did the same. "While we may no longer be here, there's always others that you can turn to, like that guy." Ryukin laughed and pointed a finger at D-Drag. Indeed. Remember that you and I are in this together now, partner. Whatever you need help with, I'll do the best that I can in order to help you. D-Drag declared his support, to which Issei was grateful for. Also, Issei ... just remember that when you are in doubt, you should think about the people that you care about. I promise that when you think about the people that you love, you will always find your way. Ryukin gripped his son's shoulders before patting his head one last time. Thank you ... and goodbye. I love you, Mom. I love you too, Dad. I swear, I'll keep moving forward. Issei looked at his parents one last time as his dream faded into white. Awaking from his dream, Issei shot out of bed. He looked around and noticed that he was in the room that Azazel had prepared for him. D-Drag then spoke from Issei's left hand. While the boosted gear didn't appear, a small green circle appeared on the back of Issei's hand. Was that real, D-Drag? Issei asked his partner. As real as a dream can get. D-Drag answered ambiguously. Sighing, Issei looked up from his bed and looked into space. I see. What are you thinking about, partner? D-Drag asked. I'm thinking that I may have my new dream already and it's something that I know that I'll never regret. Issei smirked. And what might that be? D-Drag asked again. I'm going to endure to become stronger so that I can protect the people that I care about. Issei tightened a fist and declared with powerful resolution. Haha, that's a noble dream and a hard one to accomplish, at that. You better be ready for the consequences then. Still, I'll do everything I can to help you accomplish that dream, partner. D-Drag laughed softly. Thanks, D-Drag. Issei then went back to sleep, eager to return to life so that he could get started on his new dream. Dr. Huost, Infinite Potential. End song. As a few months had gone, Issei had trained vigorously and had become quite studious due to Azazel's influence. With Azazel being an expert on sacred gears, he was able to help Issei with his training with the boosted gear. One day, he had Issei spar with Volley with their sacred gears. This would be the first time they'd spar this way. Before, they'd merely fight without using D-Drag and Albion's abilities. Issei, today, I'm going to have you practice fighting with Volley. I want you two to spar so that you can grow much more with direct, live combat. Azazel elaborated. Volley looked competitively at Issei. I have a bad feeling about this. Issei felt shivers when Volley eyed him with a dangerous glint in her eyes and a mischievous grin. Teehee, I get to spar with Issei. Volley smiled sweetly, which caused Issei to shudder. He knew that she was the better fighter, so he hoped that she would show him some mercy. Alright, you two, begin. Azazel signaled the beginning of the duel. Summoning their sacred gears, both parties froze and stared at each other. The boosted gear. Volley immediately stopped moving and stared at the red gauntlet on her friend's arm. The divine dividing. Issei was honestly flabbergasted at how fate was playing with them. The two knew of the feud between the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperors and feared that they would be forced to viciously fight. Volley had burst into tears when she thought about that. No, I don't want to do this anymore. Volley shuddered and broke into cold sweat, while her expression twisted and became horrified. I don't want to fight Issei anymore. Volley started to panic as she sank to her knees in sobs. For some strange reason, Volley had overreacted to this new revelation. Volley, Issei rushed over to her but she retreated and jumped back. When Issei looked her in the eyes, he saw an abominable amount of fear in them. Issei didn't understand what was going on. Volley was sweet and sometimes bold, and she never panicked. Azazel knew something deeper and darker was amiss behind Volley's reaction. It looked far too similar to PTSD to just be simple fear. Alright, you two, no training for today. Azazel decided to drop the training that he planned for the day. He had never ever dreamed that this event would happen. He had expected the two to merely compete, not for one of them to break down. Azazel immediately went to Volley's side without hesitation and gently embraced his daughter. Volley, what's wrong? What's scaring you? Azazel looked her in the eyes. Hearing Azazel call her, Volley very slowly started to settle down. When she looked at him, Azazel could tell she was having flashbacks of whatever traumatic experience was linked to this. Papa. Volley clung to her adoptive father. Tell me, Volley, what's scaring you? Papa, I've done very bad things. I'm so sorry. Volley started to sob but she continued to talk. Papa, I don't want to hurt my friends anymore. Grandpa makes me do it. He said I have to hurt my friends who are my enemies. The Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor are enemies. Grandpa says enemies have to fight and kill each other. Volley broke down into pieces, horrifying Azazel and angering him. Why did your grandpa make you do such things? Azazel was starting to get angry at whoever traumatized his daughters. Grandpa Rizvam said to do it. He said I had to fight because he was bored. Grandpa said if I didn't fight and do some fighting with my friends, he'd kill me and Mommy. Volley choked out. Azazel was ready to grab Fafnir, go into Balance Breaker, and hunt down the bastard that dared to force his daughter to do such things. Rizvam, you sick bastard. Azazel forced himself to calm down quickly. He didn't want to scare Issei and Volley. Patting his daughter's head and hushing her warmly, Azazel soothed his daughter. It's okay, Volley. You don't have to do that anymore. You're not with your grandpa anymore. It's okay now. You don't have to kill and hurt your friends, Volley. Azazel spoke softly. I don't. Volley looked up tearfully at him. Azazel shook his head. Volley seemed to take that to heart. For a long time, her grandfather, Rizim Lucifer, had forced her to slaughter whoever she befriended simply because he was bored with life, and thus used her mother as a bargaining chip to amuse himself with displays of destruction with Vali as a tool. Vali, friends are people that you want to stay with and make happy. They are also people that want you to be happy. They're not people that you hurt, and they aren't people that hurt you. You don't have to be like the people before you. Azazel continued to comfort his daughter. Issei looked on and absorbed what he had heard. He figured he wouldn't have been able to forget anyways. That's right. Issei stepped forward, causing Vali to look at him cautiously. Issei extended his left hand, which still had the boosted gear active. I might be the Red Dragon Emperor, but I don't want to fight to the death with you. I want to be your friend, and I want to help and protect you, Vali. Don't you want to do the same and be my friend? Issei smiled a toothy grin at her. Slowly, Vali rose out of her panic attack. Yes, I want to be your friend, Issei. Vali smiled, took his red-armored left hand and clutched it. Thank you, Issei. She wiped her tears. Of course, Vali. Issei laughed as he patted her back. Azazel breathed a sigh of relief. He had prayed that his daughter wouldn't fall into, which could be caused by severe emotional upheaval. The amount of grief and pain that he had sensed from her was enough to have made him think that Vali had seen the Great War. Knowing Rizim, he probably made her see something similar. He always knew that his nephew was unhinged, but this was the last straw. While he couldn't do much without upsetting the delicate truce of the three biblical factions, Azazel knew that he would have to prepare Vali and Issei. Being the two heavenly dragons, they were likely going to attract much unwanted attention. Ever since that day, Vali and Issei trained even harder than before. It had become apparent that Issei was closest to obtaining Balance Breaker. Azazel didn't understand how, but it looked like he had underestimated Issei's potential. As for Vali, it took a while, but she was starting to slowly lose her traumas by whatever fortune she had. One day, deciding that the two children under his care needed some fresh, clean air, Azazel took them to the shrine that Shuri and Barakil lived in. Appearing in front of the gates, the three walked past the red gate and were warmly greeted by Shuri and Barakil. Welcome. Shuri smiled radiantly as she hugged Vali and Issei. For a few moments, she had disappeared and returned with large bags of sweets and little gifts for the two children. Whilst they were close to turning 10, they still had a strong love of sweets, something that Shuri made sure to satisfy whenever they came to visit. We love you, Auntie Shuri. Issei and Vali lunged at her in overjoyed gratitude. Shuri just couldn't ever get enough of seeing the smiles of the two in front of her and her daughter, Akino. It's only been 6 months, Shuri. No need to smother and spoil them so much. They get enough of that from the maids and butlers already. Azazel laughed as Shuri glared at him, causing him to retreat. She marched right up to him and put her hands on her hips. I'll have you know that you only visit once a year. How can I not spoil them? Shuri barked at Azazel, forcing him to stutter and stumble back. Oh, okay, I get it. Just stop using those scary eyes of yours. Azazel screamed. Azazel had only incurred the wrath of her sadist mode once, and it was enough to never challenge her again. He still had the whip scars to prove his experiences. Barakil was lucky to be a masochist, or else he would be traumatized for life. Now, children, Akino is at school right now, so you can go play while you wait. She should be home in a few minutes. Shuri smiled as the two ventured into the bamboo forest that Barakil had turned into a playground for them. Barakil then came out from a room in the shrine and greeted his superior. Finally, I was wondering when you'd get here. Barakil smiled. Well, training took longer than I thought. Azazel shrugged as Barakil and Shuri groaned. You better not be pushing them too hard. Shuri growled at Azazel, but she was only doing it playfully. She just enjoyed watching Azazel cower in front of her. I am not. I'll have you know that the training they're doing is actually very safe given their crazy potentials. The Governor General tried to justify himself before a girl with long black hair, tied with a golden-orange ribbon, came sprinting home. Mom, Dad. Akino waved as she dashed into her mother's arms. She noticed the third person present and beamed brightly at him. Hi, Uncle Azazel, she said. Hello, Akino. Azazel greeted her kindly as he waved. Oh my, did you have a good day? Shuri patted her daughter's head, who nodded. Then it just might get better, look who came to visit. At that instant, Issei and Vali walked back to the entrance, having heard the voice of their dear friend. Issei, Vali, Akino. The three dashed at each other and grasped each other into hugs. Regardless of the time lapse that they had between each meeting, they never got tired of doing this. How have you been? Akino looked at Issei, who she had worried about constantly ever since Rukan and Ryako had died. The three wandered into the forest and merely conversed while walking. While they never tired of each other's company, they played games less and instead immersed themselves into the stories of each other's past experiences up to this point. Well, while we study, my dad has us trained so that we can make use of our natural gifts. But Issei, Vali snapped at the boy, who shrunk back. He never holds back and ends up leaving damage. Not to mention, he always hits me a lot during training. He almost never holds back too. Vali huffed. Really, Issei, you know that you shouldn't be hitting girls around. Akino frowned at Issei. What? You shouldn't be saying anything. You're the one who kicks me in the legs a lot. I ended up limping for 2 weeks that one time that you hit me with magic. Issei was flabbergasted. He had never ever left inhibiting injuries on Vali, but Vali ... she tended to get carried away. Too bad. Akino and Vali stuck their tongues playfully, causing Issei to feel unjustified. Girls, Issei grumbled as he felt two people push him into a small creek, causing Issei's clothes to become heavy with water. What was that for? Issei exclaimed. That remark sounded like an insult. Don't get me started at the insults you say behind our backs. Volley playfully smiled until she yelped in surprise. Oh yeah. Issei grinned as he splashed water at his two best friends. Duh. Issei, stop. Volley cried out as she tried to shield herself. Jeez, Issei. Akino giggled as she was splashed by cold water. Finally giving in to the temptation, Volley and Akino hopped into the creek and started splashing water at Issei with playful vengeance. They continued back and forth for quite a while until suddenly ... all three hybrids felt tingles go up their spines, a sign of danger. Turning to the road that led further into the bamboo forest, a large man stood menacingly. My, what do we have here? A devil and a fallen angel getting along. The man was hooded and wore a long dark cloak of black. His hands were pale and a dangerous purple aura flowed around him. The hooded man seemed to take notice of Issei as he noticed the unfamiliar boy's presence. And it seems some unknown specimen is also present. No matter, the hooded man turned back to Volley and Akino, who inched back but were ready for a fight. But, to think that a fallen angel and devil would be getting along. You should be fighting. It is unbearable to think that our endless feud would be taken so lightly. It is unforgivable, even for children. The hooded man sprouted 6 leathery wings from his back and charged at Volley, tackling her and grabbing her by the throat. Gah! Volley choked out as she materialized divine dividing. Albion's voice rang out from the white wings of blue light. The hooded devil grunted as he noticed a significant drainage in his power. Volley opened her palm and fired a blue orb of magic that blasted the aggressor backwards. Growling at the small sting on his abdomen, the rogue devil lunged at Volley again, but Akino stepped in. Her fingers crackled with magical energy as tingles went up Volley's spine again, as if her natural senses were telling her to back away. Firing a bolt of holy lightning, the devil cried out in pain as the electricity jolted around him. She knew that her attacks would only annoy the devil slightly, for the enemy had 6 wings. Almost immediately after being sent flying back, the devil came back for more, but Issei jumped in this time, sailing down and using his boosted gear to send the devil staggering a few feet back. The enemy merely brushed his coat. Suddenly, the rogue devil fired 2 beams of demonic energy that pierced Volley's and Akino's chests. Issei stared in shock and horror as his 2 best friends were gravely wounded. Volley, Akino, Issei screamed as the 2 fell onto the ground, with both losing all movement. Hihaha. The devil laughed as he looked at the 2 limp bodies in front of him. He was about to talk, until he felt a complete change in atmosphere. Issei, whose power was negligible compared to him, suddenly spiked beyond expectations. Issei roared as he was coated in a deep red aura. The area lit up with the light of his rage as the boosted gear began to shine. Welsh Dragon, Balance Breaker. D-Drag's voice echoed into the sky as Issei was adorned in a red armor. Issei shouted as he rose into the sky. He had flown into a rage, without any signs of calming down. Boost, 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 boost. D-Drag continued to speak this line over and over as Issei's energy reached his body's cap. Issei pointed both of his hands forward and fired a gigantic beam of red and turquoise energy that seemed to tear away at the air in its path. The beam's head was in the shape of a red dragon that seemed to roar as it rushed at the rogue devil that had incurred the wrath of the Red Dragon Emperor. When the explosion burst and the dust settled, the enemy was left standing, his left arm destroyed. The rogue devil growled, as if ready to take Issei seriously. He then paused, looking around. I'll let you live, boy. I've learned all that I need to today. Pray we never meet again. He snapped his fingers, a magic circle teleporting him away. Landing on the ground, Issei's vision began to blur as his body started to feel as if he had been lit on fire. Every step he took felt like he was walking on sharp spikes. His body felt like boulders had been strapped onto him and he wanted to vomit endlessly. Falling face first onto the ground, Issei reached out to his 2 fallen friends and breathed a small sigh of hope when he saw that they were still breathing. Fortunately, Issei looked at the path back to the shrine and saw that 3 figures were rushing to the 3 children. Issei, Volley, Akino. The voices of Shuri, Azazel, and Barakil rung out as Issei's consciousness faded. Darkness was all that was present in Issei's mind as he fell into a deep sleep. Little did he know, this was not the end of his troubles. Tragedy wasn't done tampering with fate yet, for the chessboard wasn't done being set up. Azazel was worried out of his mind when he found his daughter, Volley, and his godson, Issei, lying on the ground that wasn't too far from Barakil's and Shuri's shrine. Issei, Volley, Azazel went to their sides as he knelt next to Volley and started emergency healing on her first, since she was the more wounded one compared to Issei. Akino. Barakil rushed over to his daughter as he started to heal her. Shuri had managed to learn a small bit of magic from Ryuko, so she was able to heal Issei, who had suffered minor damaging effects. Azazel had wasted no time in calling Shemazai and other fallen angels to them. After appearing almost instantly, several fallen angels took everyone to Grigori's Institute to give medical care. Volley had suffered a large puncture wound near her heart, but thankfully, Grigori was able to heal all damage after extended hours of magic and medicine. The same went for Akino, who was a bit less injured due to her moving more quickly out of harm's way. Issei's stamina was completely drained. His body had undergone severe stress due to the unexpected transformation into Balance Breaker. While he had no fatal injuries, he would be bedridden for a while, and a phenomenon was going on inside of his mind. D-Drag, Azazel had run into Issei's room after being reassured that Akino and Volley would heal. The fallen angel knew that D-Drag was a separate entity within the boy and knew he would obtain answers from him. What happened out there? Azazel looked at Issei's left arm. A familiar green circle of light appeared of his hand and the voice of the Welsh dragon echoed. The three children were merely playing until, somehow, a stray devil appeared out of nowhere and attacked them. He had 6 wings. I don't know what his intentions were. He ran after Issei managed to blow off his left arm after going into Balance Breaker. D-Drag ominously recounted events, causing Azazel to become shocked. 6 wings, Barrakiel, and I should have been able to sense him then. And now Issei's unlocked Balance Breaker. Azazel could only imagine the gigantic amount of stress that Issei had been forced under in an attempt to protect Volley and Akino. That's not all. That stray devil was obviously unsatisfied with the peace treaty of the factions, as well as the fact that Volley, Akino, and Issei were getting along. It might have been someone from the old Satan faction. D-Drag didn't like it, but there was no clue whatsoever as to who was causing such events. A rogue devil appearing out of nowhere without anyone noticing was a massive problem, especially since he had 6 wings. Damn it, I was so careless. Azazel felt so frustrated with himself that he punched a wall. A loud crunch echoed, and it was unknown if it was Azazel's hand or if it was the wall tiles. Azazel had realized that he had almost failed to keep his promise to Rukin and Ryako. A shame that if he had been a second too late, Akino, Issei, and Volley would have been dead. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Azazel turned around and saw one of his best friends, Barrakiel, giving him a comforting look. It's not your fault, Azazel. If what D-Drag said is true, then somebody on our level, or at least higher, must have been behind all of this. That would explain why we didn't sense anything, because we were eluded by someone. Fortunately, we saw Issei-kun's aura from a distance away. Let's just be thankful that we got there in time. Barrakiel and Shuri had just returned from checking on Akino, who was in stable condition. The wound in her chest would heal slowly, but in a few weeks' time, she would be able to return home. You're right. At least the children are safe. You two must be tired. I'll have someone bring some food to your room. I should take care of the regular protocol around your home. Azazel walked away without another word. Ever since he adopted Volley, he's changed a lot. Shuri noted. Probably the responsibilities of being a parent. He'll be okay. We'll be okay. Barrakiel gently rubbed her shoulder. As promised, a month had gone by and Akino was in proper condition again. Not wanting to keep her in an unfamiliar place, Barrakiel and Shuri took her home to their shrine, though they took some medicine with them that would help Akino recover her stamina. Unfortunately, Volley was still confined to her bed since she had suffered the worst injuries. It would take some time for her to heal because, strangely, small fragments of holy light had been imbued into the attack that hit her, causing some pieces of poison to course through her. Azazel didn't understand how a devil was supposed to be able to wield light. It was the antithesis to devils. Either the attacker wasn't truly a devil or somebody had tampered with his physiology. Still, that was the least of Azazel's worries. Issei had fallen into a coma. I don't understand what's going on either. Issei should only be suffering from a drainage of stamina and magic. He should have been in a better state than the other girls. I've been trying to get into his mind, but there's something stopping me. It's like something is blocking me from him. I think ... the past possessors of the boost gear are tampering with him, somehow. D-Drag's voice was ominous and quite fearful. He was afraid for the boy's life. No medicine or magic was able to awaken Issei, causing nothing but frustration for Azazel. Deep within Issei's mind ... was utter chaos. Issei could see nothing but darkness. Walls of red and black shadows flew around him, and it made his spirit weak and afraid. Where is this? What am I doing here? Issei looked around and saw nothing but glowing spheres of red and green circling around him. Voices echoed from the floating orbs. They sounded like men and women, old and young. Hatred. You failed. Those girls died. Domination. You couldn't save your parents. You couldn't save those friends. The voices continued to echo and spoke words of poison to him, twisting knives into his heart in an attempt to break him. Issei knew he was stronger than this, but something was making him weak. Was it fear? Doubt? Anger? Issei didn't understand anything that was happening. His mind was so disoriented that he couldn't think straight. Images of the most recent events appeared in his mind, particularly painful moments of his past. No, and I tried my best. I tried to protect them. Akino, Volley, Uncle Azazel, Aunt Shuri, Uncle Barrakiel. Issei yelled out the names of the people he knew in an attempt to call for help. He was scared out of his mind, unsure of what to do. The words and voices closing in around him seemed to be weakening his mind by the minute, terrorizing the 9-year-old boy senseless. However, despite his attempts to stay calm in order to rationalize, Issei felt something dark in him. He felt despair and fear. He was scared that he had indeed failed to protect Akino and Volley, and it caused agony to erupt in him. He recalled the lifeless bodies of Akino and Volley as soon as the thought entered his mind. That's right. Because of your weakness, those girls that you cared for so much are dead. A dark and unknown voice echoed into Issei's ear. This voice sounded different from the rest. It wasn't angry. It was calm and sinister, yet gentle. Issei's eyes widened as he fell into despair. That's right. Akino and Vali weren't moving. They lost so much blood. I failed to protect them. Issei's speech started to become slower, weaker. If you don't want this to happen again, then use Juggernaut Drive. This sentence stood out to Issei. Juggernaut Drive. That sounds strong. Issei seemed to fall into a trance, having easily lost the battle of wills in his confused and vulnerable state. That's right. You know the words. You are the Red Dragon Emperor, the Dragon of Domination. Go on. Chant. The gentle voice egged Issei on as the boy rose up and began to speak. At that moment, Demi-Dragon sensed what was happening within Issei's consciousness, having finally gotten through to him. While he could not interfere and stop the voices of the past Red Dragon Emperors, Demi-Dragon could still warn Azazel. Azazel, evacuate everyone from this place. The Juggernaut Drive is coming. I can't stop it, Demi-Dragon yelled, causing Azazel to jump. While he had questions to ask, Azazel knew of the Juggernaut Drive and so wasted no time in evacuating the Grigori Institute. Everyone, this is Azazel. Evacuate the structure immediately. Do not ask questions or stop for anything. Just run and escape. Azazel immediately pulled out and stood on guard. He wasn't going to abandon Issei, even if he had to knock some sense into him. Fortunately, Azazel would be strong enough to hold off Issei for a while, but he would need help to avoid harming him. Shemazai wasn't anywhere near the institute, while Kakabil was on his own mission elsewhere. There was only one other person that he trusted enough to help him. Creating a magic circle in his hand, he contacted Barakil. In the human world, Akino was completely healed. Given the good graces of fate, she was able to move about, but she wasn't in able condition to leave the house. Right in the morning, at 7 a.m., Barakil was startled by the sudden appearance of Azazel's visage through a magic circle. Azazel, Barakil exclaimed. Azazel never contacted him so early unless something serious was going on. Barakil, there's no time to explain. Something's going wrong with Issei. I need you to come to the institute and help me. It's Issei. Azazel's urgency and tense voice was enough to prove to the fallen angel of holy lightning that this was no ruse. Only a parent could convey that much fear. Understood. Barakil did not hesitate to rush to his friend's aid. Before he left, though, he was caught by Shuri. Is something wrong? Shuri's instincts kicked in and she knew that something terrible was imminent. She could just feel from her heart that a tragedy was going to happen. Yeah, it's about Issei. Something's gone wrong. I have to go. Barakil spoke urgently. Moving as quick as possible, Shuri ran forward and dove into her husband's arms. Please help Issei and make sure to be careful and come home safely. Shuri spoke softly as she kissed her husband on the lips. They didn't know why, but they felt extra passionate that day. Remembering this, Barakil left with a smile. I'll definitely come home. Barakil disappeared in a flash of a magic circle. Seconds later, Akino had risen from sleep, having heard her parents moving and talking from the open door of her room. Mom, where's Dad? Akino rubbed her eyes as Shuri walked over to her daughter. Scooping her up into her arms, she guided her to bed. Akino wasn't sure why, but her mother seemed extra worried, a rare occurrence. Arriving at Grigori and rushing to where Azazel was, Barakil's hair stood up as he got closer to Issei's room. He hadn't felt a sensation like this since the Great War. Barakil, you and I are gonna have a long day. Issei's somehow fallen into a trance and is about to go into Juggernaut Drive. I don't know if my call for help is going to get here in time, but I really hope that nothing worse happens. Azazel prayed to his deceased father and hoped that whatever good existed in the world would save his godson. Issei, who was standing on his bed, was being overshadowed by a dark red aura, with nothing being visible about him, save for his eyes, which were shining green. Ominously, green orbs of light began to materialize and float in the air. The voices of the deceased Red Dragon Emperor, who had been consumed by the Juggernaut Drive, began to speak in tandem with Issei's, as if they had become a chorus to his malicious chant. Sim, the rumbling instrumental. Play song. I, who is about to awaken. It started. It looks like it will start. Issei's form changed to that of his scale male, though it seemed more spiked in appearance. And the dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. It was always like that, no matter what. That's not right, it was like that every time. The head of the Red Dragon Emperor then protruded forth and his neck became that of a dragon's. His helmet grew jaws and fangs, with a deep growl escaping him. I laugh at the infinite and grieve at the dream. The one the world seeks, the one the world rejects. The arms and legs of the armor extended and became clawed. The top portions of the boosted gear's gauntlets stretched up and grew spikes as the chest area of the scale mail had become a cluster of enclosed armor. I shall become the Red Dragon of Domination. It was always power. It was always love. Wings that were without leather but were embedded with jewels sprouted from the back of the armor, enlarging with each second. You all choose destruction no matter how many times. Demi-Dragon's voice boomed, infuriated by the futile cycle the past hosts always encouraged. And I shall sink you to the depths of crimson purgatory. A long tail shot out from around Issei's lower back, giving him the last part of the transformation that would turn him into a dragon. Juggernaut Drive. The voice of Issei joined with that of all who had spoken to him in his mind, causing a gigantic rush of energy to burst from and around him. The entire room was destroyed, leaving craters and holes everywhere. Forced back by the immense pressure, Azazel and Barakil took a few seconds to regain their composure, but as soon as they regained their footing, the Red Dragon Emperor turned its attention to them. Opening its mouth, a beam of red energy was fired. The beam was colossal and would have consumed the two if they hadn't moved out of the way. The two fallen angels noticed that the beam wasn't as strong as it should have been, perhaps due to Issei's young age. They didn't want to attack, but only guard until Azazel's supposed help had arrived, but they didn't know how long that would take. Issei, wake up. Remember your father's lessons. Don't ever give in to your rage. What Azazel didn't know was that Issei was enraged, he was in despair. Utter and breaking despair. He couldn't hear anyone now. Flying off of the ground, Issei disappeared from sight with blinding speed and reappeared behind Barakil, who had sensed the malicious presence of the dragon. Spinning around, Barakil instinctively coated his arm in lightning and backhanded the Red Dragon Emperor in the face, sending him flying back a few feet, but it did little to keep him down. Barakil, we shouldn't be attacking. Azazel wanted to avoid provoking the dragon from using even more of Issei's life force, which would screw his Godson over. I know, but if we don't fight back, we'll die. Barakil didn't want to hurt Issei, but he remembered his promise to Shuri, and that was something that he refused to break. With a pained expression, Azazel sprouted his wings and flew into the air. He didn't want anyone getting caught up in the battle, so he had to take matters into the air. Suddenly, the Juggernaut stepped forward and the armor on its chest opened up. A large emerald orb was revealed to be embedded within the chest area, and it looked as if it was about to be fired. Boost, 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 boost. The boosted gear echoed as massive power gathered inside the large green orb in the chest cavity of the dragon. Azazel and Barakil felt dire fear at the mere ominous glow of the orb. Wasting no time in trying to move out of the dragon's trajectory, Azazel knew that if this attack hit, he'd regret it. Sim, the rumbling instrumental. Hint song. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Divide. Divide. Divide." The voice of Albion echoed. The orb's light disappeared slowly as its attack weakened. A stream of green energy blasted into the sky and ignited the immediate vicinity with light, a mere testament to the size and strength of this attack. Azazel looked at where the sound had come from and saw Vali floating in the air. "Vali, what are you doing? Get out of here." Azazel was now panicking. Not only was his godson dying, his daughter was now in death's path. "Vali, you don't have balance breaker. You'll only get hurt if you stay here." Barakil dashed in front of her to shield her from a blast of energy that had been fired her way. "Issei, don't you recognize me?" Vali called out to him. For a mere moment, the dragon form of the boy twitched at Vali's words, but resumed his roaring. "Vali, Issei doesn't recognize us at all, right now," Azazel warned her, causing Vali to feel pain in her heart. What was she to do? "Albion, what's going on?" Vali asked her dragon companion. "He's in Juggernaut Drive. I remember telling you all about it, but I guess this is the first time that you've seen it in the flesh," Albion grimly replied. Then ... that means that Issei is going to die if he stays like this." Vali's voice shook. She didn't like thinking that idea. She didn't want to lose one of the few people who had given her life meaning. "Yes, you need to hurry, Vali. If we're going to help save him, we have to do it quickly." Albion felt that the time was right for what they were about to do and was now urging his host to act. Gundam 0 Ost, 0 Razor. Play song. "You're right, Albion. I need to be stronger. I won't let anyone die." Vali bolstered the emotion in her heart and declared her desire to the world. "A fine conviction. It's time to show the world just how much you mean it." Albion spoke as a massive blue aura erupted from Vali. "Balance break. Divine dividing. Scale mail," Vali proclaimed as white dragon armor materialized around her. "Vanishing dragon. Balance breaker." Albion's voice rang out through the landscape, attracting the Juggernaut Red Dragon Emperor's attention, as well as Azazel's and Barakil's. Closing the distance between them in an instant, Vali landed a powerful punch that transferred her powerful emotion to Issei, knocking a small bit of sense into him. Staggering backwards, Issei's Juggernaut Drive was proven to be incomplete and it was performing far under what it could actually do. "Divide." With each word, large portions of Issei's strength was taken and transferred to Vali, who quickly ventilated whatever strength she couldn't handle safely. "Come back to your senses, Issei." Vali poured all of her energy into one massive orb of magic that blasted Issei and sent him flying several kilometers. Breathing and panting with exhaustion, Vali felt lightheaded and her muscles seemed as if they had been lit on fire. Her armor cracked and parts of it shattered and dispersed. This being her first time using Balance Breaker, she could only use it for so long. Slowly making their way to Issei, Vali stopped and saw his dragon body wrestling with itself in frustration, as if it were fighting itself. Gundam 0 Ost, 0 Razor. End song. Then, out of nowhere, a bright and magnificent light shined from the sky as a magic circle appeared. Materializing from it were 4 beings. They each had 12 white feathered wings, with one of them sporting a set of golden wings. "We got off lucky." Azazel hoped they would act quickly before things got to the point of no return. The 4 seraphs. Barakil was stunned when it was revealed that the help that Azazel had called for was in fact the help of the angels. "Now, Gabriel." The angel with 12 golden wings exclaimed with utmost desperation. One of the seraphs descended in front of Issei at that command. She had long golden blonde hair and green eyes. She had a breathtakingly beautiful body and wore a white dress with golden arm and leg bands. Closing her eyes, Gabrielle began to sing. Her voice was gentle and soft. Warmth even radiated throughout the land as the lyrics to her song reached Issei's ears, calming him as his subconscious reacted to the sound of the seraph's voice. Within Issei's mind, he had been covered in the whispers and darkness of the past Red Dragon Emperors. For what seemed like days in his head, Issei's mind fell deeper and deeper into despair, prolonging his stay in Juggernaut Drive. Crying and whimpering to himself as he grieved over the false lies of the deaths of his friends, Issei's spirit had become so bonded with the darkness that it had come to the point that he would almost be consumed by it. Suddenly, light poured in from the dome of shadows that had covered Issei. The holy rays peeked through, catching Issei's attention. Raising a hand to shield himself, Issei looked and saw a hand. It looked so warm and inviting that Issei felt like reaching forward and taking it. Do not take that hand. Hope is not the way of the Red Dragon Emperor. Destruction is our path. Your path. Stay away from the light. It will make you weak. Issei seemed to start losing focus on the words of the ghosts covering him and zeroed in on the radiance coming to him. Take my hand. I promise, everything is all right. You'll be okay. A feminine and blissful voice called out. Issei felt so inclined to take it as he saw a small vision or perhaps a hallucination. It seemed as if Issei felt two hands push him forward towards the light. Looking behind him, Issei saw the ghosts of his parents, smiling at him and ushering him to move forward. As the ghosts of the dead boosted gear possessors moved to try and trap the current host of Demi-Dragon, they were blocked by waves of light that emanated from the spirits of Ryuko and Ryukin. You will not have our son. Ryukin turned into his dragon form and stomped the ground, with his wife on his back. A large shockwave of light blew away the darkness of the past as Issei took hold of the hand that had come for him. He was pulled higher and higher from the white space that was his consciousness until he felt his vision become white. In the real, solid world, the Berserk Red Dragon Emperor's armor slowly morphed back into the normal state of the Red Dragon Emperor's balance breaker, eventually purging itself, leaving an unconscious Issei to fall, but he was caught by Gabrielle, who carried him to Azazel. Thank you so much, Azazel cried as he felt that Issei was still alive. After much effort to break out of the darkness that had swallowed him, Demi-Dragon was finally able to speak again. Thank goodness that worked. I believe the worst is over. Thanks to his incomplete transformation and the power behind the song that saved him, Issei should be fine now. Demi-Dragon exhaled as he spoke. If he still had a body, he'd have been covered in sweat. How did this even happen? Azazel still didn't understand how the Juggernaut Drive came about. The most likely cause of this incident is the fact that the memories of the past possessors had preyed on Issei's mind when he believed Akino and Vali to be dead. He had lost consciousness after seeing their bodies. He must have forgotten that they were still alive when he blacked out. Anyways, at least Issei didn't lose any years off his life. Demi-Dragon still held on to hope as he tried to pass it on to Azazel. Azazel then turned to the seraphs who had come to his aid and bowed his head in utter gratitude. I don't know how to repay you. I owe you, Gabrielle and Michael. Azazel wasn't sure how he would repay his former enemies, siblings. Michael took a good look at Issei with a degree of worry and interest. Putting a hand on Issei's forehead, Michael could feel a sense of foreboding as he thought about the day's events. Looking at Azazel for a moment, Michael deduced that he wasn't taking care of Issei for hidden and obscene purposes. Azazel looked more like a worried parent rather than a mad scientist. Smiling, Michael merely nodded at Azazel. Do not worry, Azazel. There's no need to repay your debt right now. While Michael had wanted to do this act for free, he was confident that he would need Azazel's help in the future, so he would have to be able to cash in his favor in time. Goodbye, Azazel. Gabrielle smiled sweetly as she left with her heavenly brethren. It would have been unwise for angels to stay too long in the underworld, given the delicate truce between them and the devils and fallen angels. Watching as they left, Azazel silently thanked them again before turning around. Azazel breathed a sigh of relief as he looked over the ruined Grigori Institute. While the foundation was gone, nobody else was hurt. He looked at Barakiel and noticed the several bruises and gashes that he was lucky to escape with, but otherwise, the Master of Holy Lightning was fine. He looked at Vali and noticed that she had no apparent injuries, but she was out cold. Moments later, Shemeza had returned and was astounded by the devastation caused to the location. After filling him in, the Vice-Governor General was worried out of his mind about future risks of Juggernaut Drive, but Azazel put down the worries for the time being. Quickly repairing their base, Issei and Vali were put back under medical care. After several tests, it was concluded that the two were going to be bedridden for a long time again. Issei's body had been forced under a lot of stress recently, and Vali had just finished recovering from her previous wound. Fortunately for them, that was the end of transformations for a while. Barakiel, who had managed to recover rather quickly, had decided to leave for home after being reassured that the two would be fine. Azazel turned to Barakiel and thanked him. Thanks, Barakiel. You protected Vali multiple times. I owe you. Azazel made a gracious smile and assured his friend that he would find a way to repay him. No need, Azazel. I'm just happy to get to go home to my wife and daughter now. Barakiel smiled happily at the thought of being welcomed home by his beautiful wife and adorable daughter. All right, tell Shuri and Akino that I said hello. Azazel saw him off, satisfied that his friend was able to go safely. When Barakil returned home, he had hoped to see his wife and daughter like usual. Somehow, Shuri had the ability to detect when he was coming home. She was always waiting for him whenever he arrived back at the shrine, with a radiant smile on her face. As the light faded from his view, Barakil expected his beautiful family and their warm home. However, what he saw was far from it. The doors were all torn down and broken. The shrine looked as if it had been savaged. Hearing screams and the cries of his daughter, Barakil rushed where he knew they would be and saw numerous men that he recognized as his enemies. Dr. Huast, the rueful fate of Donna Noble. Place on. However, they weren't what he focused on. Laying on the floor, broken and lifeless, was the body of his beloved wife, Shuri. His daughter was crying her heart out and cradling her deceased mother, calling for her. Mother, mother, Akino sobbed as she clung to the bloodied corpse. Silent hatred and fury exploded in Barakil's heart. His face remained stern and his voice was silent, but his actions were frenzied and his actions were brutal. Creating a sword of light, he lunged forward and slaughtered the enemy that had taken the lives of his wife. While he slew each person, Barakil felt no satisfaction nor comfort to his heart. If anything, the agonizing pain in his heart only grew. He knew none of this would return Shuri to him, but he was too hateful to spare anyone. Screams and cries for mercy came from one of the assailants, who had been backed to a wall. Please, please, mercy, one of the men cried as Barakil walked up to him. Each of his footsteps sounded like thunder. Electricity crackled as Barakil felt himself come to a boiling point. Pointing his sword forward, Barakil fired lightning at the last assailant, incinerating him into nothing. Not even ash remained of him. Covered in blood and breathing heavily from the frenzy that he had fallen into, Barakil was snapped out of his trance by the sobs of his daughter. Looking back at where she was, Barakil's heart ached and his entire body shook as he moved toward her. He tried to touch his wife, but his daughter lashed out at him. Don't touch her, Akino yelled, her voice laced with venom. He turned to her and was met by her eyes. Cringing back, Barakil had never seen such hate in her eyes before. Why? Where did you go? Why did you leave? Because you weren't here, Mother died. We always wait for you, but you never come home on time. This time you came home too late. Akino launched herself between her father and her mother's dead body, clinging to it. Because of you and your stupid black wings, people came after us. They said because of you, I had to die. They said you all had to die. All because of these black wings. I hate my wings. I hate your wings. I hate them. I hate the Heimjima. Why don't all of you go away? Akino's cries of hatred and pain echoed throughout the area, proving how strongly she felt about her words. Barakil wanted to stay, but he heard clamors and recognized Akino's relatives. They probably knew of what had happened, and as Barakil suspected, one of the Heimjima clan members that he recognized were among the group. So the others didn't kill you and your brat. No matter, we will finish their work. I saw the red flashes of light near this shrine. I came to investigate, and who else did I find? A fallen angel, our brainwashed relative, and their filthy child. Naturally, I notified your enemies, you evil bastard. Now die. The Heimjima clan members mistook the blood covering Barakil to be his own, but that was a fatal error. Dispersing his light sword, Barakil wreathed himself in holy lightning and obliterated all of the clan members that were foolish enough to come here. Leaving no remains of the enemy within an instant, silence filled the shrine, save for Akino's cries. If I stay ... my daughter will only hate me more. Because of me ... my wife is dead. Perhaps ... it's better if I leave. Barakil began to slip into despair and considered taking Akino somewhere safe, regardless of her protests, but the fallen angel leader spotted relatives of Akino, who were neutral. Barakil then prepared a magic circle to leave in. Suddenly, Barakil felt the hairs on his back stand up as he shot around, and almost immediately, a pillar of light blasted from the ground, destroying the shrine home that Akino was still inside of. His face contorting into that of a horrified look, the fallen angel leader tried to move towards it, but it was too late. The shrine was no more, with nothing remaining, save for ash. Before he could go to his destroyed home, Barakil was engulfed in the light of teleportation. Reappearing at Grigori, Azazel was stunned by the return of Barakil. Alarmed at the blood that he was covered in, Azazel ran over to him. Barakil, what happened? Azazel led his friend over to a seat. No longer able to repress his emotions, tears began to stream down the face of the stern fallen angel. Shaking and gripping his face to hide his sorrow, Barakil could barely stop himself from roaring in emotional agony as he explained the story of what led him to this moment. Shuri ... Akeno ... they're dead. Her clan ... they told our enemies of where I lived and they came to attack me. They found Shuri and Akino instead. They killed Shuri. I killed them, but ... but then her family came ... they attacked and I killed them again. All I've done was kill enemies, and now I killed my wife and daughter. Just when I turned my back, our home was obliterated along with my daughter. Barakil collapsed into sobbing shambles as Azazel felt tears fall down his face too. Azazel wanted to fall into grief as well, but he couldn't. He had to be a pillar of support for his brother. Azazel led Barakil into a room and listened to his brother as he cried himself into silence. Walking out of the room when all was done, Azazel dropped to his knees. In total shock, Azazel realized what had caused Barakil's tragedy. It's all my fault. If I hadn't called Barakil out to help me, he'd have been home to protect his wife. Shuri, sweet Shuri. Why, first Rukin and Ryuko, now you too. Shuri, and poor little Akino. She was so sweet. She didn't deserve any of this. Once again, I failed to protect my friends. Azazel punched into the floor in self-loathing as guilt gnawed away at him. Dr. Who asked, The Rueful Fate of Donna Noble. End song. After much time had passed, Azazel had managed to collect himself. While he felt guilt, Azazel decided that he couldn't stay like this forever. He had to move on or the past would just drag him down. He still had to lead his people and ensure their survival. He could wallow in his emotions later. On that note, Azazel declared that nobody would tell Issei of his involvement. While nobody blamed the boy, the dragon-human hybrid had indeed played a role in Shuri's and Akino's deaths. Knowing Issei, if he knew about the events that had happened, he'd blame himself. Still, Azazel lied through his teeth and told Issei and Vali of what had happened to Akino and Shuri. He lied that the reason why Barracuda wasn't able to protect them was because the fallen angel had been sent on an important mission. Issei didn't blame anyone, but he did feel anger at whoever killed his aunt and one of his best friends. Anger boiled in his heart and despair had crawled back into him, but this time, Issei had remembered his father's lesson and controlled himself. Even though he did this, he and Vali still grieved for their deceased loved ones for days but eventually willed themselves to move on. It was getting more disturbing that they'd gotten more and more used to losing people. Soon silence had gripped the Grigori Institute for days. Nobody spoke unnecessarily, as many had heard of Barracuda's tragedy. Silent respects were paid to Shuri and Akino, who were known to several fallen angels. Everyone hoped that this was the end. First came the loss of Issei's parents, and now Barracuda lost his family. Vali had also experienced a traumatic childhood, which only a few knew of. A total of 2 years had passed since that day, and Issei and Vali were now 12 years old. Azazel had ensured to teach as much as he could to Vali and Issei as time passed by. Vali had a much higher learning pace than Issei, but he proved to be the more persistent one. After both had unlocked Balance Breaker, Azazel had developed the in order to better understand Dragon's sacred gears so that he could better instruct the children under his care. When Vali had learned everything that Azazel could teach her, she had 5 devil wings. Given her young age, Azazel was sure that she would have more as she grew stronger. It was after he thought this that his daughter entered his office. She looked serious and even sad when she walked in. Vali, what's wrong? Azazel knelt in front of her. Papa, there's something that I want to talk to you about. Vali sounded nervous, even sad. What's wrong? Azazel didn't like where this was going. Enough tragedy had already happened. He didn't want to hear any more bad news. Papa, I'm going to leave for training. You said that you'd train me personally, but I need to be stronger. Issei ... He got hurt because Akino and I weren't strong enough. I don't want that to happen again. That's why I'm going to leave for training with other people. You're friends with Odin, right? I want to go there to learn more. Please, Papa. Vali begged on her knees in desperation. In all honesty, Azazel didn't want to let his daughter go to some faraway place, but when he saw the heart-shattering plea of his daughter, Azazel's willpower crumbled. Taking a long and heavy sigh, Azazel nodded. Very well. I will contact Odin and call in a favor that he owes me. However, you won't go alone. I'm sending Penemu and a small group of fallen angels with you for your protection. While we don't have particular animosity with the Norse, we can't have you march into Asgard unannounced and unprotected. I'll handle setting things up. You need to go pack your bags. Azazel was already formulating plans and schedules by the time his daughter left the room. He understood that Vali wanted power for a noble reason, and who was he to obstruct her from such a noble cause? While it saddened him to watch her leave, Vali promised to return as soon as her training was complete. However, Azazel was worried about whether or not Issei would take things well. The two of them had grown so close in the 3 years that they lived together. It was actually becoming apparent that Vali had developed feelings for her rival, friend. She blushed very often around him and would stutter whenever he complimented her looks. Azazel was actually scared of how quickly Vali matured mentally. I hope nothing goes sour. Azazel stared out of his window as he contacted the old geezer of the north. Vali was packing a suitcase and had just met up with Penemu. The purple-haired fallen angel had been like a caretaker and mentor to her for years. She taught her how to be an appropriate and proper lady and watched out for her when it came to boys. It was actually she who told Vali to try and grow more by learning about the world. Penemu, I'm all packed. I'm ready to leave at any time now. Vali smiled sweetly at her older sister-like figure, who patted her head. Good. Azazel is also getting things ready, so we should be able to leave as soon as he says when we can. Penemu then left to oversee a few final matters. Vali then jumped as she felt a strong tap on her back. Kaya, she yelped and then abruptly covered her mouth. She whipped around and saw Issei, smiling goofily. Issei, don't do that. Vali pouted as she hated it when he embarrassed her like that. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Issei rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Suddenly, Vali recalled that she had forgotten to tell her crush that she would be leaving on short notice. Say, Vali, how about we get something to eat? I'm starving. Issei suggested. Vali wanted to tell him what she was doing, but she decided that this may be the last time that she would be able to spend time with him in a long while, therefore deciding to go with him. Okay. Walking off to the cafeteria in Grigori, the two enjoyed a Japanese meal and conversed. I heard that you extended the time that you could stay in Balance Breaker, Issei. I can't believe that you can use it for a day now. Volley wanted to milk out whatever she could from their conversation because she knew that she would miss doing this. Yeah, but it's not special at all. By the way, I heard that you caused an accident in the labs the other day. Haha, I heard that you blew up some test tubes in an experiment. Issei laughed jovially as he teased his friend. Volley puffed her cheeks at this. Stupid Issei, always teasing me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. HMPH. Volley huffed and turned her head, making Issei apologize quickly. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Issei then caught himself before he could say anything else. You should treat a lady properly. Volley still kept her head turned away. Man, this kinda brings back memories. I remember when we'd prank Uncle Azazel by rearranging his schedules, and then we'd switch out Uncle Barakiel's training equipment with rubber replicas. We'd also do training together and we'd spar until we were black and blue. I remember when you made me promise to always be your friend and to stay with you. Issei's words were driving a nail into Volley's mind. I need to tell him. Oh, he's going to get so upset with me but I'm doing this for his sake. Volley gripped her chest as she amassed her courage and spoke. Issei, there's something that I have to tell you. Volley stood up straight and looked her crush right in the eye. Looking at her innocently, Issei's eyebrows arched up in a questioning fashion. I'm leaving Grigori for a while. I'm going away. Volley spoke solemnly and she regretted speaking as soon as she saw his smile turn into a hurt expression. What? Why? Issei dropped his chopsticks onto the table. I have to get stronger, Issei. I'm not growing much anymore here. I have to travel and grow stronger so that I can protect the people that I care about. I'm so sorry, Issei, but I want to do this for everyone's sakes. Volley grew a bit afraid that Issei would lash out at her. Issei hung his head low, making a sigh. Issei looked at her with a pained smile but his voice was soft when he spoke. Okay, I understand, Volley, but promise me something. Yes, promise me that you'll definitely come back. Issei looked at her with pleading eyes. Volley was one of the few people left in his life. Volley nodded and gave Issei one last smile. Of course, Issei, I swear to come back to you. Volley then bent over the table and kissed Issei's left cheek. Goodbye. Volley then left as she had caught sight of Penemu, who had signaled for her that it was time for her to leave. Issei watched her as she left, not looking away once as he tried to burn his memories of her into his mind. Goodbye, Issei muttered sadly as he was now alone. Stay safe and get stronger. Issei then made a look of powerful determination in his eyes. Because from now on, I'll get stronger too. A total of 5 years had passed since Volley had left. During that time, Issei had been growing stronger and he had also physically changed. He was now 17 years old and stood at a height of 5'9" and was quite muscular, thanks to all the training and missions Azazel put him through. However, as time went by, Issei slowly began to miss human life. He had no companions his age in Grigori, so it was only natural that he wanted to make friends in his age group. He missed being a normal person. He missed not having to fight every other day of the week. It was time to move on to a different chapter in his life. Issei was currently in his room, spraying deodorant everywhere as he tried to get rid of the dragon smell in his room. Stupid puberty. My room reeks of nasty musk, sweat, and dragon breath, which is like morning breath but 100 times worse. Issei groaned as he walked out of his room and closed the door. He had several tanks of deodorant placed in his room and were ready for him to activate them. Pressing a button on a remote, gases and vapor hissed for 15 minutes until Issei opened the room. With no scents left inside, save for a vanilla scent, Issei was satisfied with his work. He looked around and most of his belongings were packed. The room was now bare, save for what was there before Issei had moved in. He gazed around his room and slowly touched and smoothed over the desks, drawers, and bed. He smiled sadly as he had planned to leave this home for a very long time. He had planned to return to the home that he and his parents had lived in, which was back in Kuo. While it still stung to remember his past, Issei noticed that recalling his past was lessening more and more when he accepted the fact that he had no power over life and death. He could only move on in life for the sake of his loved ones who had left the mortal plane. Picking up his backpack, his only luggage that was left to move, Issei walked out and locked the door to his bedroom before pocketing the key to it. Walking around and visiting all of his friends for the last time, Issei made his last visit with Azazel. Knocking on the office door of his godfather, Issei peeked inside and saw Azazel smile at him. You all set? Azazel looked a bit sad but there was a gleam in his eyes. He's probably gonna turn my room into another harem den or lab for himself. Hey, not that I mind. He raised me after all. Issei smirked to himself as he recounted the countless antics that Azazel endured because of him. Yeah, I'll be leaving right after this. I see. Well, it's too bad that you're leaving. I still wanted to teach you about the life of visiting bars and clubs but I guess that's for another time. Azazel laughed as he joked, at least Issei hoped he was. I think he's already corrupted you to an acceptable extent already. Like a few nights ago where D-Drag teased his partner but was cut off with a mental message. DDRAIG. We are not going to talk about that ever again. Issei visible panicked but recomposed himself. Changing the atmosphere, Issei decided that he had to give his last words to his uncle for a while. Uncle, thank you for everything. Issei made a sincere smile as he bowed. He gave Azazel a hug and a pat on the back right after. Issei, know that I'm proud of you. I've raised you since you were 8. Now that you've turned 17 and have practically become an adult, I can only tell you that if you need anything, you can ask me. Even though I can't steer your life anymore, I can still help you move along the path that you choose to. Also, I'm very sure that Rukin and Ryuko are proud of you too, son. Azazel lost his laid-back demeanor and adopted a sentimental one as he saw his godson, nephew off to the human world. I'll make sure to visit when I can. Azazel gave another input as he waved farewell to the young Red Dragon Emperor. Disappearing into a magic circle, Issei felt his tension rise high as he awaited to see the sight of his old home again. In a flash of light, Issei was met by the sight of the 3-story Hyoudou home, which had been well kept by Azazel. He had to admit, a tear was brought to his eye as the massive amount of childhood memories of his past flew at him. Shaking himself out of his stupor, Issei walked up to his front door and unlocked it with the key to the house. As he slowly opened the door, Issei felt different. He truly felt at home. It wasn't like all the times he'd gone back to Grigori after missions. This time, it truly felt like he'd come home. He was happy to see that everything was the same. Photos were kept in place, the furniture was the same, and the same homely atmosphere that was present back then was still present now. He walked up to his old room and was surprised that it was exactly how he had left it. Empty. To be honest, Issei thought that Azazel would throw some stuff in for him, but he guessed the Governor-General chose not to. Well, this means the master bedroom's mine then. While it would be considered subpar compared to his room in Grigori, which had twice the size of everything here, everything felt just right to Issei. After quickly unloading and placing all of his things, which wasn't much, Issei got to preparing his school supplies. The year would officially start in a few days. Luckily, Azazel had already dealt with paperwork. This just left Issei to deal with academic matters, which wouldn't be much of a problem for him since he studied under a genius for almost a decade. Azazel made sure he would get a plus in everything. Unfortunately, Issei's last check was his fridge. He didn't have any groceries in his refrigerator. Not even a crumb. I guess this means grocery shopping. Oh well, I guess this means that I get to familiarize myself with QO again. Issei locked up his home and walked to the supermarket. It's in times like these that I'm glad to be without a body. I don't have to worry about food. Demi-Dragon remarked as Issei made his way to the store. That reminds me, what did dragons have as parts of their diet? Issei was curious as to what dragons ate now that the topic came up. We either ate livestock or plants of different kinds. We used to live abundantly in the human realm until the time came for us to move to different places. There was also a certain fruit that certain dragons depended on for survival. I believe they were called dragon apples. Tannen, the Dragon King, was one of them. Demi-Dragon wasn't sure how the purple dragon was doing, but he was probably doing well in life. Reaching the supermarket, Issei browsed around while carrying a shopping basket. Considering how he was only one person, he'd only need to get enough to last a week for himself. After leaving the store, Issei walked home with a sense of renewal in himself. Looks like this is a fresh new restart for me, Issei remarked as he kept with a smile. Suddenly, a far distance away, Issei a group of people running quickly. He recognized them all dressed in the QO Academy uniform. He would know since he would be attending as well. Devils. Issei could easily identify their species through their natural aura and scent, something his father had taught him. Definitely, Demi-Dragon confirmed. There were a total of 4 people, with 3 women and 1 male. One of the women had long crimson hair and cyan eyes. She was altogether amazingly beautiful and she seemed very graceful and refined. Unfortunately, Issei instantly zeroed in on her bust and broke into a perverted grin but mentally slapped himself. Stop it, Issei. Don't ogle strangers. You're a man, not an animal. Issei scolded himself as he kept walking. One of the other girls was short, being below average height. She had white hair and hazel eyes. Strangely, she had fingerless gloves with cat paw prints on them. Issei instantly thought that she was cute and adorable when he looked at her, even though she had an emotionless feel to her. The sole male was a handsome young man. He was about average height and he had gray eyes, with a mole under his left eye. However, what stood out about him was that he had a sword in his hands. It had a black blade, with a gold handguard and a white hilt. However, when Issei laid eyes on the last individual, he could feel his eyes bulging and his heart stopping. The last of the mysterious group was a young woman of dazzling beauty and elegance. To him, she was the most beautiful in the group. She had long black hair that was tied into a high ponytail with a gold-orange ribbon. Her eyes were violet, and her figure could make anyone drool like a waterfall. Akino. Issei was flabbergasted. The young woman looked so similar to Shuri that the resemblance was uncanny. However, if Shuri were alive, she would have been with Barakeel. Recalling what the fallen angel leader said, he didn't actually see the destruction of Akino's body, but he confirmed that only ash remained of their shrine home, with no bodies evident. Partner, could it be, through some miracle, that Akino survived? Demi-Dragon was also alarmed. I need to investigate. Issei was about to make a brash move until Demi-Dragon intervened again. Wait, partner. Remember what Azazel said. This territory is controlled by devils. We can't just make rash actions that could damage the ceasefire of the 3 factions. Those 4 are wearing QO uniforms. There's a highly likely chance that we'll see them again. I know how you feel, but we have to tread softly or we might cause a major domino effect. Taking Demi-Dragon's advice seriously, Issei growled loudly with frustration but relented. Gah, fine. Issei sighed as he took one last look at the direction where the 4 had headed off to. Issei turned the corner of the street that they ran through, but when he did, the 4 devils were gone. D-Drag, if that was Akino, Issei muttered to his dragon partner. He didn't finish his sentence. He was afraid that if it was her, then he'd wronged her so terribly for so long. He could only imagine the years of loneliness and grief that Akino must have experienced if she had survived the incident at the Shinto shrine 8 years ago. D-Drag didn't say anything. Whatever he was thinking, he wasn't intent on sharing it. After a span of a week, Issei and D-Drag hadn't seen the group of devils again. This only served to frustrate Issei, who wanted to find information, but he couldn't because anything could be used against him if he were caught by devils. He knew that if he had ever gotten into trouble, Azazel would jump in, which would lead to big problems if the other factions were involved in a particularly accusational matter. The school week finally began and Issei hoped that he would finally get answers. Walking into his classroom, Issei made his introductions. He looked around and didn't notice anybody standing out in particular until he saw the blonde boy from the group of devils from a few nights ago. He resisted the urge to say something but didn't want to make a scene. "Does anyone have any questions for Hyoudou?" the teacher asked around. Issei expected silence but several hands went up, surprising him. "Yes, Murayama." The teacher pointed to a well-endowed, twin-tailed brunette. "Do you happen to know those two over there?" She pointed at one boy that had a shaved head and another boy who wore glasses. Both of them had the same aura that reeked of perversion. Issei was more than happy that he was not involved with them. "No, I do not know those two." "I see. Good." Murayama had taken it upon herself to ask every male that question so that she and the other girls would know who to watch out for. The last thing that they needed was another pervert trying to peep on them. Issei was glad that he didn't get many questions. He chose a window seat when he was done, naturally. As lessons for the day ended, Issei was getting ready to go home until the blonde devil boy had entered Issei's sight. He put up his hand to shake Issei's and offered a smile. Shaking hands, the two exchanged proper greetings. "Hi, I'm Yuido Kiba." He spoke. "I'm Issei Hyoudou. It's a pleasure to meet you." Issei returned the polite greeting. "Hyoudou, I was wondering if you were busy at present." Kiba asked calmly. "I'm not. Is there something that I can help you with?" Issei wasn't sure what was coming but he was ready. "Well, I'm a part of the Occult Research Club and my club president wanted to speak with you. Would you be willing to come along?" Kiba asked politely. Issei saw no harm in going with him. He was thankful since it could get him the answers he wanted. Issei followed Kiba to the old school building and was led up to the room where a certain crimson-haired girl awaited. Knocking on the door and opening it, Issei wasn't exactly surprised that he would see the crimson-haired girl again. "Welcome, please come in." The club president spoke politely with a gentle and relaxed tone. Now that Issei got a good look at her, he could recognize her as a Gremory. Given her crimson hair and the stories he had heard about her, Issei practically knew who she was. She was Ria's Gremory, the Crimson Ruin Princess. "Thank you for inviting me. May I ask what you want from me?" Issei half expected to receive accusational glares of suspicion from everyone in the room but he only received looks of indifference. "Thank you for coming. My name is Ria's Gremory. I believe that you are Issei Hyoudou, correct?" Ria's knew the answer but she only said this for courtesy's sake. Issei nodded courteously in response. He looked to one of the couches and noticed the girl named Kaneko Taoju. Now that he got a good look at her, Kaneko was about average height, with a moderate physique and proportions. "I'm well aware of the fact that you aren't human. I believe that we crossed paths a few nights ago. While the rest of the club members and I were busy with duties, I meant to ask what you were doing here, let alone what you are." Rias looked at Issei again with a quizzical look. Issei knew that beating around the bush was useless, nor was lying a good idea. He didn't particularly see anything wrong with telling what he was, unless the princess had ulterior motives. "I'm half human, half yokai. My mother was human and my father was half yokai." Issei wasn't going to tell that he was part dragon unless he had to. He didn't know if anyone had dragon slayers after all. Specifically, what kind of yokai are you? Rias pressed on. "I would prefer not to answer that. I'm sure that you would also like keep your safety uncompromised." Issei tried to appeal but it seemed unlikely that Rias would accept that. "Very well, then. I am Rias Gremory of the Gremory Devil clan. As you may know, I am a pure-blooded devil and devils have a weakness against light. Of course, that is common knowledge now. So then, may I ask what kind of yokai you are?" Rias looked at Issei again. "Fair enough. I guess if they bring a dragon slayer out, I'll have to make sure that I take it out before it's used against me." Issei really wasn't being left with any room to work with. "I'm half dragon," Issei responded finally. Rias's brows furrowed in surprise. "A half dragon. Here, this doesn't bode well." Rias was certain that most dragons didn't involve themselves with any faction, save for a select few, like Tannen. "May I ask for the names of your parents?" Rias asked again, curious to find out more about him. Issei recalled that Azazel told him to never give the names of his parents, or else. "I'm very sorry but I've sworn an oath not to give the names of my parents," Issei vehemently declared to Rias. Force wasn't the best way to go about things, so Rias let the matter drop. "I understand. Very well, then. However, let me make this clear. If you cause trouble in this territory, consequences await you. I won't tolerate any troublemaking. Please bear that in mind." Rias ended her talk with him on that note. "I understand. I will be off then." Issei rose up from his seat and left when he realized what time it was. Today was far too important to pass up. He could ask Rias for more information later. Several minutes later, a certain black-haired young lady came out of a doorway that led into a different room, presumably a small little snack room or kitchen, given how she came out with a tray of tea and cookies. "Oh my, did your guest leave already, President?" Aquino looked around and found that the guest that Rias had been waiting for was gone. "Yes, he did. Sorry, Aquino." Rias apologized to her queen piece for having her make tea and cookies for nothing. "It's fine, Rias. By the way, who was it?" Aquino wasn't aware of the identity of this person, and so she couldn't help but be curious. He was a half-human, half-dragon. His name was Issei Hyoudou, a second-year transfer student. Rias spoke and was then shocked by the sound of a tray dropping. The tray Aquino was holding had clattered to the floor as Aquino's eyes widened in shock. "Issei's here." Aquino started to feel old emotions rising to the surface in her mind. Anger, pain, sorrow, and relief all boiled to a rise in Aquino. She remembered her past where she had been discovered under piles of ash. She had only been 11 when she was taken in by distant relatives, and after some time, she had been chased out when her heritage of being half-fallen angel was discovered. She spent some time wandering around, using her purification skills as services to buy food. She could barely hang on to life until the time came where she had almost lost it. On a fateful day, Aquino had wandered into the territory of the Hyunjima clan, who were still after her life and the life of her father. She could recall the events as if it were yesterday. She remembered how she was about to be killed until she was saved by Rias and Faust. After much negotiation, Aquino was allowed to be free in exchange for never entering Hyunjima territory. However, while she was eternally grateful to the Gremory clan, Aquino couldn't help but imagine what it could have been like if she had lived with Issei and Vali. When she thought about it, only bitterness and anger came to mind. Why aren't Issei and Vali coming to save me? Do they hate me for my wings too? Why, I thought Issei and Vali were my friends. We promised to be there for each other. Have they forgotten me? These were questions that Aquino would never stop asking when she was younger. Had her supposed two best friends forgotten all about her and were living happy lives? She had grown bitter and angry when nobody from her past had come to save her, nor did it seem like anyone was searching for her. She had learned how to fight from a young age and was always able to sense presences. Not once was she able to sense any fallen angels near her when she was wandering Japan. Not once did she ever sense anyone trying to find her. Now, in present time, Aquino had grown to hate Issei and Vali as well, along with all other fallen angels. Rias and Kiba were stunned by how upset Aquino looked. Her eyes were wide, wet with angry tears, her brows were furrowed, and her teeth were grit. "Aquino, what's wrong?" Rias was largely unaware of Aquino's past with Issei since she had never made any reference to it. To her, this was the absolute first time she'd ever seen Aquino like this. There was so much that she had wanted to say to Issei, specifically. Yet, she had come so far. She had managed to leave that chapter of her life behind, despite the resentment and bitterness trapped in her heart. "Nothing, Rias. Just some unwanted attention and history I don't want to talk about." "Do you not want to see him?" Kaneko asked. Kaneko could tell that Aquino didn't have a positive opinion of Issei, whoever he was. Aquino didn't respond, merely sitting down and sipping her tea. Although, the bitter frown on her face didn't go away. Far away, in the shopping district, Issei was conversing with D-Drag. "D-Drag, what kind of flowers should I get them? It's been a while since I saw them." Issei mused as he stopped by a flower vendor. "It wouldn't hurt to get several kinds if you don't know what to get." D-Drag responded. He wasn't exactly an expert on flower symbolism, so he couldn't help Issei much in this field. Issei was amazed by the wide range of flora in the shop and bought several kinds. Having brought along a bucket of water after dropping off his things at home, Issei placed his bouquets of flowers into the bucket and made his way to a place he hadn't been to in years. Issei had gone to the rebuilt Hyunjima shrine, which had been discreetly restored by Azazel. Walking around the shrine and entering the burial grounds, Issei stopped in front of 4 graves. Laying out 4 bouquets in front of the graves, Issei did his prayers and then began to talk to them. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Ost, Lily's theme. Play song. "Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. How have you been?" "I've been doing fine, in case you were wondering. I've spent the last 9 years training with Uncle Azazel. It was so grueling that I felt like I was in the worst pits of hell. I finally managed to obtain Balance Breaker, Dad, just like how you wanted me to. I haven't forgotten any of your lessons either. And Mom, I've never forgotten what you told me either. I'll always try to be merciful." Issei spoke as if the spirits of his parents were in front of him. "I'm living alone in Kyoto now. I actually moved back into our old house. I'm kinda nervous about it. I've lived through almost 10 years depending on Uncle Azazel for parental support. Now that I'm almost a fully grown man, I'm not sure what to expect, but I'll do my best. So rest assured that I'll keep walking like how you wanted me to." Issei then turned to the 3rd gravestone. "Hi, Auntie Shuri. Are you doing okay? It's been a long time since I visited you. I guess it's been about 8 years. Uncle Barakil is still as stern as ever, but lately, ever since you died, Uncle Barakil has gotten sullener. When he came back to Grigori, he spent every day crying over you and Aquino. He even got insomnia because of his grief. Also, he's been shutting down some of his emotions too. He doesn't laugh anymore and he doesn't really smile much now. Auntie, I'm so sorry that Uncle Azazel and I can't help him gain closure. Please help him, Auntie. Issei put a hand on Shuri's gravestone and made a request to her spirit since he wasn't sure if he could do anything anymore. Issei made another silent prayer and finally he turned to the last grave. Akino, Issei spoke glumly. I miss you so much. Not a single day goes by that I don't remember our days as children. I miss playing with you and I miss spending time with you. Ever since the day Uncle Barrakiel came back, he said that the shrine got turned into ash and he couldn't even come search for your bodies because he got teleported away before he could come get you and your mother. When Barrakiel and other fallen angels came to look at the shrine, they found nothing. The whole shrine got reduced to nothing. Issei's voice shook. I'm so sorry that I broke my promise to you. I remember that I promised to protect you and Vali when we were children. Until this day, I've never forgiven myself for failing you and Auntie Shuri. Uncle Azazel and Uncle Barrakiel didn't tell me, but I found out about how you and Auntie Shuri died. Issei pursed his lips, a lump forming in his throat. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Uncle Barrakiel would have never left you two that day and you would be safe and alive. If I hadn't been so weak, I would have never fallen under the Juggernaut Drive spell. If I hadn't been possessed by the past wielders of the boosted gear I wouldn't have caused you two to die. Issei stopped himself before he could break down completely. Despite all that, silent tears fell down his face. I'd give my life so that you and Aunt Shuri could be with Uncle Barrakiel again. I'm so pathetic. I couldn't save you and Vali, and because of me, you and Auntie died. I never even got to tell you how much I liked you. If we continued growing up together, I'd be in love with you. Issei's voice continued to tremor. And now, you just might be alive. Tinges of hope started to fill Issei's voice. I saw someone just like Aunt Shuri. I'm going to find out tomorrow whether or not she really is Akino. Issei took a deep breath to calm down. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Ost, Lily's theme. End song. He had repressed those thoughts and feelings for so long that it felt refreshing to get it all out. For years, he'd blamed himself for the death of Shuri and Akino. Even though the guilt still wasn't gone, Issei swore that he'd find Akino's doppelganger and get the answers. The next day, Issei went to school, wanting more information. It was going to be easy, given it was school. As he walked through the gates, gasps of admiration and gawking sounds went behind him. He turned around and saw 4 young ladies entering campus. It was Riaz, Akino, and 2 others. Issei stared at Akino, unsure if it was really her or just doppelganger theory. Your second day and you're already interested in someone. Issei turned around and saw a young woman with braided pigtails and pink glasses. It was Eika Kuryu. It's not like that. I'm just curious about why everyone's gawking and gasping at them. Are they celebrities? Issei asked. They're the 4 great ladies of Kyo. They're popular because they've all got amazing looks and smarts. The boys drool all over them, though they don't reciprocate. The redhead is Riaz Gremory, a foreigner. The one with short black hair and glasses is Sona Shitori, the student council president. The other one with the long black hair and glasses is Tsubaki Shinra. The one with the black hair and a ponytail is Akino Haimjima. Issei started sweating. He already knew the answer, but he didn't want to give himself false hope. Shame and guilt washed over him. Eika noticed that, putting a hand on his shoulder. You all right? You're as pale as Madohama and Matsuda when they're caught peeping. Why yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Issei's voice was small. Issei spent the entire day trying to figure what he would say. Hell, even if he made a pretty speech and talk about feelings, it'd just be a smoldering pile of excuses. On his first break, Issei walked through the halls, only for Akino to be heading in his direction. Akino Issei called out to her, but she ignored him, walking away as if he were thin air. At lunch, he went to her classroom, only for her to be gone. It was clear to Issei that she had no desire to see him. The next day, he tried again on the afternoon break, only for the young lady named Kaneko to stop him in the hallway. Senpai, Akino isn't here right now. Issei figured Kaneko was playing messenger. Howd, please don't harass Akino too much. Kaneko's tone was flat, but Issei could sense the ominous warnings hidden underneath. In the distance, Kiba only gave him a sympathetic smile. Issei was disheartened, even sad, but it gladdened him to see that there were people who cared about her. Issei even caught the eye contact that Akino and Kaneko had between the classroom and hallway. Issei sighed, nodding in defeat. Perhaps it's better if we don't see each other. If she hates me, then I don't want to push her. Issei walked away from Akino's classroom. Even if you try to put this off, there's no getting around this, partner. Walking away won't solve anything. You're just going to be tortured for the rest of your life. D-Drag warned. It's not going to reach that point, D-Drag. You're thinking the same way your predecessors did. Big things got small over time, then they got big again, and then they ran and ran before they fell. Issei sighed. D-Drag had a point. He was scared, honestly. He was afraid of what would happen. Would Akino remember him? Would she tear into him or obliterate him? Their connection was on a fragile thread and he didn't know what was going to happen. Taking a deep breath, Issei couldn't go to Akino's classroom, not wanting to cause a scene. He wrote a simple letter and began looking for Akino's locker. He stopped in front of one, hesitating for a few moments. That's not Akino's locker. Issei turned to see that it was Riaz. Her locker is behind you. She pointed at the right one. You're not going to stop me. Issei held up the envelope. That's between you and her. I figure there's some past behind you too. Whenever you come up in conversation, Akino's mood changes. The others stopped you at Akino's request. I realize that this may not be my place to interfere, but I don't think Akino can continue like this forever. I won't get in your way, but I'll give you another warning. Rias unfolded her arms and glared dangerously at him. Akino's like a sister to me and is a part of my household. I don't care who you are. If you hurt Akino, I'll make you regret it with every connection and power I have. I'm only letting you near her for now until she makes how she feels about you clear. If she decides she really doesn't want anything to do with you, then please respect her wishes. Rias then walked away. Issei scratched the back of his head. There was so much ire and distress sent his way. Then again, if he were in Rias' shoes, then he'd probably react the same way. He waited on top of the school's balcony, hoping for privacy. He was so nervous, his stomach twisting into knots before bouncing like a bungee. With the past few days, Issei started to understand just how resentful she felt. He had come to a conclusion in response. Are you really going to do this, Issei? D-Drake's tone was grim. He didn't like what Issei was going to propose to Akino. Yeah, we talked to an understanding last night, didn't we? Issei sighed. There has to be another way, Issei. The door opened with a haunting creak. Issei turned around and found Akino. A part of him was elated, another part crushed by the spiteful glare she was giving. Akino closed and locked the door behind her. Hello. Issei knew it was an awkward start, but what else was he to do? You've grown up. Akino's reply was laced with cold venom. Issei paused. He had words, but they were just so difficult to get out. Where were you? Akino cut him off. At first, she was going to let him say his piece, but her temper had gotten the better of her. She was hurt and she wanted him to know. Where were you? Akino repeated herself, each word like a hammer dropping on Issei's head. Bleachost, soundscape to order. Play song. I drifted around for years, wondering where you were. I wondered just how long I had to wait for someone to help me. I was kicked out of home after home, starving and scared. You promised to protect me when we were kids. Where were you? At the last sentence, Akino's anger exploded. She stared swords through him. Tears dotted the corner of her eyes as she trembled with rage. We all thought you were dead. Uncle Barakil only saw your home destroyed, turned into ash. He even went back to look for you, but he couldn't find you or your mother's body. We even went looking for you. Akino grit her teeth, her anger still unabated. People know of Rias. I even earned my own title. Azazel isn't an idiot. Why didn't you reach out to me, Issei? Where were you and Vali? She screamed, her tears now falling freely. Issei was silent, only able to listen as she vented. You two were my best friends. I hate fallen angels. It's because of them that my mother died. It's the source of all my misery. I didn't hate you two because you weren't fallen angels. Now, why did you only choose to appear now? Akino's voice became low again. We really thought you died. I know I failed you. I'm sorry for all that. What good does it do to apologize after the damage has been done? You think I'll just forgive you for breaking my heart after one apology? Did you really think that if you just said sorry and showered me with sympathetic words that I'd just forgive you? No, not at all. You can blame me for everything. But, please, don't blame the others. Issei begged as he got on his knees. Explain yourself. Akino was panting, her anger and curiosity blending into adrenaline. It was after we got attacked as kids. After I thought you two died, I went into a state called Juggernaut Drive. I got possessed by the past hosts of the boosted gear. It's a state that fully unleashes the boosted gear's power, but it also drives the user berserk. I went on a rampage and Azazel called your father to help subdue me. If it were outsiders, they'd have killed me. Akino knew Issei was many things as a child, but a liar wasn't one of them. She didn't want to believe it, but she had heard of the Juggernaut Drive before. Every passage she'd read about it in books always ended with the user's death. She didn't want to believe him, but she knew that there was some truth to his words. It's all my fault. The reason why your dad went away that day was because of me. As for your abandonment, it's also my own fault for not looking for you. I really thought that you died that day. Not a day didn't go by where I didn't think of you. I know I can't instantly make up for all the pain I've caused you, but I'm truly sorry. I broke my promise to be there for you. I didn't even look for you. I know I can't bring your mother back. If you never want to see me again, that's fine. If you even want to kill me, that's fine too. For a long time, Issei had thought about it. It was his blunder that cost Barakil and Akino a wife and mother. He'd shattered their happy family because of his weak mind. He'd always prepared himself for such a conclusion if he had to give his life to pay for the tragedy of Shuri's death. I'm offering my life to you. Do with it as you will. Issei prostrated himself, ready for a fatal outcome. Akino was wide-eyed, stunned silent. She stared into his eyes, as if she could see into his soul. He was dead serious about dying to appease her grudge. Akino swallowed the lump in her throat. She bore a grudge against him, but it never got to the level of wanting revenge. Akino stood as still as a mountain, trying to come to a conclusion. Everything Issei told her made sense. If she were totally honest, she knew that her grudge was unreasonable. Nobody was truly at fault. It was just the cruelty of fate. Issei had flown into a rage because she and Vali were almost fatally wounded. Barakil was strong enough and cared enough to help stop him. She'd awoken from the ashes of her home and knew that anyone would have believed she had died. In the deepest, darkest parts of her soul, she only blamed the people in her old life because it kept her going for a while. It gave her something to keep herself from being devoured by despair. It gave her the time she needed to salvage her sanity. Bleachost, soundscape to order. End song. Akino took a deep breath, unsure of how much she would regret her decision. The tears continued to fall, almost like the last of her poisonous emotions were leaving her system. Issei closed his eyes, bracing for the worst. I forgive you, Issei. What happened wasn't really your fault. I only blamed you and the others because ... it helped me stay sane. I know it was wrong, but wandering around from place to place, hated because of something you can't help. I was so close to falling off the edge so many times. I was so tired. Akino sank to her knees. Issei and Akino were in complete silence after they bared out what they wanted to say. Hajime, I really do want us to be the way we used to be. I'll do whatever it takes to make it up to you. Akino remained quiet, still sorting herself out. After finally unloading all her resentment and coming to terms with the reality of it all, she felt immensely better. Issei, I also feel the same way. I'm also sorry. I wasn't being fair. I've heard of the Juggernaut Drive and what it does. We were all just kids. I'm also sure it wasn't easy to bear those thoughts of guilt till now, especially since you offered to die. It was clear that the two had sharp blows dealt to their mental health, given both their dialogues. Still, the bonds that they shared from their past made it easier than normal to forgive. What does this mean then? Where do we go from here? Issei awkwardly looked at her. Were they friends again? After almost 9 years apart, with some of them being full of resentment from one side, it would be strange to easily just sweep it all aside. Regardless, Akino knew there was only one way to move on with her life. I want to be friends again, Issei. I forgive you, even though it wasn't necessarily your fault. Issei couldn't be happier upon hearing that. Thank you, Hajime. Akino retorted. Call me Akino, like you used to. Issei felt his heart shiver again. There was still hope. Thank you, Akino. He corrected himself. Now that we've come to an understanding, I'll see you tomorrow, Issei. Come by the club after school. I want to introduce you to the others. Also, please keep this a secret from my father. I don't think I'm ready to see him just yet. I will, Akino. Issei smiled. When she left, Issei took a deep breath. He felt light as a feather, the emotional weight he'd put on himself was gone. He didn't expect things to be sugar and rainbows after this, but he could at least take heart that Akino was willing to forgive him. I'm happy for you, partner. D-Drag chuckled softly. I'm thankful things worked out that well. I expected to die. Akino would have never gone that far. Maybe. Either way, I would have accepted whatever she chose to do. Are you going to confess to her about how strongly you liked her as kids? Issei paused. I'm not sure, D-Drag. We've grown up. Don't lie to me, Issei. You've still got a torch for her. If you two had stayed connected till now, you'd have been in love with her, wouldn't you? Issei trailed off. Wouldn't you? D-Drag repeated himself. Probably. To be honest, if we'd had more time to develop our relationship, I'd have been head over heels in love with her. What about right now? A man in love would willingly die for the person they loved, as cheesy as that sounds. Still, it's been so long. She's probably not the same as when we were little. It's too soon. And if you had to make a statement right now, I still have feelings for her, more than a crush, but less than being in total love, I guess. Like I said, it's been so long. D-Drag chuckled to himself. Akino was still standing on the other side of the door, having heard his conversation with Issei. Her face was burning red, her heart beating rapidly. He had a crush on me since we were kids. He actually felt the same way. Akino was relieved. It was sudden to be feeling this way after having declared resentment toward him mere minutes ago. However, it wouldn't have been forgiveness if she hadn't let it all go. As children, Akino had a crush on Issei, admiring how cheerful he was in the positive atmosphere he could make. It also helped that he was one of the few boys she knew back then. Akino couldn't help but smile. Perhaps this could be a fresh start for the both of them in certain ways. She descended the stairs below, wondering what the next day would bring. Waking bright and early the next morning, Issei felt refreshed and relaxed for the first time in a long time. With the fact that Akino was alive and well, Issei could barely contain his excitement. However, a new thought crossed his mind. Barakiel had to know. Unfortunately, Issei recalled his conversation with Akino the previous night. She didn't want to meet him or face him, not yet, at least. She couldn't sum up her courage to speak to him after the last time they met. He had decided that he would respect her wishes. He didn't know what their exchange was like before they went their separate ways. Looking at his clock, Issei decided that he'd get ready for school. He still had to play catch-up with human life. After preparing his lunch and leaving his house, Issei was met by Akino, who had apparently come to pick him up. Good morning, Akino. Issei beamed at her brightly, making the young lady blush. Good morning, Issei. Akino returned the smile. How'd you know I was back in my old house? I figured you still had an attachment to it. Akino replied as they walked to school. True, I can be a bit sentimental. Issei, you're a third year, right? Akino looked at him with a hopeful expression. No, I'm not. I'm actually a second year, Issei responded. Akino looked saddened when he told the truth. Oh, she looked disappointed. Issei instantly felt bad for telling her that. She must have been hoping that I'd be in the same year as her so we could spend more time together. Issei exhaled, lost on what to do. Well, for what it's worth, at least we found each other and now we can spend time together again, like the old days. Hyoudous have 4 years of school like in the US, after all. Issei softly comforted her. Akino's expression lightened a little. True, at least we know where the other is now. Akino found solace in that thought. The two continued walking to school happily until they encountered other students. Several other men were glaring at Issei as they had noticed that he was walking so closely to one of the greatest beauties of the school. Akino noticed the many stink eyes that Issei was getting and merely chuckled. After entering the school, the two had to part ways. I'll come get you after school's over so we can go to the club. Akino twirled around as she looked at him with puppy dog eyes. Why does she do that to me whenever she makes a request? She knows I can't say no. Issei complained. Why don't you just oblige her, partner? It's a good way to make up for lost time. Who knows, she might even have something naughty in mind. D-Drag made his input. Of course, I'll oblige her. Also, since when did you have those kinds of perverted thoughts? Isn't that my department, according to you? Issei was a bit bothered by D-Drag's sudden suggestion. D-Drag remained silent as he realized what he had let slip. He didn't mention to Issei before that he once had multiple dragon mates, and he would prefer to keep things that way. Hypocrite, Issei taunted with a smug grin, causing a vein to pop on D-Drag's forehead. Issei made his way to his classroom and was swarmed by questions. What have you done? Are you dating Himejima? What a shame. You. What irritated Issei the most was the fact that the perverted duo, Madohama and Matsuda, were in his face, spouting curses and insults. Could the both of you get out of my way, please? Issei politely spoke to them, though that infuriated them more. No way. Answer us. How did you seduce and ensnare one of the four great ladies? Matsuda spat. These two. I really want to kick their asses. Not only are they peeping toms, they're harassers. Issei felt multiple veins popping on his forehead. Hey, you two. Quit bothering the transfer student. The brunette, twin-tailed girl, Murayama, interjected. That's right. Several others in the class, including the guys and girls, spoke at the same time. The entire morning, since the duo saw Issei with Akino, they had been making loud racket out of perverted envy. Silenced by the majority, Issei looked at the class with a look of gratitude and sat himself down at his seat. Clearly, they were more fed up with the perverted duo than he was. Kiba nodded at him, to which Issei returned the greeting. As lessons began, Issei wondered whether or not he should contact Volley. It had been years since they had talked, seeing as how she had left for traveling the world to train. Having left the north, Issei had a much harder time talking to her, given how he didn't want to bother her. Still, Azazel told him that Volley was returning soon, within 2 or 3 months, actually. When Issei found out that very morning, he could barely contain his excitement. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked around and found Akino looking him in the eyes. Akino, how come you're here? Issei was alarmed by her sudden appearance but then looked at the clock. It was lunchtime. Oh crap. Issei had been so busy in his thoughts that time had passed almost within the blink of an eye. Were you too busy daydreaming to remember that lunch just started? Akino made a mock scolding look. Sorry, senpai. Issei went along with her but that made her genuinely upset. It's a Keno, the girl said as she bent over, giving Issei a good look at her gifted bosom as they bounced. Oh goodness, they bounce. Issei noted in his mind but his face remained composed. Once more, he mentally slapped himself for being a perv. Oh okay, Akino. Issei backed away as she got closer to him. Hearing him call her by her first name without honorifics always made her happy. It made sense, seeing as how it showed how close they were. Come on, let's go have lunch. Akino grabbed Issei's wrist as she led him up to the school roof. When several people saw her behaving this way, they questioned the change in her characteristics. Normally, Akino was graceful and calm, but ever since the day started, she was more energetic, beaming happy radiance so brightly that it could have blinded the unshielded eye. After sitting down on a bench, the two began to converse as they ate. Uncle Azazel told me this morning that Volley's coming back from her training in 2 or 3 months. He said that she's moving here to Kyoto to study like a normal girl. Apparently she told him that she wanted to experience human life. I don't know where she's going to stay though. Issei informed Akino, whose expression had gained reasonable cheer. After Issei explained that Volley had gone on to travel the world, Akino gained a bit more understanding as to why Volley hadn't found her either. By the way, Akino, where are you living now? Is Ria's giving you a place to stay? Yes, she's given me an apartment. It's rather comfortable. Perhaps you should come to visit sometime. Akino offered in a friendly fashion. Also, Issei, do you mind if I come over sometime? Akino couldn't resist asking. This instantly caught Issei's attention. Of course, feel free to drop by whenever you want, he said warmly. He started fishing into his pocket, taking out a key. Akino gasped to herself. They were moving so quickly. Here's a spare key to my house. If there's anything you need or just want to talk, then let yourself in. Issei grinned. He swore that no matter what, this time he'd keep his promise to Akino. Akino wanted to jump for joy but poised herself. Since when was she one to get excited about such a thing? Thank you, Issei. I'll see you after school at the clubroom. Akino then got up and left as the end bell for lunch came. Eventually, the time came and Issei found himself outside of the Orc clubroom again. Knocking on the door, he heard the voice of the crimson-haired princess. Come in. Opening the door, Issei saw the entire Orc waiting for him. He saw Rias, Kiba, and Kaneko sitting. Welcome, Issei. Akino delightfully smiled as she led him inside. Everyone in the room looked at them in surprise when they saw the queen of the Gremory peerage become bubbly. Please have a seat. I'll be right back. Akino smiled at him sweetly as she entered another room to prepare tea and snacks. Ria smiled in relief when she noticed Akino's happy mood. Ria's feared that something bad was going to happen when she told Akino of Issei's desire to meet her. When she saw her queen again, she was acting as very differently. Whoever this guy is ... it seems like he's not a bad guy if Akino is so happy around him. Rias looked at Issei as he sat quietly. She'd ruled out foul play since she'd kept an eye on Issei whenever he was on campus. After Akino brought out beverages and snacks, she immediately sat next to her childhood friend, surprising everyone else again. Now then, let's get to business. Issei, would you like to join the Occult Research Club? Rias didn't show it, but she considered him as a peerage candidate. Dragons were strong and were largely resistant to many forms of magic, something that she would need in the near future. Issei was taken aback by her offer. He had never expected her to offer him a place in her circle so easily so soon. Then again, he knew of the Devil's peerage system, so he suspected that she wanted him to be in her peerage. Thankfully, he hadn't revealed his identity as the Red Dragon Emperor, though he hoped that Akino hadn't said anything about it either. There was also the fact that Akino must have wanted him to be in there. To be honest, he wanted to join too, so that he could spend more time with her. He had missed her terribly ever since he thought that she died, so this was a chance that he couldn't pass up. However, he had to make one thing clear. I must make one condition clear before we continue first, Ms. Rias. Issei looked at her seriously with piercing eyes. Rias looked at him and waited for his words. I know of the Devil's reincarnation system, hack of the peerage system. I must make it clear now that I cannot join your peerage. I swore an oath and I must keep it. Issei looked at her apologetically, though she relented and nodded at him. Very well. Still, you are free to join the club if you want. No strings attached to you. I can tell you that the benefits are using club activities as excuses to do what you need to. You'll also be excused automatically for whatever reason. On the other side, if you do something that reflects badly on the club, you'll have to face consequences. Deal? Rias made a bitter smile, but she respected his wishes. Issei knew that he would get strung along if Rias had him in her peerage. He didn't want to be tied to a faction for life in such a way. Issei had also stopped being an agent of Grigori as a precaution. Azazel understood and wholeheartedly supported him. He was still his legal guardian, so there wasn't much change in their connection. This meant that he was a freelancer if he were to be described. Okay, I'll join, but what does the club do exactly? Issei decided that if there was going to be a cover, then he'd need substance to sustain it. We mostly use real ghosts and monsters to create reports and articles that would be plausible to humans. It's not really much. Us devils use our work to provide backstory to our activities. Around once every few weeks or a month, you have to submit a report on the supernatural. Other than that, there's nothing much to do. Rias spoke before sipping some tea. Issei felt a bit surprised by how lax the club was, but since it was a front to hide the fact that the club was full of devils, it was reasonable. So I take it that everyone here is a devil. Issei looked around and was met with nods. Yes, everyone here is a part of my peerage, Rias admitted calmly. I see. Issei guessed that Rias was still scouting for potential peerage members. May I ask who is what piece? Issei questioned again. I am the king, Akino is the queen, Kiba is a knight, and Kaneko is a rook. Rias spoke with a bit of dissatisfaction. She felt that her peerage was strong but lacked manpower. Nonetheless, I am very proud of my peerage. They are all people that I trust with my life. Rias noticed the quizzical look on Issei's face and moved to interject her opinion. Issei shook his head in response. I'm not looking down on your peerage, Ms. Rias. I'm only wondering if there are other peerage members. No, there isn't. Rias lied. She had a bishop, but that wasn't something she would tell a stranger. With this, silence filled the room. Issei didn't exactly have much to talk with anyone, besides Akino, so he decided that it was time to go home. He wasn't very fond of staying after school long anyways. Well, I should get going then. I have matters to attend to, so I will trouble you all no more. Issei stood up, bowed, and left. As he closed the door, Rias turned to Akino. So, is everything all right? Yeah, better than ever. Akino nodded. Is he that childhood friend you told us about? Kaneko asked. Yeah, he's the boy I had an intense crush on as a kid. I just didn't show it. Akino chuckled lightly at the fond memories. I thought you'd still be distant with him. Rias was taken aback by how quickly Akino's perspective had shifted. Normally, that'd be the case, but he's also suffered loss. Besides, I've managed to come to terms with my problems. Rias smiled to herself. Despite all her attempts to help Akino, this had been one issue she knew that only she could resolve. Well, we do have orders to eliminate the stray devil, Visor, tonight, but I think that it would be prudent to keep an eye on Issei for a little while. Think you can do that, Akino? Rias wanted to push her along, and so she gave her this chance, winking. Akino looked at her graciously. Of course, Rias. Then I think you should stick with him for a little while. We'll take care of Visor. It shouldn't be too hard. Rias dismissed her queen, who smiled gratefully at her. When Akino left, Kiba and Kaneko looked at Rias curiously. Is it okay to let her run off by herself with him? Kiba worried for the safety of the vice president, who was like an older sister to him. It's fine. If Akino trusts him so wholeheartedly, that's good enough for me. She's been through a lot, so I want to help her experience some more bright aspects of life, even if only a little. Besides, I had Sona take a look into his background. Riaz looked at her cup of tea. Outside, Issei was making his way home until he saw someone standing in his path. It was a young, teenage woman. She had long, free, raven black hair, violet eyes, and a gifted bust, though they weren't as large as Akino's. She's a fallen angel. I can sense her species aura. I wonder if she's stationed around here. Normally, Azazel would have let me know if he had posted anyone here, though. Maybe she's a rogue. Issei made sure to avoid looking at her directly. Only taking discreet glances, did he notice that she was staring at him, albeit with a mesmerized expression. He also noticed the faint blush on her face, making him uncomfortable. He tried to act normal, but he failed to ignore her as she called out to him. You're Issei Hyoudou, right? She turned to him with a nervous expression. Issei turned to her and sized her up, trying to determine if she was an enemy. Wah, she's got a really attractive figure. Hubba hubba. No, stay. Bad Issei. Don't think pervy thoughts about strangers, you sicko. Issei scolded himself as he returned his attention to the girl in front of him. If his mother were still alive, she'd have been so disappointed in him. My name's Yuruma Mano. I go to a different school in Kyoto and I've seen you pass by here a couple of times, so I've been wondering do you have a girlfriend? She asked him with hopeful eyes, catching Issei by surprise. Okay, she's definitely not affiliated with Azazel or maybe even Grigori. I would have known her if she was. She must be up to something to ask me out at first meetings. I should investigate. Crap. I can't. I have Akino to think about and there's Volley too. What am I supposed to do? Issei had thrown himself into a dilemma due to his own morals. Now, it fell upon Demi-Dragon's shoulders to advise him like a good partner would. For now, how about you try to establish some meeting grounds? Don't do the date act. Just try to get to know her first and pry for information in a subtle way. Chances are, she knows who you are, so play it off as if you don't suspect her and don't get too defensive about your identity. Only give small drops of details or even lie. The Red Dragon said. Okay, whatever you say, D-Drag. Issei swallowed his morals and pride and spoke. No, I don't. Can I ask why you're interested? Issei looked at her coyly. At that instant, Yuma's face lit up. Thank goodness. I was hoping that you didn't. Well, you see, I wanted to know why you wanted to go out on a date this weekend. Yuma's face seemed happy. I'm sorry, but I think going on a date with someone that I just met is a bad idea. You don't know who I am and vice versa. How about we just hang out as friends first, instead of going on a date? Issei offered. Yuma seemed quite saddened, but then her expression changed to a happier one when she looked at his warm brown eyes. Okay, how about we meet up at the train station at 1 on Seri? She smiled brightly. While Issei knew that what they were doing was a date, he didn't want to give her a false indication of their relationship in case she was serious. Far away, Akino watched with an upset glare. She was about to call out to Issei with a cheerful smile until she saw him talking with Yuma. At first, she'd assumed that they were merely being friendly with each other until she heard the contents of what they were talking about. Having only heard about their activities and appointment time, she had assumed that the pair was organizing a date. At that instant, Akino felt an ugly feeling in her chest. She felt powerful jealousy, though she didn't fully register it. Akino glared in Issei's direction. Small crackles of electricity popped around her. I know that we haven't seen each other in a long time and we may not be the same as when we were kids. Still, does he agree to anything a pretty face says to him? Leering at the two from a hidden location, she watched as Yuma left, leaving a smiling Issei. Akino took a deep breath to calm down. What he did in his own time was his business. Still, she was disliking the idea of Issei being with some stranger. When he turned around, he was met with the glare of his beloved childhood friend. Akino, when did you get here? I've been here for 5 minutes already. Akino was calm, but Issei knew something was off. Worst of all, he didn't want to create any misunderstandings. It looks like she's a fallen angel, though she doesn't know that I've discovered her secret. As you already know, I lived with Uncle Azazel since my parents died, and not once have I ever seen her before. I know everybody at Grigori and she's never appeared on any files, and it's just too strange for some random person to walk up to me and confess. That's why I'm going to find out her motives. Issei sincerely declared to her. Akino looked at him, but soon enough, her expression softened and her annoyance disappeared completely. Make sure you be careful. Should I tag along? She offered. If her friend was in trouble, she wanted to be there to help. I should be okay. I may not look like it, but I've had my fair share of fights. Besides, I don't want to cause any problems with Riaz if I'm hugging you all the time. It then dawned on Akino that thin line of protocols and alignment was hampering them. I see, then. Good luck, tomorrow. If you think something's wrong, then don't wait to tell me. Akino gently patted his shoulder before leaving. The rest of the school week, things were the same as usual. Akino was being bright and cheerful around Issei. That only spawned more rumors, something neither could confirm nor deny. Issei still had no idea how Akino felt, nor did he know that she had overheard him on the rooftop with Demi-Dragon. Finally, the day that Issei would receive answers had come. Dressing himself in a red shirt and black jacket with white pants and black shoes, Issei waited for Yuma at the train station. At exactly 1, the stunning beauty arrived. When Issei laid eyes upon her, he was astounded by her. She was wearing a lilac button-up shirt with a black miniskirt and black shoes, with a purple bag in her hands. I hope you didn't have to wait long. She looked at Issei with nervous eyes. Shaking himself out of his stupor, he shook his head. No, I didn't, Issei replied. So where did you want to go? The raven-haired girl asked enthusiastically. Anywhere you want. If you're not sure, I have a few suggestions. The two then proceeded to go to the shopping district to look at the different stores. At a particular clothing store, Issei had noted that 3 presences were following him. Not wanting to set anyone off, he played oblivious. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and found Yuma in a black one-piece dress that reached her knees. There were also frilly silver decorations lining the attire. How do I look? She looked at him with a hopeful look. Beautiful, Issei sincerely admitted, making Yuma blush in excitement. After trying on several more outfits, Yuma was ready to pay. When Issei and her stood at the register, Issei dropped a coin. Yuma, you dropped a coin. Issei pointed at it, causing the young lady to look away as the young lad pulled out his debit card. Oops, thanks for spotting that, Issei. She responded as she bent on her knees to edit. At that instant, Issei swiped his debit card and completed the payment. Thank you for shopping with us. The cashier bowed as Rainer shot around in surprise. Issei, why you didn't have to do that? She sputtered. It's fine. Come on, let's go to another place, Issei said as he took her bags and walked out with her. Subconsciously, Demi-Dragon laughed at his partner. You said not to treat this like a date, but you're acting like a boyfriend. Idiot. Demi-Dragon then laughed, though he said all of this without Issei hearing him. In the past, several fallen angels at Grigori had raised Issei to be a gentleman with generosity. And now, Issei did these things subconsciously, much to his own surprise. Of course, it was kinda the only option. The men at Grigori, except for Barakil and Shemhazai, weren't exactly right in the head. That left the ladies to teach him etiquette. I'm going to become poor at this rate if I don't keep myself in check. Issei paled. That's why you don't pay for every single little thing, dumbass. Sure, pay for your meals, but don't buy all the things someone else picks out just because you want to be a gentleman. Acting rich is a good way to become poor. Dropping by an accessory shop, Yuma had taken a particular interest in a pink bracelet with some red decorative lines on it. However, Yuma stopped looking at it and then went around the shop to look at other things. Little did Issei know, she had purchased a gift for him as thanks. Seeing that she was eyeing the bracelet from before, Issei went to the storekeeper. Excuse me, I'd like to purchase this, please. Issei pointed at the bracelet that Yuma had been looking at and had it boxed and wrapped after paying 10,000 yen. When the two met up, they were both surprised at the bags in each other's hands but laughed it off as both of them buying something for themselves. I can't believe we had the same idea. Yuma chuckled. I guess I'm not as sneaky as I thought. Issei sheepishly scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He really had never dated before, so he was out of his depth. During their time together, Issei couldn't pick up any killing intent from her. Not even a small bit of dark emotion was trailing from her. The same could be said about the 3 other presences that were tailing the two. Instead of dark malice, he felt almost mechanical coldness coming from the other 3 auras. After grabbing a bite to eat, Issei deduced that Yuma was either seriously crushing on him or she was a really good actress. It was now time to start asking questions. Say, Yuma, Issei called out to her. She looked up at him after taking a bite of her parfait, a look of questioning on her face. Did you invite anyone else to come along today? Issei asked her passively. Yuma was about to drop her spoon but caught herself. Her facade would have broken if she had forgotten about what was at stake. Nope. I asked some of my other friends and they told me that they couldn't. Yuma blushed. Partner, I think that you should start digging a bit deeper. Let's see how she reacts. Demi-Dragon advised. I see. So, Yuma, do you believe in the supernatural? Issei asked her, once again making her edgy. It looks like he caught on to my identity. Yuma thought sadly. I do. The young lady decided that she'd go along with his act. Really? I do too. I believe in all kinds of supernatural like mythology from different religions and folklore. Issei elaborated. I've never actually seen the supernatural but I believe in them. Yuma said with a slightly defeated tone. She didn't sound very happy when she spoke. Issei's eyebrows raised up as he looked at the girl in front of him. I don't know if it's me, Demi-Dragon, but I think there's more to this than meets the eye. I don't know if she's doing this of her own choice anymore. Given that we sense 3 other presences, she might have been coerced into this date thing. Call me crazy, but my gut says something's up. Issei could still feel the 3 auras near them, so he wasn't going to expose Yuma yet. As far as I can tell, it's likely that she has indeed caught on to our suspicions. I think it's time this charade ended. Demi-Dragon replied. When Issei and Yuma left the diner they were at, they walked to a city square where Yuma had paused. Standing in front of Issei, she had her back to him while speaking to him. Issei, today was really fun. You showed me a great time and I learned a lot about you. To be honest, I feel sad that this is the last time we'll meet. Yuma said as tears started to form in her eyes. Hopefully Issei didn't see them. Yuma, what's wrong? Issei played oblivious but he was certain that she was going to make her move. Black feathery wings came from Yuma's back, which didn't catch Issei by surprise. Drying her tears secretly, she turned around with a steely cold look. I already know that you found out what I was, Issei. As you can tell, I'm a fallen angel. My real name is Rainer and I've been sent to assassinate you, Hyoudou Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor. Yuma, who was now Rainer, created a pinkish-red spear of light in her hand. Rainer didn't understand what was happening until Issei started walking towards her. He wasn't moving aggressively, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Yuma, tell me why you're doing this," he asked with a still gentle tone. Rainier didn't want to answer, but she felt compelled to by her conscience. She'd been bottling up all her fear and anxiety, which was finally about to spill out. She also feared she'd be killed by Issei if she didn't answer. It's because I was ordered to do this," Rainier replied, with a hesitant pause. "Tell me, who's forcing you to do this? Let me help you." Issei gave the woman in front of him a smile as he pleaded for her answer. He had seen the same eyes that she had, so many times during his missions for Grigori. He had undertaken tasks that had him deal with people who were being forced and coerced into doing things they didn't want to. Rainier's eyes widened in surprise when he deduced her problem. "Nobody is forcing me to do anything. I merely undertook this contract to kill you. Nothing more, nothing less," Rainier shouted. "Then you're telling me that you're willingly going to kill me as part of your contract?" Issei crossed his arms. His words hit her like a truck. Her conscience had been screaming for her to not go through with this. She didn't want to kill any innocents, let alone total strangers. The whole time she was with him, he was nothing but sweet and caring. A treatment that she only received from 3 other people. "Yes, I am." Rainier stepped back. She could feel her hand shaking, frosty shivers running down her back. She tried to fool him, but most important of all was that she was trying to trick herself. Issei looked at her with a pervasive expression and spoke one sentence that destroyed her composure. "Then why are you crying?" he said, having noticed the tears stream down her eyes. Rainier's was flabbergasted by his realization as she touched her own cheek and found a sad liquid from her eyes. "I don't want to do this. I don't want to kill him. I don't like hurting innocents. I'm so sorry, you 3, but I've failed you." Rainier started to sob on the ground as she covered her face. Issei walked over to her and gently gripped both of her shoulders. "Rainier, tell me what's wrong. Tell me what's happening so that I can help you." She looked up at him with her tear-stained eyes. "Issei, please help." She heaved with a pleading look. It was insanity to ask a stranger for help, but at this point, there was literally no one else. "Who's forcing you to do this?" After a few seconds, Rainier managed to calm herself before speaking. "My surrogate family, Kala Warner, Midult, and Donasik, they're being held hostage. The abandoned church in this town, a large group of stray exorcists are based there. They took my friends hostage and threatened to butcher them if I didn't kill you. They said that you were a dangerous obstacle and that you had to be eliminated." Rainier looked at Issei with an apologetic look of guilt and regret. "It's just not right. Even if I was born a fallen angel, it doesn't mean I won't kill anybody," Rainier cried out. Having heard enough, Issei knew what he had to do. He had to deal with the exorcists before they could harm Rainier's friends. He had to act fast. Recalling his mother's words, he had to show mercy and a helping hand to those that needed it. This was now that time. "I understand, Rainier. I'll take care of the problem. In the meantime, take this." Issei handed her a piece of paper with the Grigori seal on it. "What's this?" "That is a seal that'll transport you to Grigori headquarters, the HQ of the Fallen Angels and the Governor General Azazel. He can help you out. Just tell him everything you told me. Meanwhile, I have to pay a visit to the church in this town." Issei stood up and looked at said location. Rainier looked alarmed and grabbed his hand. "Wait, Issei, you can't. There's too many of them." That wasn't a problem for Issei at all. At this point, a few dozen stray exorcists were no problem. "There's a stray exorcist there. His name's Fried Selzen. He's a psychotic lunatic who likes killing people and assaulting women. That guy, there's something off about him. He's too strong to be a human. From what I've seen, he can fight devils and fallen angels without a problem." "Issei, you can't do this." Rainier tried to reason with him, but Issei was too stubborn to let things slide. "I'm sorry, Rainier, but I have to do this. I can't just sit here while someone tries to kill me and forces an innocent bystander to do it. I'll save your friends and meet up with you at Grigori headquarters. I promise on my honor and life." Issei put a reassuring hand on her shoulder as she disappeared in a magic circle that took her to Azazel. Dissipating the barrier around him, Issei noticed that the 3 auras that were tailing them the whole day were still present. "You can come out now. Your friend's been dealt with," Issei called out. In response, 3 individuals shot into the sky. He looked at the 3 figures and couldn't help but frown at the cruelty of the enemy's methods. "I see that you 3 must be the fallen angels that Rainier mentioned to me." Issei sized up each of them, but he knew that there was still work to be done. The 3 were all fallen angels. The first was tall and wore a trench coat and a fedora. He looked to be in his late 20s and he had 2 wings. The second was a tall, beautiful, buxom woman with blue, almost teal, hair and had yellow eyes. She wore a red suit that exposed much of her cleavage, something that worried Issei. The last was a young girl. She was quite short and wore a black gothic Lolita outfit with a bow in her hair. Her hair was blonde and done in twin tails and her eyes were blue. After looking at each of them, Issei knew something was off about them. Their eyes were lifeless and empty, as if the emotion had been drained from them. They were also silent to add to their emotionless expressions. "Brainwashed and controlled, huh? These priests ... just what is the Vatican doing?" Issei growled at that last part. Activating the boost gear, Issei sprouted his dragon wings and flew into action. Instantly boosting, Issei punched Donasik in the gut, causing him to gag and cough out some saliva from the sheer force of the attack. Issei gripped him and slammed him as safely as he could into the ground without seriously wounding him. set plummeting into the ground. Issei created a crater with his body as he fell unconscious. Behind him, Issei sensed 2 spears of light being thrown at him. Flying up higher into the air, Issei boosted again and fired a powerful pulse of energy that sent Calawarner and Middle flying into the ground with a loud crash. The 2 had the wind knocked out of them as Issei's attack knocked them out with sheer force. Seeing that the 3 were unconscious, Issei took out another paper with Grigori's seal on it and placed it by their feet. Attaching a note explaining what was going on, Issei activated the slip of paper and had the fallen angels transported to headquarters, in hopes that Azazel could do something to help. Now that that's settled, I'll have to stop by another place before my night is done. Issei then took matters to the next level. Cladding himself in his, Issei flew into the air and blasted off towards the church. Blasting through the roof, he descended like a red meteor of metal, startling all of the priests present with his sudden maneuver. Sending 3 brainwashed fallen angels after me was a bit stupid, especially because they were hostages. Just how dumb are all of you? Issei taunted them, infuriating them. D-Drag's voice called out. Little did many know, whenever D-Drag said boost, the amount of charges were never specified, meaning Issei could control how many boosts were done with that one activation. It was thanks to his rigorous training that he had reached the point that he didn't have to boost only once every time the command was given. Having boosted 2 times with one command, Issei coated his armor in an aura to shield himself. They all reached into their robes and pulled out guns, with each of them firing at him. As expected, the bullets rebounded in random directions, some hit the exorcists. With all of the exorcists in the room dealt with, Issei went looking all over the church. Issei, you've gone and gotten yourself into a real mess again. Shemei's eye was exasperated as always, as he spoke from a magic circle. Sorry, uncle. It wasn't my fault this time. I got dragged into it. Anyways, I need a cleanup crew at the church in Kuo. A containment unit too, since there's stray exorcists that need arresting. Fine. I wanted to let you know that the Rainier girl and her friends have arrived. The cleanup and containment units will be there in 10 minutes. Try not to cause too much trouble till then. Sensing only one aura left, Issei felt it coming from downstairs. He expected more resistance, honestly. Issei descended into the basement behind the altar and flew down the stairs. Crashing the door down in front of him, Issei found a white silvery-haired man in priest robes standing in front of a large stony cross. The priest turned around and Issei instantly knew what kind of danger he was looking at. The mad and deranged look in the priest's eyes made it obvious that he was freed Selzin. What's this? It looks like those weaklings failed to do their jobs. To think I hired help from a bunch of idiots that can't even kill one dragon. Oh well, I guess if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Fried cackled with an unstable tone as he drew a light sword and a pistol. Suddenly, a purple vapor rose from Fried's body, coating him in a dark aura that basically shouted danger. Die, he shouted as his pistol fired like a machine gun. Issei dodged and noticed that the bullets had corrosive effects, with each bullet having melted the stone walls that they had hit. Dashing forward, Issei gripped Fried's pistol and crushed it within his gauntlet. Fried snared and kicked Issei's chin, though it didn't do anything to him. Swinging his sword down on Issei's helmet, the Red Dragon Emperor sidestepped and decided to end the battle quickly. Issei fired a small orb of red energy that blew a hole in Fried's side. The mad exorcist was sent flying into the wall, gagging and coughing. Grabbing the exorcist by the collar, Issei demanded answers. So tell me why you're targeting me. Issei kept his voice menacing and cold. He didn't appreciate others being forced against their will to hurt others, let alone targeting him. I don't know. Fried felt fear encroaching him as he faced a foe that was completely unaffected by his attacks. The fact that Issei had defeated him so easily scared him, since he had never gone against an opponent that could easily do such damage to him. Is that so? Issei gripped one of Fried's arms and began tightening his hold. I really don't know. I was hired by some guy named Vilsifer. He told me to kill you in exchange for some power. He said that I could rampage on you all I wanted. He paid me with magical power. That's all I know. Fried screeched as Issei let him go because suddenly, Issei dodged a pillar of light that swallowed Fried. Light. Issei was astounded that in a pillar of light, Fried was gone. Damn, I still had more questions. Issei growled. Deciding to leave, Issei had noticed that the exorcists had all vanished too. Suspecting a conspiracy from a much higher power, Issei decided that he needed to report to Azazel about what happened. Issei teleported to Grigori's headquarters and found himself inside Azazel's office. Sitting in a chair in front of his godfather's desk was Rainier. She and the governor-general looked at him with questioning expressions. Good news. Azazel cocked a brow. I saved the fallen angels and dealt with the exorcists. Issei turned to Rainier and smiled at her. I already sent them to the medical bay. I can take you there after I'm done here. He spoke kindly to her, making her eyes widen in relief. Thank you so much, Issei. Rainier took a deep breath to calm down. She felt a massive boulder fall off her shoulder. Ever since she'd arrived, everyone had been so kind to her, something she'd gone without for a good while. Issei turned to Azazel and gave his report on what happened, much to his amusement and worry. So you're saying that Exorcist got swallowed in a pillar of light and disappeared? Azazel recalled to a similar event from Barakiel's account. Yes, still no clues, but I figure it's connected to the incident that Uncle Barracuda talked about when the family shrine got destroyed. Issei ominously spoke. This made no sense. 2 incidents of people disappearing in pillars of light and people being hired to attack Issei by someone called Vilsifer. I'll handle all of the investigation. From now on, make sure that you watch out for yourself. I don't know who's exactly targeting you, but I'm certain they'll reveal themselves soon. In the meantime, I have a job for you. Azazel then made a mischievous glint in his eyes. He's up to something. He's up to something. Issei and Demi-Dragon thought simultaneously. For now, I'll need you to take Rainier in. She's explained everything to me, but I don't think things are going to work gently for her here at Grigori. She doesn't know anyone here and you're the best choice of protection for her. Therefore, as your legal guardian and godfather, I order you to house and protect Rainier until further notice. Azazel spoke with a tone that made it clear that there would be no objections. Issei knew that Azazel was doing this just to mess with him. While Rainier stayed silent, seeing as how she had nowhere to go, Issei felt that Azazel was trying to play matchmaker again. Nevertheless, Issei happily complied. He wanted to help Rainier after all. All right, Rainier, could you wait outside for a bit? There's something that I have to talk with my uncle about. Issei remembered that he had forgotten to mention Akino to Azazel. As Rainier nodded and left silently, Issei looked at Azazel with a look of caution. Uncle, I want you to stay completely calm about what I tell you next. Azazel nodded and braced himself. Akino is alive. She's living in Kyoto and is attending the same school as me. Issei spoke slowly so that his uncle could soak everything in. Slowly, the Governor General's eyes widened and was about to yell until Issei put his hand over his mouth. No screaming. The last time you did, Uncle Barracuda and Shemazai came crashing through the door. Issei recalled the time when one of Azazel's inventions had gone haywire and he screamed like a little girl, causing his 2 friends to break into the room violently. Sadly, Issei had to clean up after them. Taking a deep breath, Azazel looked at Issei with a look of grief and cold sweat. So you're telling me that for 8 to 9 years, we abandoned her to the world, to fend for herself? I can't believe I was so blind. Akino, I'm so sorry. I should have looked harder. Uncle, I told her everything about what happened with us. I also know the truth of the incident. I know that I went berserk in my comatose state. Azazel looked at Issei with a gobsmacked expression, but Issei only looked at him with a bitter smile. Akino wanted me to tell you that she doesn't blame you anymore. Now that she knows the truth, she doesn't hate us anymore. Still, she says that she's not ready to face Uncle Barracuda yet, so this has to stay between us until further notice. Issei pleaded on behalf of his beloved, to which Azazel agreed. I understand. Thank you, Issei. Azazel relaxed. Another burden was leaving his mind, at least. Nodding, Issei left and joined Rainier, who was waiting patiently outside. Sorry to keep you waiting. The fallen angel stood up straight and shook her head. It's fine, she said before looking at Issei. Issei, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. I hope you can forgive me for trying to kill you. I know I don't deserve it, but I just wanted to let you know that Rainier was about to continue, but Issei raised his hand to silence her gently. There's no need for apologies, Rainier. You were only doing what you had to do to save your friends. I don't blame you in the slightest, so don't worry over this. Issei spoke as he led her to the medical bay to check on her friends. Rainier could barely stop herself from shaking in relief when she was told that her friends would be fine, but Shemazai had some news for the 2 visitors. Unfortunately, the 3 of them will have to remain here for a long while. The spell that they were under was quite powerful and taxing on them to remove. By my estimations, they'll have to spend a few months here. You're free to visit them, of course, though they'll remain in unconscious states for an uncertain amount of time. His words brought Rainier's mood down a little, but she appreciated knowing about the situation. After Issei and Rainier left the room, he took her to the facility's cafeteria so that she could eat something. She looked pale and needed some meat on her bones. While eating, Issei decided that he should get to know her, seeing as how she would be staying with him, much to his surprise. He also wondered how she felt about that setup. Rainier, are you comfortable with your living arrangements? If you are the slightest bit worried, I can have you live somewhere closer to your liking so that you can have an easier time. My uncle can be crazy. I can help you look for a place too. Issei looked at her with a worried expression. Rainier blushed as she shook her head. No, it's fine. I should be saying that to you. If you don't want a stranger like me to burden you, I can find another place. Well, I have no problems. If you don't have a place to stay, I will gladly open my home to you. I live alone, so if you're worried about others' inputs, then don't fret. Issei laid her worries to rest with that sentence. Rainier still wasn't sure how he could accept a total stranger into his home. Next, the 2 got to more personal topics. When Issei told her his backstory, she felt so sorry for him. The same went for Issei when Rainier told her story. My parents were fallen angels of pure blood. After they had me, they abandoned me for some reason. I was alone for a while until Kalawarner and Donasik found me. They took me in and raised me, even though they were still young themselves. The 3 of us were like orphan children and teenagers. Then we met Middle, whose parents were killed by stray exorcists. We lived by performing different bodyguard missions and doing odd jobs. We were never rich, but we were happy until one day, when we came to Kyoto. Rainier's expression darkened and became gloomy. We were sniffed out by the stray exorcists here and were captured. I was the strongest in our group, and so my family was held hostage in exchange for me killing you. They said that they had been hired to have you murdered, but I guess they were too cowardly to actually do it themselves. After that, you know what happened. Rainer still felt guilty, but Issei reassured her that all was fine. It's all right now. I promise to help you. So from now on, do you want to stay in Kyoto? At least until your friends recover. Issei looked at her with an earnest expression and a radiant smile. Issei wanted to put her at ease. Moving around constantly, always looking behind her back, Issei couldn't imagine it. He wanted to help her, if only to help counter the darkness in her life. Her expression changed into a wide smile as she nodded. Yes, I do. On that note, Issei and Rainer paid one last visit to her friends and left for the young man's home. Rainer had been utterly delighted by the warm residence, and she couldn't help but feel welcomed when she stepped inside. Issei gave her a tour of his home and gave her a guest room to stay in after preparing it to her likes. It was sad to see that she had no belongings to bring with her. That was something he had to help fix. If there's anything you need, my room is down the hall, at the last door. Good night, Issei said as he entered said room. After showering and changing, sleeping on his warm and comfy bed was a severe relief from the long day. He still had to attend to the matter of talking to Akino about this. The next morning, Issei woke up and immediately got to cooking breakfast. Not too long after he got started, Rainer came downstairs, dressed in a black sweater and a white skirt. Thankfully, the two had went to buy clothes for her the previous day on their fake outing. Good morning. Rainer spoke awkwardly. Good morning. Go ahead and have a seat. I'm almost done cooking breakfast. Issei put the finishing touches on the miso soup and chicken and laid them out with a bowl of rice and a side of sauteed vegetables. Wow, it looks good. Rainer looked at the food with delight. It had been a long time since she had a home-cooked meal, a chance that she missed. I hope it's to your liking. My cooking isn't the best, but it's edible. Issei made a sheepish comment before sitting down. Rainer was delighted by the warm feeling in the food. Issei was relieved when he saw that Rainer liked his cooking. He had learned to cook ever since he had decided to move back to the human realm, since he knew that he would need the skill. Before that, the best food he made was crumbling burned bricks. So, I wanted to ask, now that your friends are safe and the stray exorcists are gone, what'll you do? Issei eyed the woman in front of him. Rainer looked a bit distressed but replied, I don't know. We've been running from stray exorcists for so long that I haven't had the chance to do much. We've been persecuted whenever our identities were revealed, so we had to do a lot of traveling. Still I want to try going to school like a regular girl. Rainer admitted with an almost desperate declaration. When she had first put on the fake uniform to try and seduce Issei, she'd been thinking of what her life would be like if it were stable. What did normal girls do? What did it feel like to not have to fight every other day? Issei then came to a decision that he hoped would work out. He only hoped that Akino wouldn't kill him. Okay, I'll handle that, Issei replied with a reassuring tone. Really? Rainer grew nervous. She didn't mean to put more on Issei's plate. Actually, you don't have to trouble yourself. Rainer was about to say more until Issei stopped her. Rainer, I told you that I wanted to help you, and that is what I'll do. My mother always said that someone in need is someone worth taking chances on, good or bad, Issei vehemently stated. Rainer blushed at his words. Considering what I planned to do to him, he just forgave me and now he's helping me play catch-up with youth. Issei ... You're really not normal. Rainer's face grew hot as her heartbeat quickened, touched by his behavior. The whole day, Issei had helped Rainer move more things into his home, which was arranged by Azazel. A nice and well-mannered young lady like her should be treated well. Don't be a douche. That was what he said to Issei. Issei used his speed to his advantage to quickly build shelves, drawers, and a desk for Rainer to use for future schoolwork. Dinner went by quietly, but by then, Issei's mind was somewhere else. He was thinking about Akino. Now that he had time, he examined his relationship with her. He'd be lying if he didn't say that he also had romantic interest in Vali. When Akino left their lives, it was just him and her. Vali was a major pillar of support to him. She encouraged him and got him to shape up whenever he was in a slump. Akino was also encouraging, but was more nurturing and patient. That being said, how did Akino feel about him? She was cheerful as she was before, but did she like him in a romantic way? He was scared to find out. Suddenly, he recalled a talk that Azazel had given to him a long time ago. One day, when he was 15 years old, Azazel sat him down and had a serious talk with him. Issei, how do you feel about Vali? Azazel's tone was stern and intimidating, which was probably because he was talking about his daughter. I do like her. Issei then paused. Azazel's cocked a brow, urging him to go on. But I still have feelings for Akino. That's something that I doubt that I'll ever be able to get rid of. Issei made his worries known as Azazel nodded in understanding. Issei, I completely understand how you feel, but I need to know how you exactly feel about my daughter. Issei gulped and spilled his guts because he knew that if he didn't, Azazel might bust out his inventions and torture him with them. I really do like Vali. She helped fill a void in my heart, and she's always helping me and cheering me up whenever I'm down. She's become someone that I'd have a hard time not having in my life, Issei clearly stated. Azazel nodded again. Good. Azazel then looked at his godson seriously. I want you to know that you have my full approval if you ever want to pursue her. Also, seeing as how you're part dragon, you have power, which will attract people of all types. If you ever end up with a polygamy and if you want to include Vali, I'm fine with it as long as she is. However, if you make my daughter cry, I'll make sure you wish you had enough blood to bleed, even if you're my godson. Azazel's tone deepened and his aura caused the room to shake as he made his warning clear. Issei nodded nervously in response. He didn't understand why Azazel would say that he'd make a polygamy, so he had put that thought aside. Now, whenever Issei looked at Akino, he felt happy, but he also felt so wrong. In the deepest, darkest parts of his mind, he knew he felt something for Volley too. All was quiet on Issei's end until Rainier called out to him. Issei, Issei. Rainier snapped him out of his trance. He looked up at her in surprise. Huh. Rainier looked worried as she looked at his expression. Are you all right? You looked kind of upset. Shaking his head, Issei dismissed her worries. I'm fine, he replied before going back to his food. Even if he said that, it was obvious that he wasn't, which only made Rainier more concerned for him. The next morning, Issei had awoken bright and early and had already finished all preparations and processes for Rainier's transfer into the school. Still using the alias of Yuma Amano, Rainier had dressed herself in Kyo Academy's uniform and would be entering as a second-year student in Issei's class. By doing this, Issei would have an easier time keeping an eye on her for her own safety. The two walked outside and were met by Akino, who eyed Rainier with suspicion. Issei noticed and panicked when he saw the glare that his childhood friend was emitting. Akino smiled with a powerful twitch of displeasure of her eyebrow. She walked over to Issei and gave him a look that wanted answers. After telling her what happened, Akino replaced her look of unhappiness with an expression of relieved worry. Stupid Issei, why did you do something so dangerous? Akino said as she sighed in exasperation. She knew that Issei was strong, but she didn't know how strong. Issei had left out distinct details about what happened the night he went after Freed and the other stray exorcists. I did what I had to in order to protect other people. I'm sorry for not telling you, but I didn't want you to worry. Issei put his hands on her shoulders to soothe her. No, I understand. You just wanted to help. But still, Issei, you'll never stop me from worrying about you. Akino said. I'm sorry. I promise to be more careful from now on. Issei laughed off the matter as Akino responded with a silent nod. He looked at Rainier apologetically, who nodded with understanding for ignoring her. Let me introduce you to Rainier. This is Akino, my childhood friend. Issei was about to add childhood crush, but he stopped himself. He looked at Akino and gestured to Rainier. Akino, this is Rainier, a friend of mine's. For the time being, she'll be called Yuma Amano at school. Akino nodded courteously before they both introduced themselves to each other. Without further ado, the three walked to school. This time, there was even more chaos than before. When the whole campus saw Rainier walking with Issei, eyeballs were about to bulge out of sockets. It was the same old commotion. Bastard got another girl. What is he? Some protagonist from some harem anime. Issei gave Akino one last look before they parted ways, and this time, he felt something. The whole time he had walked with her, he had thought about how much she meant to him. Her smile wanted to make him shoot off into the sky in glee, and her warmth never failed to make him calm. His memories of her were bliss, and he never regretted spending even a moment with her. He really did like her a lot. Bye, Issei. I'll see you at lunch. Akino smiled as she left. This time, Rainier felt a little more embarrassed. It was as if she were third-wheeling. When Issei and Rainier went to their classroom, Rainier was well met with great reception. Hello, everyone. My name is Yuma Amano. From today onwards, I will be a second year here. I hope that we can all get along. She bowed and smiled cutely, knocking several guys off of their feet. All of the guys erupted in awe of this new beauty. A new cutie. She is hot. Will you trade numbers with me? The amount of advances she was getting from the guys made her uncomfortable as she had to politely decline them. Meanwhile, the girls had found another person that they had to protect from the dog-like boys. With the school having gone co-ed within recent years, a large number of guys had come to Kyo for one reason and one reason only, to scope out the women and try to fulfill their perverted delusions. Fortunately, many had learned their lesson the hard way, courtesy of the Kendo Club. That didn't mean the perverted duo were included, though. What a busty babe. She's so gorgeous that I can't control myself. Beginning scam. Matsuda and Madohama shrieked. Due to their constantly decreasing self-esteem, they were behaving much more erratically. Before the two could make bigger fools of themselves, Issei punched both of them on the head with a powerful blow to each head, knocking them asleep. The teacher didn't really care too much since he figured that they deserved it, and it also shut up a bunch of the other males who looked at Issei in awe. I'm sorry, but they were getting too far out of hand. Issei growled before settling down. Silence fell into the class as the males remained quiet before they also received Issei's wrath. Judging by the way Rainier looked at Issei, it was obvious that the two knew each other. Issei waved at her and nodded at her confident and strong introduction. Well, then, any questions? The teacher prompted. Several male students raised their hands into the sky as they shot out of their seats. Yuma, are you dating Issei Hyoudou? A random male asked. Rainier immediately blushed in response, aggravating several guys to glare at Issei. Issei shot back his own glare, scaring off the enemy with eyes of a wolf that made the sheep in the room cower. And no ... we're not. Issei is actually just a really good friend of mine. Rainier didn't want to tell anyone that she was living in the same home as him, out of fear that it would cause a ruckus for Issei. Several men exhaled in relief. However, I don't plan to find a boyfriend here. Rainier then proceeded to shoot down any hopes of courting her. With those words, all hopeful sunk into sadness. Reina received more questions after. Some pertained to her favorite color and foods. She liked the color purple and her favorite food was parfaits. After all curiosity was sated, Reina was allowed to sit down. You can choose any open seat here. The teacher then gestured around the room. Issei purposefully avoided her gaze so that he could lower the awkwardness that might arise. Reina glanced around and found an empty desk behind Issei. Gracefully walking behind him, she took a seat. Issei felt sweat drops fall from his forehead as he felt Reina stare at him from behind. I feel like things are going to get more complicated now that this has happened. Oh, if only you knew. Demi-Dragon chuckled to himself, not allowing Issei to hear him. When lunch came, Issei felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and found Reina looking at him brightly. Issei, would you like to have lunch with me? She asked timidly. Issei understood her message. She didn't want to eat alone with a bunch of strangers ogling her. With a nod, he led her up to the school roof. As they sat down and ate the bento that Issei prepared for them, Reina spoke. Issei, are you in any clubs? Issei pondered whether to tell her about the orc. He would have liked to enter her into it so that he could keep a better eye on her, in case any of her old acquaintances came to say hi. There was also the fact that she was a fallen angel and the orc were made up of devils and reincarnated devils. If things went sour, Reina would be put in harm's way and his old affiliation with the fallen angels would become known to all. He decided that it was best that he kept Reina away from the devils until Azazel's plan kicked in. If things worked right, the future would become much brighter. I'm a member of the Occult Research Club, but the club is quite strict about admitting members. You have to be in this school for a few months before being applicable, and you have to know at least one member in the club. Issei lied through his teeth. Unfortunately, Reina looked downtrodden. Issei instantly felt regret, but he believed that this was best. Well, you just have to wait at least 1 minute 2 months before joining. Issei hoped that things would go by that quickly, given the estimation that Azazel gave him. Reina's mood picked up a little as the end bell rang for the closing of the lunch period. Fortunately for her, school was supposed to end early. The day was to be cut in half due to school maintenance. The students were only at school to get their homework and to take quizzes and tests. Thankfully, this was nothing to Issei. His grueling academic training from Azazel and Barakil was far stricter than this. Who knew Azazel could be so scary about education? Issei and Reina walked out of the school but were met by a familiar person. Akino, what's up? Issei's demeanor instantly brightened, making Reina's eyebrow rise. Nothing. I just wanted to know if you wanted to walk home, Issei. Akino offered. Sure. Issei was all too happy to agree. Can I come over today? I wanted to talk about something with you. Akino sounded a bit more serious. Okay. Issei responded with an understanding tone that resonated with Akino's. Reina wondered what it was the two were going to talk about, but she knew that it would be rude of her to ask. Issei, have you finished your report for the club yet? Akino asked. Issei nodded. He was lying about having finished it, but he couldn't let Akino tease him all of the time. He's lying. Every time he lies about something small, he wiggles or drums his fingers. Akino chuckled. Then, can I double-check it as the vice president? Issei froze. I'll show it to you later when I find it. I lost the report in a pile of documents. Issei realized that his plan backfired. Oh my, that's not good. I'll have to help then. Akino pushed on. Issei looked at Reina apologetically. She must have been uncomfortable with how the two in front of her were acting. Then he remembered that he had forgotten to go grocery shopping. It would have been rude of him to invite a guest into his home without any snacks or food. Reina, can you take Akino home while I go to the store? I have to get some things first. Issei walked ahead as the two women looked at him in displeasure. Why don't we go with you? Akino interjected. It's fine. I'll come back ASAP. Why don't you two just go ahead and wait for me? Issei was clearly telling them to go to his house. Truth be told, he was hoping that the two of them would become friends. He knew that Reina was quite lonely without any female friends since Calla Warner and the others were still in comatose states. He also wished that Akino would warm up to fallen angels again, in hopes that she would be able to reunite with Barakil more quickly. As he walked to the store, Issei looked to the side of the crossroad street and saw somebody far away. Apparently, the person had fallen over, given how they were face first into the ground. Breaking into a run, Issei ran over and found a somewhat petite girl with blonde hair on the ground. She grumbled and sat up as she rubbed the dirt off of her clothes. Are you all right? Issei called out as he helped her up. When he got a good look at the girl, she had green eyes and she had a somewhat naive look in her eyes. She wore blue nun robes and brown boots. On her hands were white rings that had 3 green gems embedded into each of them. Yes, I'm fine. The young girl moaned in exasperated pain. The girl looked up at Issei with a gracious expression and bowed. Thank you very much. She bowed in gratitude. The nun then spoke up once again. Excuse me, but could you help give me directions? She asked hesitantly. Sure. Where did you need to go? Issei replied with a courteous tone. I need help getting to one of the churches here. Issei's suspicions immediately rose again. The last time a church was involved, things didn't go well for the inhabitants. Which one? There were 2 churches. There was an old rundown church and another church that was still open, but it had few visitors and a declining number of parishioners. I'm heading to the open church here. Issei then decided to do some investigation, and the open church was about 1.5 miles away. I can take you there if you're fine with that. Akino was concerned that the church would do something to him if they found out what he was. Rainer was worried about the fact that Issei had invaded a stray exorcist base and caused havoc there. This would surely put other church followers on edge. Issei gave the both of them looks of calm reassurance and walked away with the blonde nun. By the way, I'm Issei. The Red Dragon Emperor introduced himself. The blonde nun looked at him and smiled. I'm Asia Argento. It's nice to meet you. Asia returned the gesture, eventually leading the two into conversation. Where are you from, Ms. Argento? Issei assumed she knew Japanese customs and mannerisms, judging by how she added proper suffixes to his name. I'm from Italy. I was formerly a part of the church until I was sent here. Asia's expression saddened. Issei noticed the unease that Asia was feeling and chose to avoid questioning her more about the topic until the situation really demanded it. The rest of their walk, they spent the time talking about their likes and dislikes. Issei figured that he quite liked the girl. She made him feel calm and she was very kind and gentle. With her, it felt genuine. When Issei and Asia passed by a burger shop, Asia's stomach rumbled. She blushed and tried to hide her embarrassment, but Issei just couldn't let the poor girl starve. Taking her inside, Issei bought her a large cheeseburger and some French fries to sate her hunger. When he presented it to her, she had absolutely no clue on how to eat it. Is something wrong, Ms. Argento? Issei honestly looked perplexed. Well, I'm not sure how to eat this. You see, I've lived at the church since a very young age, so I've never had the chance to eat such food before. Asia looked at the burger with wonder. I understand. Well then, allow me to show you. Issei took hold of his burger and simply took a bite out of it, and he took one French fry and consumed it with only his fingers. With this kind of food, you simply eat it with your hands since it can be a hassle sometimes to eat it with silverware. Asia then followed Issei's suit and was delighted by what she was trying. This burger is so warm and delicious. These French fries are delightful too. Thank you, Mr. Issei. The young girl truly looked grateful as she started on her meal. You can just call me Issei, Ms. Argento. Issei had grown comfortable enough around her to understand that it was fine with him for her to use his first name. Then you can call me Asia, said girl replied. The two laughed at each other's antics as they continued. They enjoyed their meal. When they walked out of the fast food restaurant, Asia saw that a young child in front of them had slipped and fallen. The child wailed and cried as he clasped his bloody knee. Without a moment's hesitation, Asia dashed forward and knelt on her knees and inspected the crying toddler's knee. Hold still. I promise that you'll feel better really soon. Asia smiled at the boy, silencing his cries as he patiently waited to see what she meant. Putting both of her hands over the boy's wound, a soft green light emanated around them. Issei took a look at the rings on Asia's hands and noticed that they were sacred gears. What clued him in was the fact that the rings were giving off a strong magical light, and it came from the rings, not directly from Asia herself. Within seconds, the injury on the boy's knee closed and faded, leaving no traces of ever existing. The boy's expression erupted into a smile as he got up and jumped around to test his knee. With all well and repaired, the boy looked at Asia and bowed. Thank you. Asia returned the gesture. You're welcome. Just make sure that you don't tell anyone about this, okay? Asia cautioned him as he nodded and ran off. Issei was surprised by the impressive and quick healing magic that the nun employed. Even with the scientific and magical healing of Grigori, it took quite a bit of time to heal wounds. When he saw Asia apply it, it took mere seconds, maybe only 5, to completely heal the boy's cut, and not even a scar remained. Twilight healing. Issei knew what Asia's rings were after he thought about the effects and the display that he just saw. Partner, maybe we should go inside the church and pay a nice visit. D-Drag already knew of the long bloody history of. For ages, people murdered each other and had committed terrible rituals to gain them, which were 2 rings that had incredible healing powers that matched Phoenix Tears. At full potential, some thought that it gave immortality if the wielder pushed to that point, though it was never proven. Walking Asia to their planned destination, Issei saw a large, white marble church. At the highest tower was a large golden bell. Gray clay tiles lined the roof and stained glass lined the outer walls. Issei looked inside and saw several common people inside, worshipping with their beliefs at their own time. Not sensing any abnormal vibes, Issei knew that he had to be sure. He did a presence scan and found nothing again, not even a small dark feeling. Deciding that Asia was safe, he turned to her. She smiled at him and bowed graciously. Thank you very much, Issei. It was because of your kindness that I experienced many joyous things today. I will never forget you, and I will pray for your good fortune. With those last words, she entered the church. Issei was happy knowing that he had left a positive impact on someone for once and walked away. A short while after Asia entered, she noticed that the doors behind her had shut in an ominous way. With her head turned, the candles of the church were immediately put out by a cold and dark wind. Shooting her head around, the atmosphere of the church was immediately morphed into a nightmarish darkness. Nothing could be seen. Only voices could be heard. All of the benches crumbled into splinters, the walls cracked and turned to dust, and the stained glass darkened into black stone. With no light, Asia began to shake in fear as she felt a cold shadow loom in the air. What's going on? Who's there? She whimpered. The common people that were inside of the church had disappeared and were replaced by people clothed in dark and tattered robes. We've been waiting for you. With your powers, we will have no need to fear the angels, devils, or fallen angels. Not even deities will be able to scratch us," a mysterious figure said before Asia lost consciousness from the gases released into the air. "Fresh meat. So do I get to play with her, Doc?" A mad and crazed voice cackled as the owner picked Asia up and carried her off to a darker place. "No, this one will remain untouched." A calmer and more emotionless tone spoke. "That's too bad." At the Hyoudou home, Rainier and Akino were having a good time talking to each other. At first, Akino was a bit standoffish with Rainier since she could tell that something felt off about her. That was until stories started being told. Akino had learned in detail about Rainier's connection to Issei, and she felt a sense of resonance with her for her troubled past. Rainier, in turn, felt the same way about Akino. When she heard of the hybrid's lack of company on her cold journey, she had wished that Dragonic and Calawarner had come across her as well. They could have been like sisters, by chance. Then, "Rainier, do you know why the stray exorcists were here in Kuo?" Akino asked. She was interested in knowing why such a large group of exorcists would enter devil territory that was inhabited by a Gremmery and Citri. The leader of that band, Fried Selzen, wanted to start killing off every supernatural being here that wasn't a member of the church. He knew that you all were living in Kuo. He also intended on waiting for someone to arrive. He said that that person was very special and that he and another guest of his were waiting for an extraordinary nun. Thankfully, Issei stopped the stray exorcists and Azazel took care of the politics. I'm sure the nun they were waiting for dodged a bullet. Akino couldn't help but smile and giggle. Issei had been invested in deep moral values, so it made her proud that he managed to stick to them. On another note, Rainier had proven to be quite an accomplished cook, given how she had made manju, piroshkis, and cookies for the two while they waited for Issei to come home. What proved to be amazing was how she could make such food from the limited selection of ingredients available in Issei's kitchen. Suddenly, the door opened and Issei walked in. He checked his watch and it was currently 2 p.m. He was surprised that he had only spent 2 hours out, when it felt like much longer had passed by. He hesitated to enter the house, having realized how long he'd been out due to being sidetracked. "What took you so long?" Akino asked with a somewhat worried tone. She had grown a bit concerned when he was gone for 2 hours. "I met someone on my way to the store." Issei sheepishly scratched his cheek. He knew it had been a blunder to have been gone so long for such a simple task. "Yufifufu. Oh my, Issei, I hope you weren't doing anything obscene with another woman." Akino teased lightly, though there was an intense feeling circling around her. "Well, I met somebody in need of help and I ended up helping that person tour town before I dropped them off at their destination." Issei was pretty sure that if he mentioned the gender, he'd be shooting himself in the foot. Why was Akino looking so intimidating? It was a girl, wasn't it? Akino accurately guessed with a smile. She actually said it on a whim, since she knew that dragons tended to attract people. Issei visibly jumped in shock at her guess. Had she become psychic? Sighing in defeat, Issei knew that Akino was too familiar with his mind and character for him to deceive her. "Yes, I met a nun that needed help since she was new to Kuo." "Issei, what was the nun's name?" Rainier felt cold dread gripping her as she reluctantly spoke. "Asia Argento," Issei replied. Rainier dropped her teacup onto the table with a loud thud as a look of horrific realization dawned on her face. Issei knew that he had done something wrong the minute Rainier's expression contorted to one of horror. "What's going on?" Akino looked at the two in worry. "Did you see anyone else at the church that you were going to?" Rainier continued. "Yeah, why?" A look of outrage and panic spread across the fallen angel's face as she connected dots. "This has to mean that there are still stray exorcists here. Asia has twilight healing. They're going to kill her to get them. I heard them talking while I was held captive. They said that a nun was coming to Kuo as they'd planned." Rainier then looked at Issei. "She's such a sweet girl, but she's too trusting. Issei, please help me get her back," Rainier pleaded. Issei wasted no time and stood up. Akino felt the powerful urge to help her friends, but certain rules were barring her way. "Akino ... can you wait here for us?" Issei looked at her pleadingly. It only took one look in his eyes for her to tell that he was concerned for her safety. It wasn't that he didn't trust her strength. He was scared that she would get hurt. "I want to help too, but I know that Rias will object. We're devils and we can't just attack a church. It's going to be detrimental to the future if we do something out of the blue." Akino grumbled and sighed. "Actually, there's something else too," Rainier interjected. Rainier didn't like it, but she had seen much at the abandoned church where she was. "The stray exorcists that captured me had actually planned to attack all of the devils in this town. The one spearheading this attack is a banished priest named Fried Selzen. Knowing him, I'm pretty sure he's alive. That sick bastard is known for sneaking away like a coward. He also knows that Rias Gremmery and Sona Citri are actually devils. He wants to use them as bargaining chips." Rainier elaborated. Akino's eyebrow twitched at this. "That guy ... just how arrogant and deluded is he?" Issei growled. "He thinks that if he gets twilight healing, he'll be immortal, since rumor has it that its healing is so powerful that it would eventually grant unending life and recovery if mastered. He probably thinks that he can take on anybody if he gets Asia's sacred gear. Akino decided that she needed to talk with Rias before anything else. I have to talk to Rias about this. I don't know if we can help since we're devils. There are rules in place that I can't just break. Akino felt guilty and spoke with a low tone until Issei put a sympathetic hand on her shoulder. Don't sweat it. I'll take care of this, Issei declared before he looked at Rainier. I'm pretty sure that the stray exorcists will become aware that you're under Grigori's protection if you show up with me. It's best that you stay with Akino here until she can get Rias's permission. For all we know, those exorcists might try to use you two to spark a war between followers of each faction. Considering how they could pull strings to get Asia here, I'm sure they can use some bribery or even some other sleazy tricks to create a fiasco. But what about you? You're not planning on taking them on alone again? Rainier objected. I'm not. I'll just be stalling till you all catch up. Besides, considering how I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, I won't be affiliated with any factions. We can avoid any unnecessary political problems, Issei replied before magically teleporting through a magic circle. Wasting no time, Akino contacted Rias. President, we have a situation. Akino grimly spoke to Rias. I could say the same thing. One of us just got attacked. I need to talk with you as soon as possible. Where are you? What came next jump-started another spiral of events that were sure to throw everyone around. The hour had grown late, with the day having to sped up to sunset and approaching the rise of the full moon. We need to hurry. It looks like the ritual is going to be performed soon. The ritual they're doing is going to completely sever the link between that nun and her sacred gear. D-Drag, you know about this ritual? Yeah, it's an old one. People found a way to extract common and low-class sacred gears from their hosts. If it's spiritually bonded to them and the host isn't strong enough, the result will be death. Issei had arrived outside of the church that he had dropped Asia off at, and he noticed that outwardly, nothing looked wrong. However, this time, he felt multiple presences inside. Gritting his teeth out of anger, Issei began to blame himself for being so blind and short-sighted. He had failed to investigate the church thoroughly when he should have. However, at the time, he had been thinking that she would be safe at this place. Shaking himself out of his frustration, Issei made his presence known. Donning his scale mail, he blasted through the doors of the church and rushed in. He was met by glares and the brandishing of weapons from numerous stray exorcists that flooded the church. Crazed fanatics, was all that Issei growled before he charged right into the legion of enemies rushing at him. Back at the Hyoudou residence, Akino was sitting across from Rias, who had warped there. Of course, Rainier was joining them, though she was inching away from the Grimoire heiress quite a bit. She could feel that Rias had more power than her. President, what did you mean that one of our own were attacked? Akino had been alarmed by the news but suspected that this incident and the situation about Asia were related. Hyoudou was attacked while out doing a job. A horde of stray exorcists got to him and managed to wound him after they grouped up on him. There was no less than a few dozens of enemies. He's resting at the clubroom right now, so he'll be fine. He only had a few cuts and scratches on him. Still, Rias then turned to look at Rainier. If I may ask, what are you doing here? She maintained a polite tone, showing not a hint of aggression. She's Issei's guest. As I explained before, she was a fallen angel that got caught by stray exorcists. I'm fairly certain that she isn't in league with the stray exorcists that attacked Hyoudou. Akino cut in. Rias was surprised that Akino wasn't acting hostile or hateful towards Rainier, given her past experiences and words. Very well, then. For now, we'll put this matter aside. On the other hand, Rainier, you said that the stray exorcists came here to kidnap me and the Citri heiress as bait. Rias was skeptical of Rainier's words, but she nodded. Having already told Rias about what the stray exorcists had planned to do, Rainier felt sure that she had gotten Rias's attention. There was also the unprecedented fact that Kiba had been ambushed. Normally, we wouldn't do anything but ... Now that those stray dogs have laid hands on one of my precious servants, I won't just sit still while they plot behind my back. Rias then looked up. We will make our move. If what you said is true, then Issei has already headed towards the open church in Kuo. I'll contact Kaneko and Hyoudou. The both of you will go to Issei. We'll join up with you after Hyoudou is back on his feet. Rias assumed command of the situation, not that anyone complained. Issei was having quite a frustrating time. For every few dozen enemies that he wiped out, a few more took their place. Creating a small red orb of energy, Issei aimed his palm and fired a wave of destructive power that blasted away the enemy in front of him. At the moment, he was rushing down a long flight of stairs that seemed to be endless. Readying his next attack, Issei boosted and fired several bolts of red lightning that vaporized the enemy before him. With the path in front of him cleared, he charged ahead. Even then, more foes blocked his path. Just piss off already. Issei ignited an orange flame in his hands, roasting away another wave of opposition. Akino and Rainier burst into the church and were surprised by the dark appearance of its interior. The white marble stone had turned black and the stained glass were the only source of light. In a nutshell, the interior of the church looked abandoned. Stepping inside, the two felt a coldness grasp at them, but that was the least of their worries. At the other end of the church, a secret passageway was revealed and torchlight was seen flickering in the depths as the sounds of battle echoed from it. Issei. Akino instantly knew the cause and rushed in to go to his aid, followed by Rainier. Soon enough, Issei had broken through a strong stone door that laid at the end of the stairs after wiping out the last of the strays. Gathering mana in his arm, he punched right through the obstacle in his path, causing dust and rubble to fly around. Before he moved any further, he turned around reflexively. To his surprise, he saw Akino and Rainier flying to him. Akino, Rainier. Issei's voice sneaked out from his helmet. Issei. Akino and Rainier were surprised by his appearance. They studied at his red dragon armor, sensing the immense power radiating from it, therefore assuming that this was his balance breaker. Have you seen Asia yet? Rainier looked at him with hopeful eyes. He shook his head. No, I've searched the entire church except for this place. Issei then turned toward the broken doorway in front of him and waltzed through. He was introduced to a brick room that had a large altar with a massive gray and green cross. What stunned him was the fact that nobody was there. The room was completely empty. We've been tricked. Issei growled as he searched around the room. Even with a presence scan, no extra life signs were present. If they aren't here, then they must be at the other church in Kuo, the abandoned one. Akino concluded. Churches were considered sacred ground, so stray exorcists must have held value in hosting a ritual in one. Seeing as how the enemy may have predicted Issei attacking again, they must have set a decoy location here and then used the other church for the real ritual. If that's the case, we need speed up. Akino then sent Ria's new information as she left with Issei and Rainier. Flying to the abandoned church, the three were met by Rias and the rest of her peerage. Kiba had a few band-aids on his cheek and hands, but he had no other visible injuries other than those. Kaneko was dressed in her Kuo uniform, but she had her kitty print fingerless gloves on. Issei found it hard to take her seriously with those on. Rias looked at her queen and nodded before turning to the intimidating red-armored figure that stopped in front of her. Who's this? Rias asked. Issei decided that the cat was out of the bag now, so he opened the faceplate of his helmet, revealing his face. It's me, Issei, he replied awkwardly. Rias's eyes widened slightly in surprise. She didn't know what the armor he was wearing was, but she had suspicions. Unfortunately, now wasn't the time to ask questions. I'm happy to see that you all are alright. Now that we're all together, I propose a plan. I'm certain that guards are stationed around the church, so a pair of 2 or 3 should go and deal with them. The others that are left over should enter the church as 2 groups. One group will act as backup and should help clear a path and distract the enemy while the last group goes to rescue Asia. Rias said. Within a few short moments, 3 groups were formed. Akino and Rias would get rid of the enemies outside. Kiba and Kaneko would help keep the enemy clear while Issei and Rainier would rescue Asia. At first, Issei was going to deal with the enemy until Rias objected. Since you're part dragon, you're the most able at dealing with whatever surprise the enemy may have, since they aren't likely carrying dragon-slaying weapons. This way, the mission's success rate might go up. Rias knew she sounded underhanded, but she felt that this mission had to succeed. The fact that an innocent girl dying wasn't something she wanted on her mind. When all was said and done, the mission began with the utmost rush. Rias and Akino circled around the church while trying to sniff out enemies. Are you sure that Issei can handle this, though? Rias stood next to Akino, who replied. Oh my, are you worried about our junior? Akino teased. A little. I don't know what's inside, so maybe I should have volunteered. Yuffie-fufu, there's no need to worry. Akino smiled nostalgically as she turned to Rias. Issei is strong. I can just feel it. I may have not been with him for the past few years, but I can tell he hasn't been slacking off. Akino spoke with such confidence that Rias couldn't help but be convinced. Alright then, I guess we should do our best to make sure that they can get out okay. Rias then fired a blast of destruction at a nearby bush, disintegrating it into dust. From out of the shadows came several hooded figures that brandished swords of light and guns. Surrounding the 2 women, they all stood ready for battle, not knowing that they were out of their league. Within a flash of light, Akino's attire shined brightly before a Japanese shrine maiden's robes replaced her school uniform. Oh my, Yufufu. It looks like we have many hosts to greet us guests. Akino surrounded herself with an aura of yellow thunder as her facial expression changed to a sadistic smile. Allow us to teach you what happens to people that attack a member of my peerage. Rias spoke with a cold tone as her anger erupted with a black and crimson aura. She had been very angry when she saw Kiba return to the clubroom with multiple cuts on him. Even if he wasn't in bad shape, the fact that stray exorcists attacked him without any reasoning was more than enough to set her off. Akino rose into the sky and created a yellow magic circle that encircled the entire area where she and her enemies stood. Yufufu, I wonder if you can persevere through this, Akino said before raining down several bolts of thunder that electrified every foe that was foolish enough to stand in front of the 2 women. Several cries of pain rang out as several hundred volts of electricity ran through each stray exorcist. Oh my, it seems like there are still many of you left. Akino gave a sensual, yet sadistic lick of her lips before opening her palm and creating an orange flame. Stretching her hand forth, she swept the area around her in a sea of fire that lightly incinerated the swarms of opponents in front of her. These freaks are too strong for us, one of the exorcists cried out as he tried to run away. To his misfortune, he was blasted into smithereens by a magic circle that appeared on his chest. Rias and Akino were surprised by such an occurrence, but refocused their attention to the other enemies in front of them. It looks like we'll have to spend more time outside than we thought. Akino mused as she and Riaz returned to assaulting the leftover strays. Inside of the church, the two other groups were largely met by stray exorcists. Bleachost, Other Tales of Zanpakuto. Play song. This scene is starting to get really old. Issei sneered before creating and blasting away the crowd of enemies in front of him. Kiba, Kaneko, and Reiner were surprised by his strength. At school, they were only able to sense his presence, but they weren't able to gauge his battle strength. Turning their attention to what was in front of them, Kiba and Kaneko sprinted forward to help clear a path to the altar that was underground. Kiba drew his black-bladed sword and cut down 3 enemies that were in his path. Grinding to a halt, he used his knightly speed and dashed in a different direction, slashing his enemies as he passed by them. Suddenly, a stray exorcist got in front of him and locked blades with him. To his surprise, Kiba's black sword created a dark aura that nullified the light of the fake holy swords in his opponent's hands. "What's with that sword?" "This is my weapon, it can absorb and devour light," Kiba replied before swinging his blade down on his opponent, striking him down. Cutting his way around enemy lines, he formed a perimeter that was clear of opponents, leaving Issei and Reiner some breathing room to go downstairs. Suddenly, a large mannequin statue creaked and rumbled as 2 white eyes lit up on its face. The mannequin was placed in a far corner of the room and was hidden from sight. It was easily 25 feet tall, and a strange dark aura seemed to trail off of it. "What's up with that?" Issei looked up at it in skeptical criticism. That's a holy golem, a machine of stone that has holy energy flowing through it. It's perfect for fighting devils," a stray exorcist exclaimed triumphantly. Kiba immediately jumped at it and impaled it in the head. Through the use of his sword, he absorbed the holy light from the golem, weakening it to the point that it wasn't much of a threat. "Kaneko." Kiba jumped away from his position as Kaneko leapt into the air and bashed his head off of its shoulders. What? It was shocking to the deluded stray exorcists that a weapon that they were so proud of were defeated by such regular-sized opponents. Well, save for one. How can a bite-sized pipsqueak like her punch the head off of our sacred golem? Unfortunately for the exorcist that said that, Kaneko turned to him and rushed at him, punching him with a violently strong aggression. Kaneko's brow twitched as she took in what he said. "Size isn't everything," she replied to his earlier statement as a vein popped on her forehead. Lifting the massive face of the dead golem, she threw it at a cluster of exorcists, who didn't manage to dodge her projectile. "Go on ahead, Issei. We'll take care of the enemy here." Kiba turned to his fellow classmate, who nodded. "Then here's a parting gift." Issei then activated his gauntlet. Demi-Dragon's voice rang out. Having boosted 3 times for safety reasons, Issei activated the second function of his sacred gear. Boosted gear gift. Issei fired 2 beams that hit Kiba and Kaneko with supportive enhancement. The two felt strong surges of adrenaline and heightened power as their performance increased. It was a soothing feeling. "Thanks," the two replied in unison before Issei led Reiner downstairs. While fighting, Kiba and Kaneko noticed that their mana supply had jumped. Kiba was faster and Kaneko was stronger, to boot. Bleachost, Other Tales of Zanpakuto. End song. Deep downstairs, Asia was wearing a white dress and was chained to a large metal cross with green lines and symbols lining it. "Father Fried, why are you doing this?" Asia asked with her usual innocence. Fried stared at her with a mad grin and calmly responded, "My dear child, it's because of the fact that you have such a sinful power that it must be removed. A power like yours is too much of a burden for you to carry. That is why I will take possession of it." Fried snickered. "I don't understand. This power is able to heal people. It isn't a wicked power," Asia bellowed with resilience. While the cross she was restrained to sapped her strength, her mind remained resistant. At this comment, Fried sneered as his brows furrowed. "Raising your voice with me, are you? Don't get cocky." He backhanded Asia's face, causing her to yelp. "With your power, I can gain immortality and then I will become even stronger. I will be able to rid this world of devils and fallen angels. It will be so blissful to walk around and do as I please without anyone getting within my enlightened way." Fried spread his arms as he ranted before finally, he stretched his hand over Asia and began the ritual. A green magic circle appeared over Fried's hand as a powerful light of the same color erupted from Asia's chest. Slowly screaming louder in agony, Asia felt as if something was being torn out of her, as if her very heart and soul was being ripped apart. For what seemed like hours, Asia endured the pain, holding out hope that someone would save her. She even thought of Reiner. During Reiner's time in Italy, she had treated Asia like a little sister. She taught her many things that she would have normally missed if she weren't there, like pop culture and modern interests. And words. Issei taught her the joys of the outside world and the activities that it offered. With her last few breaths, she silently thanked Issei and Reiner, as well as everyone else in her life for befriending her. Reiner, Issei, everyone, thank you all for standing with me and taking care of me. I will never forget any of you. May heaven bless you all. At the last word, Asia felt her life force slowly slip away. The light in her eyes began to fade as the rings on her fingers disappeared. They reappeared with a bright green light as they left Asia's body, symbolizing the severed connection between wielder and sacred gear. Fried eagerly snatched the rings from the air and grinned as he admired them. Issei and Reiner immediately rushed down the many stairs that led underground before arriving at the doorway that led to their destination. Reiner's eyes widened in horror as she saw Asia's dead body chained up. With the fact that Fried was standing in front of her with a strong green aura around him, it was clear that they were too late. I got it. I got the twilight healing. Yes. Hey 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 ha ha. Fried leaped for joy as he put on the rings. Issei felt intense anger well up inside of him. He detested the injury and murder of innocent people. Seeing the gleeful acts of the murderous fallen priest, his twisted excitement at inflicting cruelty and violence, it enraged Issei to no end. Get Asia. I'll take care of Fried, he growled, almost sounding more like a beast than human. Asia, Rainer shouted as she flew forward. Suddenly, a barrier of light blocked the beam, causing Issei to muse on it. He's getting some outside help. Issei didn't care. He was going to pay Fried in full for what he did. Creating a larger orb of red energy, he blasted a giant beam that completely shattered the barrier that was protecting Fried. What? You bleg. Fried didn't even get to finish his sentence as Issei punched him in the face. A loud crack echoed as Issei's fist collided with Fried. The exiled madman was then sent flying to the other side of the room with a loud crash. Coating his hand in energy, Issei flew after him while he was mid-fall. With one big motion, he punched Fried into the ground. Take Asia and go. Get her to Riaz and Aquino. Issei growled as he continued attacking Fried. Rainer was about to leave until two suits of armor in the room began to move. The armor were of Western design and both brandished fake holy swords. Setting the dying nun down, Rainer immediately attacked. Out of my way. Rainer created two swords and charged at them. Anger and desperation filled Rainer's heart as she continued to fight. Locking blades with the enemy, Rainer struggled to maintain her ground before gliding backwards to gain distance before flying forward again. Crashing into one knight, Rainer knocked away the sword of the other knight with a backflip before stabbing it in the chest. Dragging it across the ground, Rainer threw it into the other knight before backing away and creating a magical circle in her hand. A pinkish-red beam of light blasted from her palm, obliterating the knights in her way. When the dust cleared, it was clear that Rainer was the victor, with no traces remaining of the knights. Darting to her dying friend, Rainer returned to Asia's side and hoisted her up again. Stirring weakly, Asia looked up at Rainer in surprise. Rainer. Asia looked up at her. Her vision was getting weaker and it was getting harder for her to breathe, so she believed herself to have become slightly hallucinatory. Rainer tearfully held her friend as she nodded. Yes, it's me, Asia. Your friend, Rainer. Rainer held onto her as she flew up the stairs that led back onto the main floor of the church. Issei looked behind himself and made sure that the two had left safely before turning his attention to Fried. He had dealt several wounds to the exiled priest, but he just kept getting back up to heal himself. Freaks like you are useless against me. Not even the Red Dragon Emperor can kill me now. This time, I'm going to pay you back for what you did to my arm. Fried lunged forward with his sword of light and gun with a deranged expression. He tried to pierce the red armor on his enemy, but it was useless. The blade shattered as it collided with Issei, though it reformed itself soon after. Firing several bullets of light at Issei, they merely bounced off, much to Fried's annoyance. There's no point in trying to wear me down, idiot. You're only wasting time. Even if you have those rings, they do nothing for your strength. Issei stated coldly. Angered, Fried rushed at Issei again. It doesn't matter. My sword is still in okay condition and my gun doesn't run out of ammo. I'll just find a weak spot in your armor and skewer you. Fried giggled as he closed the distance between them. Is that all you've got, weakling? Issei snarled as he blocked a swing of Fried's sword. Watch this, then. Fried lunged. However, this was a fatal error. Faster than he could think, his head had been grasped by Issei's left hand. Struggling to move, he kicked around and punched at Issei, but he only hurt himself in the process. Now then, tell me everything that you know. Who's helping you? Who exactly is Vilsifer? Issei beckoned forth answers, but Fried only spat at his gauntlet. Bite me. Issei didn't exactly possess any mental powers, so he couldn't do any sort of mind trick or mental probing. It's not like he would have done that, anyways. Issei just wanted to beat the living snot out of Fried. You make me sick, you wretch. Issei sneered beneath his helmet as he tightened his grip, causing Fried to cry out in pain. Issei slammed Fried's head down into the concrete blocks below him, creating a giant crater. He flailed Fried around like a rag. Each time, he made sure Fried hit his head. By the time Issei was done, Fried was unconscious, his head a bloody mess. The only reason he was alive was due to twilight healing. Partner, it hasn't been long since the nun lost her sacred gear. You should be able to just take them away from the parasite and return them to the girl. Demi-Dragon advised. Demi-Dragon sighed. This was yet another time that Issei got carried away in a fight. He'd punish people and get lost in it. If they wasted any more time, it would be too late to save Asia. Luckily, he'd reminded Issei of what was at stake if they kept wasting time. Having done enough, Issei dropped him and took the rings off Fried. Back where Rainer was, she laid Asia down on a bench in the church, with Kiba and Kaneko standing behind her. Green Rose Ost, main title. Play song. Rainer, you helped save me. Thank you. The whole time, I hoped that you would come rescue me. Asia smiled at Rainer as tears trailed down her face. And you did. She gratefully finished. Rainer grasped Asia's hand and began to cry. You'll be fine, Asia. You'll be okay. I'll find a way to save you. You can't die on me now. You're one of the few friends I've ever had. Remember, we promised to catch up the next time we met. Rainer broke down as she tried to find ways to convince Asia to hang on to her life. You were the only one who didn't look at me like I was some sort of freak. You didn't reject me and hunt me down like others did. You were the only human who looked at me like I was worth something. Please, Asia, you have to hang on, she pleaded. It's fine, Rainier. I was blessed to have you and so many others in my life. Every single moment that I've lived haven't been regrets for me. I thank you for going so far to save me, but I don't think there's anything we can do now. All that's left is for me to accept this. I thank you all for working so hard to come help me. Now, farewell. Asia's eyes closed for the final time as her hand went slack. Rainier looked at her with wide eyes in disbelief as she shook her deceased friend. Asia, wake up. Please wake up. Asia, Asia. Rainier then began to sniffle and sob, letting out a scream of emotional pain. The door creaked open. It was Riaz, who'd just finished the fight outside. She took one look at the scene of carnage and understood what had happened. I'm sorry. We should have done better to help her. Riaz genuinely looked sorry as she put a hand on Rainier's shoulder. Suddenly, Issei flew up the stairs from underground and landed. Dispelling his scale mail, Issei walked over to Asia and put her rings back on her fingers. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left her here. I'm so sorry, Asia. Issei bit his lip as he added yet another person onto the list of people that he had failed to save. If I hadn't been foolish, if I wasn't so naive, you'd be able to live with Rainier. Issei then bowed his head low in apology as best as he could. Hearing Rainier's sobs only made him feel worse. How am I supposed to move on from this mistake? Issei thought to himself. However, remembering that there was still a way to save Asia, Issei turned to Riaz. Can you revive her? He asked her hesitantly. You mean revive her as a part of my peerage? Riaz was a bit unsure of doing that. If she did so, Asia would become naturally aligned with the devils, thus friction would arise between her and Rainier. Rainier then looked at Riaz and gripped her shoulders. Can you do that? Can you save her? Rainier begged. Riaz thought it over briefly. If you revive her, you'll have the Twilight Healing, a sacred gear with healing powers that are on par with Phoenix Tears. That alone should be all the proof you need. Demi-Dragon goaded her on. He couldn't bear to watch Rainier cry in despair, nor could he let such an innocent and virtuous girl like Asia die. Deciding that there weren't many cons, if any, Riaz nodded. Very well, then. However, if I revive her, Asia Argento will become a member of my peerage and will be reincarnated as a devil. Are you fine with that? Riaz made sure to double-check with the only person present who had any connection to Asia. Yes, Rainier replied. Wasting no more time, Riaz moved towards Asia and took out evil pieces from her skirt pocket. They were chess pieces that were made of white material and each gave off no visible supernatural vibes. Motioning a bishop over Asia and planting it on her chest, the bishop began to glow brightly with a red hue, signifying that the value of the bishop was equal to Asia's soul and power. Alright, let's begin. Riaz then laid her down on the floor and began to chant an incantation as a red magic circle of the Gremory clan appeared under Asia's body. I, Riaz Gremory, hereby order you, Asia Argento, to return to this world as a devil and to rejoice in your new life as my bishop. The bishop piece then sank into Asia's torso with a bright flash of light from the magic circle beneath her before the circle disappeared. Silence then filled the church until a bright green light lit up from Asia's rings. Slowly, Asia's eyes opened with vigor and life returning to them. Rainier could barely contain her excitement and relief when Asia sat up with wide eyes of surprise. Huh, why am I still here? I thought I... Before she could finish her sentence, Rainier darted forward and embraced her dear friend in a strong embrace. Sobbing and crying, Rainier couldn't even speak properly due to her raging emotions. Asia, Asia, I'm so glad. Rainier choked out as Asia patted her back. Yes, I'm glad to be back as well, Rainier. Asia also began to cry as well. Tears of rejoice fell down her face until she noticed Issei. Mr. Hyoudou, what are you doing here? She was truly perplexed by his presence. It's a long story. For now, Asia, let's get you somewhere nice to rest. Issei smiled happily as he put his jacket over Asia, who was adorned in only a small white dress. As everyone left the church, Issei turned around one last time and looked at the desolate place. The night's finally over. He thought to himself. Green Rose Ost, main title. End song. This was only one trial that we had to pass. There are still many more obstacles that will stand in our way. Take heed of this night and prepare for the future. Demi-Dragon spoke in a sagely way. Issei couldn't help but laugh. Demi-Dragon, have you been watching those old shows with those sagely people giving advice? Issei joked. I just wanted to give it a try. Hey. Demi-Dragon couldn't help but laugh as well, given the long and chaotic night. He was glad that tonight hadn't been a completely tragic night. As old as he was rather tired of sad endings. Since Asia had no place to stay, Riaz took her along with her to her residence so that she could smooth things over for Asia and to prepare the necessities for her new life. The next day, Issei awoke and readied himself for the day and eventually walked downstairs. What he saw next surprised him. Rainier was happily cooking in her uniform with a white apron draped over it. She was also humming harmoniously as she moved around the kitchen. Normally, Issei was the first to wake up, but today was obviously an exception. Ah, good morning, Issei. Rainier smiled brightly at him as she set down a large plate of pan-fried steak with a side of buttered potatoes with herbs and spices. A basket of garlic bread was also put out on the table. It's good to see that you're in a happy mood. Issei smiled as Rainier nodded. He found it hard to ignore that she was much happier than before. Perhaps Asia being saved had to do with it. She seemed almost carefree, as if there were no more significant weights on her mind. Regardless, Issei also felt a bit better. He managed to do something good. Alright, let's eat. We have to get to school in an hour. Rainer then sat down before smiling brightly at Issei. Locking up the house before leaving, Issei and Rainer made their way to school and eventually got into class. After homeroom started, the teacher had an announcement to make. As of today, we will be receiving a new transfer student. Make sure that you treat them well. The teacher then turned towards the door and announced for the student to enter. Issei and Rainer weren't exactly surprised to find a familiar blonde walking in with the QO uniform on. Hello, everyone. My name is Asia Argento. I recently came from Italy and I would be delighted to get acquainted with you all. She then bowed. As soon as her introduction ended, a ton of male students erupted into loud shouts. Issei sat at his desk and looked on as he thought of one thing. Looks like things are going to get more chaotic now. Almost as soon as Asia had transferred right into the class, people did the usual standby and asked questions as soon as break time came. Asia did her best to answer questions, but slowly, she was being overwhelmed by all of the attention that she was getting. She had never undergone such a situation before until this point. After ensuring that no sleazy men were getting near her, Issei finally turned his attention away. The rest of the day was a normal one. Issei had lunch with Asia and Rainer, and they even showed her around campus, much to the jealousy of many males. It was considered strange that Asia had transferred in right before break started, but it only felt right that this happened. After school ended, Akino had arrived to pick up Asia, with the former having a serious look on her face. We have an urgent matter to attend to as members of President's Peerage. Follow me, Asia. Akino then proceeded to leave with said girl before turning to Issei. Issei, club activities are cancelled for today. Sorry for the short notice. We'll see you in a few weeks, after break. She smiled sadly before turning around to leave. Nodding in confirmation, Issei decided that perhaps he could visit her during break instead. They could actually spend some time together. As Issei and Rainer were about to head home, they both felt something strong come from the orc clubroom. Issei recognized the presence, as well as some strong tempers. He was fairly confident that something bad was about to go down over there, but he knew that it wasn't his place to interfere with the Gremory Peerage and with devils in general. Rainer understood the distressed look on Issei's face and decided that he needed a push. Issei, I have some papers that I forgot to give to Riaz and Asia. Can you give these to them for me? Rainer urged him on with a warm smile as she handed in her orc forms. After some discussion, Riaz had allowed Rainer to enter the Occult Research Club due to Akino's aid. Issei looked at her with a guilty look when he noticed Rainer's eyebrow twitching, an indication that she knew about his lying to her about the requirements for joining the club. When she handed him the papers, she kept her smile as she pushed on for him to do what his heart told him. Thanks, Rainer. He was amazed that she had already come to know him so well, but given that they were living with each other, it was only natural that she would learn things about him. Take your time going there. I'll be waiting at home. She waved as she went on her way. Heading to the clubroom, Issei heard voices getting louder and louder. Deciding to act natural, Issei knocked on the door. Excuse me. Issei called out. Enter. Riaz's voice snuck out from the other side as the brunette teen opened the door. He walked inside to find Riaz's entire peerage standing behind her. Riaz, herself, was sitting on a couch, with someone standing in front of her. That person was one of the most beautiful people that he had ever seen. She had braided silver hair and silver eyes. She also had red lipstick on, alongside a blue and white maid uniform. Issei, club activities are cancelled for today. Riaz looked surprised at his entry, making Issei realize that perhaps he had made a wrong move after all. Well, Yuma wanted me to drop these papers off for her, since she forgot to do it. Issei handed Riaz the documents, until the maid looked at him and noticed a supernatural air around him, something Issei forgot to tone down. Lady Riaz, who might he be? She asked respectfully. He is a second-year student here and a member of the club that I manage. Riaz pointed out. Hello, I am Issei Hyoudou, a second-year student here. I am pleased to meet you. Issei bowed, to which the maid returned the gesture. Greetings, I am Grafia Lucifuge, a maid of the Gremory family. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Issei. Grafia replied. Issei then noticed the intense aura around him and sheepishly looked at Riaz. I'm sorry for interrupting anything important. As soon as Issei finished his words, a bright orange light lit up the room. A strong surge of heat surged from a bright magic circle on the floor. Issei recognized that the symbol in the middle of it was of the Phoenix clan of the Devils. Flames erupted from it, and who appeared from the circle was a large group of women with one sole male. They counted in 16 total. The male was tall, wore a red suit with a white button-up shirt with no tie, and had blonde hair with dark blue eyes. The air is so different from the underworlds. It's been so long since I've been to the human realm. The tall, blonde man spoke as he then looked at Riaz. I've been wanting to see you, my beloved Riaz. He gazed at her, a confident look on her face. Sitting himself next to her, the blonde man put his arm around Riaz as he reclined on the couch. It's been such a long time since we've met or even talked. Come, why don't you return to the underworld so that we can properly plan our wedding? Issei could gather from the sharp glares that Riaz was giving him that she didn't want to be in this supposed marriage. For the last time, I will not marry you, Rizer. Who I marry and who you marry should be our individual choices, not our families. I will marry the person that I love, and that person isn't you. Ria spat, though Riser didn't look fazed, though a somewhat sympathetic glint flashed in his eyes, unknown to everyone else. This marriage has the weight of the future on it. If we don't marry, pure-blood devils of ancient lineage will go extinct. This is not only for our futures but for the future of our clans. Given how so many households went extinct in the last war, there are few of the 72 pillars still remaining in this world. Riser calmly spoke, with a smirk. Rias glared him with an icy look. She couldn't stand his arrogance and his advances were annoying to her. He was trying a bit too hard to win her over. She was also aware that he cared a bit too much about her physical appearance and lineage, which aggravated her even more. Just then, the red-suited man looked at Issei with an almost disdainful look. "Who might you be, if I may ask?" Issei respectfully bowed, though he didn't really want to, and introduced himself. I always reminded him to mind his manners so that he wouldn't make enemies with the wrong people. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. I am Issei Hyoudou. I am merely a student here and a member of Lady Gremory's club." For a moment, Riser wondered if Issei was human, though he could tell that Issei was used to supernatural moments, given how he wasn't the least surprised by his arrival. "Are you human?" Riser didn't notice any kind of unhuman features on him and he could tell that he wasn't a devil either. Still, he could sense that Issei wasn't fully human. "I am, sir. However, I am aware of the existences of devils." Issei lied. "I see, then make sure not to get too deep into our affairs. A mere human commoner should not be here." Riser commented with a dismissive tone with a flick of his hand. "I understand, then I shall wait outside." Issei then walked outside and closed the door. Standing outside of the door, Issei listened intently to what was happening inside. Riser was so boisterous that Issei's own temper started acting up. He hated stuck-up people. As Riser and his peerage made themselves comfortable, Akino served everyone tea. Taking a sip of his cup, Riser smiled. "This tea is excellent. Thank you very much." Akino respectfully bowed. Issei wondered why she was going oh my or yufifufu. He figured that this Riser person wasn't someone for her to take lightly. He had heard rumors and seen footage of Riser in his rating games. He was an up-and-coming star in the competition. His family's gifts and his own talent had a lot of people betting on him. Using the boosted gears function, Issei increased the power of his eyesight so that he could see through walls. "It was already decided that I would be free from this problem until after I graduate from college. Why are you all so insistent on rushing this matter by breaking deals?" Rias growled. "That signifies how much of danger that this situation has become. Your household only has 2 siblings, with one having left to become a Satan. You are now the heiress to your home. If you don't take a husband soon, your house will collapse. Think about the long-term effects, Rias." Riser continued to sip his tea. "I have, but it seems you all mistake years to be days. The evil peace system was invented to save our kind from extinction and it's doing its job well. Besides, I have a life here that I won't just uproot." "You mean that human boy and that fallen angel girl that hang around you?" Rias looked at him, confounded that he knew. "Your father and mine were talking about it. You should be careful with who you associate with, Rias." Rias looked at him, annoyed. "You're the heiress of the Gremory. If you hang around those of the lower class, then your family's title will be besmirched. For yours and your family's sakes, I advise you to exercise caution." This time, Riser sounded more concerned, as if trying to genuinely give advice. "That human speck and that dirty crow will bring chaos to your life. That boy says he's human, but he feels different. The girl that's being rumored, Raymer, was it. She's already tried to kill people at the urging of the expelled exorcists. Who knows what other things she's done for them. Assassinations and services included." Riser emphasized services. Issei's temper soared when Riser questioned Raymer's integrity. His skin tingled and his chest tightened with anger. He gnashed his teeth, restraining himself. "What makes you think you have the right to look down on others around you? I'd stand by my friends regardless of rank because they earn my loyalty. Unlike you, they're close to me because I want them to be. You'll never reach that point, Riser." Rias sneered. Riser scoffed, unfazed. "You spout all the pretty words you want, but it doesn't change the fact that this marriage will still go on. Our kind depends on it. By the year, our numbers of purebloods have grown fewer, tradition slowly dying, our heritage forgotten." Rias sighed. "My father worries far too much about this. We devils live long lives, there is no need to worry about marriage. I will marry." Rias paused. "Excellent, then we can." Riser smiled widely before Rias continued. "But I will not marry you, Riser. I will carefully choose my husband. No matter what any of you say, I won't let any of you control my life," Rias declared with an intense discontent and objection. At this, Riser had flames and sparks flickering off of him, with a displeased look on his face. "I didn't come here just to talk. If you won't return, then maybe I will just have to force you. Perhaps by burning all of your servants, will I convince you." Riser then turned towards Akino. His eyes had a dangerous glint in them. The sparks in his hands burst into raging orbs that were threatening to find their way to the queen. Grafia was about to step in, but before anyone could make a move, the doors flew open, and Issei stood between Riser and Akino within a split second, grasping Riser's arm. Issei hadn't realized that what he'd done was foolish. However, when it came to Akino's safety, nothing mattered more. Riser was quite surprised by Issei's instant entry, but he shook it off with mild amusement. The Phoenix clansman merely raised a brow. "What do you think you're doing? This is between us." Riser flared the flame in his hand, though Issei remained unfazed. You should stop, Riser. I don't think anyone wants things to escalate. Issei warned him. He was tempted to summon the boosted gear, but he knew better than to summon it recklessly. If he exposed himself, he felt that he'd only stuff more of his own foot in his mouth. How dare you try to give me pointers? I'll silence that insolent mouth of yours. Riser was about to blast flames from his caught hand, but Issei created a magic circle to shield himself. Riser swatted a ball of fire at Issei, only for him to punch the Phoenix Noble into the wall. Provoked further, Riser's peerage was ready to attack until a stream of ice separated both sides of the room. That is quite enough, the maid declared. Issei instantly dissipated the barrier he made as Grafia continued speaking. To avoid more conflict here, Lord Surzech has suggested a mock rating game to decide the outcome of this situation, out of anticipation of Lady Riaz's objection. The conditions are that if Lady Riaz wins, she will be free from all future engagement and marriage plans, but if Lord Riser wins, Lady Riaz will marry him without any further objections. I will also be the mediator and person in charge of the games, unless either of you have objections. Grafia grimly spoke. Riaz narrowed her eyes. I'm not surprised they would go this far. Very well, I shall accept. Riser smirked at her decision with a retort following. I have no problems either. I have a full peerage and I have gained experience in true rating games. I'm going to make sure to tame you in your entire peerage, Riaz. Riser smiled before giving a nasty glare to Issei. As for you, you are not a part of our world, so you won't be let off the hook. Riser then ignited his flames again. Issei made a passive look at his threat. Lord Riser, you are prohibited from committing such actions, as ordained by Lord Surzech. While in the human world, none of you are to disrupt the order of this realm, so that our existence remains unknown to the public. Grafia then had a chilly aura slightly radiate from her. Scared into submission, the offspring of the Phoenix clan extinguished his flames with a click of his tongue. Very well. The game will take place in 10 days, seeing as how you have such a small peerage compared to mine. Riser then grinned as he looked at the orc. You only have 4 members while I have 15. It would only be unfair, since your queen is the only one in your peerage that can match someone from mine. It's no exaggeration when I say that your peerage is inexperienced. Therefore, you get 10 days to grow a little stronger, though I doubt it'll help. If you cannot maximize the strengths and potential of your peerage, then you will lose regardless. Riaz radiated an intense aura at his insult towards her peerage. Nobody ridiculed her peerage in that way without retaliation. How dare you insult my beloved servants? Very well, then. I will make sure to wipe you out. Good. I will see you at the rating game then. Make sure that you all grow stronger for your master, Riaz's peerage. If you all do not improve and embarrass yourselves, it will only shame Riaz. Riser made a small laugh before disappearing through a magic circle along with his peerage. This left only the orc and Grafia. Very well then, Lady Riaz, I will ensure to inform both clans of what has transpired today. Grafia then looked at Issei. I apologize about what you just had to witness, Mr. Issei. I hope that you can excuse the rudeness. She bowed. It's of no consequence, Ms. Grafia. Issei replied. Also, if I may ask, what exactly are you? I know that you are not a devil, but you don't quite seem to be human either. I'm afraid that I'll have to decline answering that. I made a vow not to disclose my heritage so easily. Grafia didn't seem convinced, but she relented. Issei and Demi-Dragon figured she was just being cautious. Considering how he was hanging around Riaz so often, Grafia seemed to merely be concerned for Riaz's safety. Understood. Well then, I shall see you all in 10 days. On that note, Grafia left as well. Before anything else could be said, Aquino walked up to Issei and gave him a conflicted look. Wasting no time, Aquino hugged Issei, with no care about the attention that she had garnered. Issei, she was truly thankful that he had immediately dashed in without hesitation, but she worried for possible future conflicts. I'm sorry that you had to reveal your secret. She understood how much Issei's parents meant to him. The last thing she wanted was for Issei to relive his painful past. Issei stroked her back as he dismissed her worries. My vow doesn't matter if you or anyone I care about is in danger. I wasn't going to just stand outside if anyone was about to attack you. Whenever she truly needed him, Issei was always flying to her rescue ever since they were children. True, he'd failed to find her for years, but she was willing to accept that he was doing his best to make up for it. After the atmosphere had calmed down and everyone had seated themselves, Riaz made a long sigh. Issei was still present, due to the Gremory princess's insistence. Issei, I know what I'm about to say to you is old news, but I must ask you again, will you consider joining my peerage? Riaz looked at him desperately. Before he could say anything, Aquino put her hand on Issei's. Turning to her, Aquino was looking at him with a distressed look. The two were connected enough to know what the other was thinking with just eye contact. Aquino wanted Issei to choose freely, to disregard what others were pressuring onto him. Thinking deeply, Issei knew of the many benefits of becoming a devil of the Gremory clan. You would gain land, wealth, and power. However, he also thought about Aquino. He wanted to be with her so badly that sometimes he couldn't take it. He had lost so many years of time with her that he desired to make up for that time. Even so, it would be a chain that could be used against him. That was something he couldn't risk. Riaz Gremory I must decline once again. He spoke sadly. No matter what, he decided that he had to remain independent. He didn't fully understand what kind of people were among the devils, so he wanted to avoid being used by anyone. He had to be able to move on his own if that time ever came. Rias and Akino looked down sadly. Rias had hoped to be able to recruit him because she was severely interested in him. It was clear she needed all the help she could get. The fact that Akino trusted him so much meant a lot. Akino felt absolutely downtrodden. She had hoped that Issei would join Rias's peerage so that she could spend more time with him and so that she could be close to him again. I see. I understand then. Issei felt horrible, but he wasn't going to agree to every single request that came his way. So, from what I've seen and heard, how are you going to go against Riser? He inquired. Rias sighed with a pained expression. I don't know yet. As you might know, phoenixes are birds of fire and immortality. The Phoenix Devil clan has the same abilities as the Bird of Myth, though to a lesser degree. The only way to deal with him is to wear him down and beat him into submission or destroy his willpower, Rias admitted. Issei recalled seeing a video of the raiding games that Riser had lost, which Azazel had shown him. His opponent had used curses and spells to wear him down and managed to procure a victory after eliminating his peerage. As of this moment, I'm pretty sure that we can indeed become stronger within 10 days, but that isn't nearly enough time to increase our own stamina to match a Phoenix clansman. Akino gave her input as she tightened her hold on Issei's hand. Akino must be really worried for Rias if she's acting like this. Issei thought to himself. If you lose, what happens to your peerage? Issei looked at Rias with a very serious expression. If I lose, nothing should happen to them. They will still be within my peerage, but Riser would be able to have some degree of control over them too. I would be able to do the same with his peerage, since married devils often have some amount of authority over each other's peerages within in business and their homes. The only time that they can't order around each other's peerages is inside of combat and raiding games, Rias solemnly explained. Issei remembered the lustful and piggish look in Riser's eyes when he looked at Asia and Akino. He refused to imagine the kind of detestable actions that he might make Akino go through. Loss was not something that Issei could let happen if Akino would be in danger. Then, would you mind if I helped you all on your training? Issei offered with a small smile. Rias looked at him in surprise. What? Akino looked at him too. If I can help train alongside you, I might learn a thing or two and vice versa. I've been wondering what it would be like to train with devils. Issei lied. He had trained under Surzets before and it was no bit short of hell. Also, could I bring Rainier with me? I made a promise to protect her, so I absolutely must have close to me for her safety. Issei sheepishly added in. Rias mulled over the thought, recalling how Issei was able to easily stop Riser's attack and keep him from escalating matters. All right, then. We'll have a training camp at a Gremory estate during break. Make sure to come to the clubroom tomorrow at 7 a.m. Make sure to bring plenty of clothes. We'll be training roughly for the next 10 days. On that note, Rias dismissed everyone as they all left to go home and prepare. Just as Issei stepped off of campus, Akino came running towards him. Slamming into his back, Akino clung to him tightly as Issei staggered forward. Akino, the young lady buried her face into him as she stood in place. Can I just stay like this for a little bit longer? Akino muttered. Issei relaxed, but his face was still hot. Moments like these never occurred between them before. They had just managed to return to being friends again. What drove this action? You didn't need to intervene to save me. Even if you hadn't, Grafia would have stepped into the fray. She's known as the strongest queen in the underworld. Now, others might know who you are and might try to take advantage of you. I don't want that. I don't want you to get hurt again. Issei broke her hold over him and turned around. Embracing her, Issei patted and stroked her back as he spoke to her. I'm not as weak as I used to be. I promise that I'll always come back, one way or another. So don't worry so much. It'll only cause you unnecessary stress. Akino wasn't convinced but relaxed in his arms. Besides, I wasn't going to just stand outside while you were going to get assaulted. I think with your light powers, you would be able to deal with him. As soon as he mentioned Akino's powers, her mood dropped considerably. Taking notice of it, Issei apologized. I'm sorry, Akino. I shouldn't have said that. Issei then remembered that Akino didn't like talking about her heritage. I'm still not comfortable with using my powers. It's because of these powers that I was hunted and alienated. In truth, I actually hate my abilities. Issei could only fathom how long it would take for Akino to be comfortable with herself again, though only time could tell the answer to that. Akino kept her embrace. She'd imagined what it would be like to be under the heel of Riser. His mindset was already hinted at when his entire peerage was full of women. Riser oozed a dominating personality. Behind closed doors, almost anything could happen in the underworld, especially if the one who closed them had influence. When those thoughts swirled in her mind, she hated it. The only person she'd allow to touch her in that way was possibly Issei. Earlier, you reminded me of how you'd always fight off bullies when they bothered me. Back when we were kids, you'd always swoop in and help me. Even after 9 years, you're still the same Issei that I knew. Akino smiled as she took in his scent. It was just so mesmerizing to her and it made her feel calmer. The next day, Issei had packed his bags and made sure to lock up his home before leaving with Rainier. In a flash of light, the orc were transported to the outsides of their destination. The estate was like a gigantic mansion that stood isolated among mountains and forests. The mansion was white stone with black-tiled roofs. Shining glass windows lined the outside of the house with balconies protruding from every few rooms. Black, iron gates stood high and strong, sanctioning off anyone that would dare to try and enter. Rias then walked forward and put her hand in front of the gates. A red magic circle appeared and unlocked the iron gate. With a creak, the path was clear and everyone moved in. Issei paused when the gates creaked like in a haunted movie. After putting their things away, Rias had everyone meet at the entrance, which was like a lounge that had 2 stairways that spiraled onto the other floors. Now then, everyone, will now begin training. Rias smiled as she turned to Asia. Asia, we'll have you practice magic with Akino. Hyoudou and Kaneko will spar and I will do the same with Issei. We'll spend today gauging where we are and move on from there. Understood, President. Everyone responded. Issei turned to Rainier and decided that he'd ask that she take some time to relax. Didn't you bring me to train too? She was honestly perplexed when he returned home the previous night and told her that they were to go take part in a training camp. Well, if you want to, that can be arranged. However, I brought you with me because I want to keep you safe, in case anyone was after you. I didn't want to leave you alone, but I wanted to help Akino and the others. I'm sorry for being so inconvenient to you. Issei then thought about how selfish he seemed. Rainier shook her head and smiled. No, it's fine. Then, I'll do my own training, and then I'll make sure to prepare food for everyone before lunchtime. Without further ado, she left to do as she said. Issei had changed into a black tracksuit and walked to the backyard. The size of it was quite astonishing. Spanning an entire landscape, Issei was amazed that the Gremory finances weren't as humble as the ones owning it. Alright, then, we'll spar for a few hours and then we'll have lunch. After that, we'll exchange partners and continue until the day ends. We need to sort out our hidden strengths and weaknesses before we can build off of them, Rias announced as everyone enacted the day's schedule. Rias and Issei stood several feet away from each other and got into stance. President, do you have any ideas on how to wear down Riser? Issei looked at her as he got into stance. I do, though, I'm trying to think of more efficient strategies. She then readied herself. Now enough of that. Let's begin. Bleach Ost, Pleasures of Combat. Play song. Without another word, Rias fired a red and black surge of destruction that disintegrated and broke down the soil and grass that Issei was originally standing on. Having leapt into the air, Issei covered his hand in red energy and blasted a transparent wave that pushed Rias into the ground, knocking her on her knees. With a forceful motion, Rias aimed at Issei with her hand and fired a concentrated beam of destruction that sailed through the air, though the Red Dragon Emperor had moved out of the way. Issei landed back on the ground and dashed at her. Filling his fist with energy, Issei punched at her, though she rolled out of the way before hitting Issei at point-blank range with another magical blast. Regaining distance, Rias waited for the dust to clear where Issei stood. His clothes were certainly ruffled, but he looked none the worse for wear. Dusting himself off, Issei got into stance and blasted another transparent wave of red energy at her. Defending herself with a red magic circle, Issei took his chance and gathered mana into his foot. Jumping into the air, he did a flying kick into her defense, shattering it and sending her staggering back. Following up his attack, Issei did a side kick, colliding his foot with Rias' stomach. Being sent flying back a few meters, Rias landed on her back. Bleach Ost, Pleasures of Combat. End song. With the first match settled, Issei walked over and helped her up. Why aren't you using the boosted gear? Rias asked. I wanted to save it for later. I kinda didn't want to start at such a high point. They still had several days, after all. When lunchtime arrived, everyone crowded around a table by the mansion as Rainier brought out sandwiches, onigiri, and cold drinks. I made something that wasn't too heavy on the stomach so that you all could get your strength back without really feeling it. She smiled at everyone. Issei honestly felt that her smile was like that of a radiant sun, warm and re-energizing. Taking a bite out of the onigiri in his hand, he felt energy return to him, though he hadn't really lost much, if any at all. Sitting by his lonesome, Issei was pondering about how he could help Rias win her match. After their short sparring lesson, he had deduced that Rias had vastly untapped potential, but she was just muscling her way through her fights. The power of destruction was a powerful ability that disintegrated whatever it came into contact with, leaving no traces of its target. It was a natural ability of the Bale clan, which Rias was a descendant of. During their sparring session, Rias was constantly firing large blasts of her power, without thinking about the long-term effects that would hinder her. Not to mention, she lacked versatility. She was just firing her blasts without much thought. At the start of lunch, Issei already saw Rias sweating and exhausted. Another problem was that she lacked physical stamina. Magical fighters often got targeted by melee fighters since that was their worst matchup. He had also done some observations about the other members of the club. He already knew that Akino was unwilling to use her Holy Lightning, which was a given, considering her past. He couldn't force her to use it, but he had to advise her to. Light would have proven to be of much help if she was going to help her master win. It was possible that she could even wipe out the other team by herself. Kiba didn't seem to have anything hidden that he was reluctant to use. The only thing he thought that Kiba needed to do was unlock his balance breaker. That was close to impossible, given how nothing critical was likely to happen at this camp. The only thing he could hope for was for an intense situation at the raiding game. Kaneko was strong and her defense was quite solid. Given the traits of her evil piece, it was unavoidable that she would lose speed. However, D-Dragon noticed that something was leaking out of her aura when she struck something. The last time he saw her punch something, he felt traces of Kai and Senjutsu flow around her. This was probably something that he would need to ask Rias about later. Last, but not least, was Asia. To his dismay, Asia had no offensive capabilities at the current time. She was far too unwilling to cause harm to others, so he knew that she'd have to focus on defense and healing. Her Twilight healing proved to be a very strong asset, given how she could heal just as effectively as Phoenix Tears, but it healed at a slower rate than Phoenix Tears. Issei wanted to advise Rias to bench Asia, lest she be a liability in combat. He recalled seeing Rainier fight the night that everyone had left to go rescue Asia. He felt that she was a bit experienced and she had a crafty mind. With more training, she might gain her next pair of wings if she kept up her work ethic. Finally, he thought about himself. He felt that he needed to try and unlock more of D-Drag's powers. He was aware that D-Drag had multiple unique abilities from when he hadn't been sealed, but he didn't know how to obtain them. D-Drag didn't have a physical body, so he couldn't actually show Issei how to do it, and mental training could only do so much. Rainier walked over to Issei and sat in front of him. "Why are you sitting all alone, Issei?" Issei shook his head. "I'm just thinking about things. I promised to help out at this training camp, so I'm trying to think of ways to do that. I'm also learning alongside everyone here too. When I was at Grigori, teamwork wasn't something I did too often." Issei, I never got to ask, but what kind of training does Grigori give you?" She inadvertently forced Issei to recall his past as he went through his mental collection of troubles. Issei paled. Rainier was a bit regretful, as he looked like he was in the thralls of PTSD. "For starters, I had a giant wrecking ball thrown at me to enhance my endurance and pain tolerance. Then I had to survive in the wilderness for 3 months with nothing on me at all. After that, I had to learn combat training from Cockabeel, alongside magic with Azazel. Barakeel also taught me tactics and several fighting styles that he knew. I then spent time with others as a student for a few more years. Finally, near the beginning of this year, I spent time improving my own skills up till this point in time." Issei solemnly recounted his life as he vigorously ate his onigiri, appreciating its great taste. He never expected mundane food to be so delicious after he had to resort to eating bark in the past. Rainier was honestly surprised by Issei's tale, but she wasn't doubting the fact that it was effective, given how strong he had become. "I wonder if I can get stronger if I get closer to you, then," Rainier mumbled to herself, not aware that Issei caught that. "Huh." He looked at her with a curious expression. "And nothing." She then got up and walked away to get more food, albeit with a red face. Right after she left, Akino took a seat, which was right next to Issei. It was clear to him that she was up to something considering the mischievous glint that she had in her eye. "Issei, I wanted to ask if you wanted to be my training partner for the last part of the day." She smiled as she moved next to him. "I've been wanting to see how manly you become from an up-close view. The last time I saw you fight, you were wearing your armor, so I couldn't get a good look at you." Akino spoke sensually as she moved closer and closer to him, eventually having her face mere inches from his cheek. Issei was shocked at how quickly she had gotten near him. He was beginning to wonder if Akino liked to tease people like this. Did something in her awaken after what happened in the clubroom? "Yuffie-fufu, I miss being close to Issei. It's been so long since we actually got to relax together like this. Within the past recent months, we've been getting caught up in tense situations." Akino then narrowed her eyes in a suggestive way, only to giggle as she backed away. "Just kidding. I remember how easy it was to tease you back then. Some things never change." He didn't understand how, but Akino just seemed to always have a way to destroy his calm mindset. Rias was honestly surprised by Akino's behavior, having turned the corner as they talked. She had never known that Akino had this side to herself. However, that thought wasn't the largest priority at the moment. She wanted to talk with Issei about something else. She had something to confirm, something she'd wondered about ever since she'd laid eyes upon him. Sitting in front of him, Rias beckoned his attention. "Issei, HM. He turned to her. "Tell me, are you that boy that trained with my brother a few years ago?" Rias asked. "Yeah, I was." Issei knew Rias wasn't stupid. They'd actually locked eyes before in the past, but never interacted more. "After my brother moved out of the home, I'd rarely seen him. I recall that he spoke about having a student but wouldn't elaborate. I recall visiting him before and seeing a boy that looked like you. To think we'd meet again." Rias chuckled. "Well, we only glanced at each other a time or two. It was actually supposed to be kinda secret since Azazel was cashing in a favor Surzech owed him. I spent a year or so training with your brother." Issei shivered, recalling more repressed memories. "Do you know my brother's dome technique?" Rias had her fingers crossed. If there was only one technique that she had to focus on, it was that one. "Yeah, I remember it well." "Did he teach it to you?" Issei asked. "No, he was far too busy. Private matters delayed me, so I never got the chance. I was hoping you knew it and could help me learn it." Issei scratched his head. He remembered Surzech explaining how he did it, but he didn't go beyond that. "He did tell me how he did it. I could tell you what I know and will practice it. The Dome of Destruction is a barrier that is maintained by your power of destruction. By shaping your energy around an opponent and reinforcing it with a constant supply of stamina and mana, you're able to trap your opponents in a containment field that depends on your strength and energy levels." Issei briefly explained it to her. "Can you help me learn it then?" Rias asked eagerly. Issei looked at her, smiled, and nodded. "I would be glad to help you." He then looked at his watch. Lunch was almost over and sparring pairs had to be changed. Of course, that'll have to be saved for tomorrow. Later, everyone had changed pairs. Kiba was training with Rias, Kaneko was paired with Rainer, and Akino was paired with Issei. Asia would be sitting the combat out since she wasn't yet capable of direct fighting. Issei looked at the woman in front of him with dread as he saw the sadistic glint in Akino's eyes. Oh my, yufifufu. She chuckled as she put a finger on her chin. I wonder how I'll interact with Issei. Maybe I'll shock him with my affection or heat him up with my passion. She muttered to herself. Issei was practically screaming in his head. Somebody save me. He recalled his childhood memories of how Akino dealt with bullies that bothered Issei. She seemed to enjoy payback a bit too much. He just recalled screams, electric crackles, and giggling. Bleachost, showing off. Play song. As Asia fired a starter gun for them to begin, Akino fired a bolt of thunder that narrowly missed Issei. Fortunately for him, Issei was resistant to elemental magic, a forte of Akino's. Charging in his left hand, Issei blew fire from his right hand. Akino dispersed it with a wall of water that appeared from a bottle of water that was nearby. That's cheating, Akino. Issei japed. Yufifufu. I'm just being creative, that's all. She responded. Steam hissed across the battlefield, obscuring everyone's sight. Geez, now we can't see anything either. Ria sighed as she tried to sense where Kiba was. Thankfully for Kiba, he had been trained to be able to fight without his vision, as his master had ordained. Closing his eyes, he could sense where Rias was, given her strong presence. Without a single word, Kiba silently but quickly dashed to her, without disturbing the smallest cloud of steam. Rias could feel someone getting close to her. She turned around and fired a blast of destruction. Kiba was able to stop the attack after stabbing his sword into the ground, producing several dozens of demonic swords from the earth. The blast of destruction dispersed after hitting objects that it couldn't break down completely. Rias was a bit surprised and proud of Kiba. He was able to stop an attack from her with something that she never anticipated for him to be capable of. Kiba was a bit satisfied with the progress of his training. He had been able to create swords durable enough to stop his master's attacks. With Holy Eraser in hand, Kiba dodged forward to continue the match. Meanwhile, Kaneko and Rainer were doing their share of training. Fists collided with light as the two were locked in close-range combat. Rainer brandished a magenta spear of light, swiping it at Kaneko, who was weaving away from her attacks with small movements. After seeing an opening in Rainer's defenses, Kaneko closed in for the attack, but was stopped when Rainer managed to create a small barrier where Kaneko had aimed. Her fist blocked by a small magic circle, Kaneko whirled around to try and kick her in a different place, but Rainer had jumped into the air. Exchanging her spear for a hammer, Rainer came flying back down, smashing her weapon of light into the ground, causing a significant crater to form. You're not bad, Kaneko remarked. Rainer returned the courtesy with a smile. I can say the same about you. Back where Akino and Issei were, the two were merely firing attacks at each other to size each other up. If she wasn't so stubborn about her heritage, she would be so much stronger. Issei spoke to himself. Though he knew it wasn't his place, Issei couldn't help but say this. Akino put her hands together and created a surprising amount of voltage from it. Raising her hands into the air, Akino fired several bolts of yellow thunder, creating a large magic circle that levitated over Issei. She said as Issei immediately understood why the technique was named so. The magic circle followed Issei as he darted around, dodging bolts of thunder. Oh shit! Moving around while trying to get closer to Akino, Issei noticed her expression and words. Yufifufu. I wonder how long you can dance with me, Issei. I hope that you can hold on long enough for me to be able to have my way with you tonight. She giggled. Huh. Issei was completely caught off guard by her statement. Just then, he remembered the magic circle behind him, forcing him to run again. To be honest, he felt like playing around a bit. At that moment, he suspected that Volley's battle maniac tendencies had rubbed off on him. Still, they were training, so Issei knew that he had to get a bit more serious. Summoning his boosted gear, Issei boosted once and increased his physical performance. He closed the distance between him and Akino within seconds. Zipping to a halt in front of her, Issei blasted her with. The transparent wave of red energy knocked her off of her feet, sending her into the air. Recovering quickly, Akino sprouted her devil wings and formed another over the ground. However, there was a feint. The circle crackled and fired a massive bolt of yellow thunder that blew a crater into the ground, demolishing the field that they were in. The bolt had made direct contact with Issei, and when the dust cleared, it was apparent that Issei was unscathed. Akino frowned a little when she saw that and ignited an orange flame. Firing a flamethrower of heat at her childhood friend, Issei managed to dodge it, though Akino had already predicted that. Casting a wind spell, Akino combined air and flame to form a serpent of inferno to engulf her target. Unfortunately, again, Issei was unharmed, though his clothes were burned. Too bad, Akino. I guess sadists aren't effective against me. He teased her. The girl only offered a retort in exchange. Then what about a lover? She winked, sending a scarlet shade of warmth to crawl across Issei's face. You still cheat like when we were kids, Issei remarked with a deadpan face. Oh my, I'm not cheating. I'm only exploiting a weakness that you keep vulnerable. She giggled. Gotcha. Issei leapt at her and brought her to the ground. Bleachost, showing off. End song. Pushing her into the grass, Issei looked down at her and admired her figure. It had no unnecessary fat and it was curvaceous to the point that Issei was tempted to pounce on her. Her giant assets only served to further entice him with her beauty. Issei took a gulp of air. He always knew she was stunningly gorgeous, but up close, she could rival a goddess. Once again, his attraction to her as child came rushing to his thoughts, having grown more as he matured. Akino and Issei held their gaze, the idea of training slipping away from concentration. Time's up. It's time to change partners. Asia called out before things could get more awkward. The two cleared their throats, realizing where they were again. After the first day was over, the intended objective had been met. Rias had to work on strategy and diversity. She muscled her way through situations a bit too often. She also had to develop her own style of using the power of destruction, instead of just firing off regular blasts. Akino needed to train on maintaining her magical supply of energy. Her spells took a large amount of her strength when being used on a large scale. Hence, she had to undergo training to adjust the outputs of her attacks. Kaneko needed to improve her speed as much as she could. While her strength and dexterity were fine, she needed to be able to move when an attack that she couldn't withstand came her way. Kiba was already trying to maximize his strength beforehand, however, he needed more strength. He was fast, so he was adept at dodging attacks, but if he took a hit to his legs, there was the chance that he would become debilitated in battle. Reina had to increase her statistics in general. Like in a video game, she needed to increase her traits to become stronger, such as her speed, strength, and defense. She had been captured by the stray exorcists in the first place because she wasn't physically strong enough to fight them off. Her magic supply was a bit above average, so there were no worries there since she wisely spent it. Asia had a large problem with offense. It was completely against her nature. Therefore, it was decided that she had to focus on defense since she was absolutely adamant about avoiding direct confrontation. Her Twilight healing also proved to be very effective, so it was best to maximize its potential as much as possible. Hence, for the second day onwards, everyone would train to improve their strengths and decrease their weaknesses. The night of the second day, Issei felt a little refreshed. He had trained all day and he was now able to rest. The baths were amazingly large and the bedrooms were comfortable. The feast that Rainier had cooked up had also proven to be incredibly delectable. He hadn't had such good Chinese cuisine since he had last visited China with Azazel. Having changed into a simple white shirt and shorts, Issei was able to instantly relax, but he hadn't quite been able to sleep yet. He was still mulling over the results of the day. What he had thought about each of the orc members hadn't changed much, but he had indeed seen improvement in each of the members. Rias had managed to learn the barrier technique that Surzech had invented, but she couldn't employ it to the level that he could. Rias' supply of energy wasn't large enough to fortify and maintain it at the same time. At best, the barrier would hold 5 minutes if Riser went all out while confined. He had trained with her and tried to get her to apply her power of destruction to the barrier, like how Surzech could confine and disintegrate his enemies, but the task was still too difficult for her. Issei decided that for the next 9 days, he would have to help Rias to be able to cause as much damage to Riser as possible. A few hours after he had fallen asleep, Issei awakened and felt something rub against him and instantly reopened his eyes as he whipped away his blankets to reveal a certain someone crawling up his chest. Issei wasn't surprised with who he saw. Akino smiled at him innocently as her violet eyes connected with his brown ones. Akino ... What are you doing? Issei dreaded her response out of shyness rather than disturbance. Why? Akino was barely an inch away from contact but opted not to. She had gently pushed Issei back down onto the mattress and was clad in a black, silk nightgown that touched her mid-thighs. I'm only trying to get some skinship done, she whispered with her breath tickling Issei, causing the heat in his body to rise. Jay, Issei whimpered as his body jumped. Oh my, yuffie-fufu. I guess this means that you're still a virgin. Akino giggled. Issei didn't make any indications and remained silent. He wasn't ashamed to admit it, but if he did, he'd add more fuel to the fire. That's good. I would have been sad if another woman had claimed you before I could. Akino whispered to herself, having dropped her seductive tone as she smiled. Issei ... Are you going to watch the match? Akino asked nervously. Issei nodded eagerly. Of course, I wouldn't miss your match for the world. Issei knew that she was nervous about the outcome and odds of the rating game. He couldn't have done more than provide her emotional support and training. It was a shame that the outcome had come to this though. Having Issei and Rias's peerage would have given them an edge, perhaps a guaranteed win. Akino was afraid that she would fail her master and Issei. Rias, the one who helped her gain a new reason to live, was having her freedom and future staked on this match. As for Issei, he had worked so hard to help the orc improve and there was so much more that she wanted to do with him, but if they lost, Akino might be thrown into the palm of Riser. There was also the matter about her holy lightning. A few hours ago, when she tried to swallow her pride and conjure it, she found that she couldn't. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't combine light with her thunder. This had actually brought down Akino's mood, even after all of her past contempt for her inherited powers. Issei, Akino shakily spoke to him. He looked at her innocently. It's about my holy lightning. I think that I've lost the ability to use it, Akino grimly admitted. Issei was able to instantly think of a few ideas of why this could have happened, all of which would be difficult to solve. With the little time she had left before the game, it was impossible to restore her powers back. I cursed my powers for so long that I wanted to be rid of it. Now that it's finally happened, I wonder why I'm so sad. Akino felt frustrated as she clutched Issei's shirt. In truth, she had gone to Issei for comfort, not skinship. She had felt so conflicted that she needed her childhood friend and crush to be there for her, or else she would have gotten no rest. Issei soothingly rubbed her back as he brought her closer to him. We used to do this as kids whenever you got upset. You'd always cuddle up to me and tell me your troubles. It's kinda nice that some things haven't changed. Issei brought up a new topic, surprising Akino as she realized that she still had this habit. She smiled softly as she thought about their bright past. Akino, you shouldn't blame yourself for being unable to use your lightning for now. I'm sure that it'll come back because I know that you're strong. I know that you'll pull through because I have faith in you. I always had faith in you. Issei's words made Akino's heart skip a few beats. Patting her head warmly, Issei comforted her as she began to get sleepy. Just do your best on that day. I know that you'll be awesome. Finally closing her eyes, Issei held onto her so that she could remain in a blessed sleep. I guess she's too tired to mess with you tonight, Drake commented from within Issei's mind. Can't blame her. Today was quite strenuous since it was non-stop fighting. Still, they have a long way to go if they want to even the odds against Riser. It's my job to make sure that happens. Issei swore as he drifted to sleep. The next few days was full of literally explosive training. Rias had managed to improve her barrier technique to an extent, but even then, Issei was skeptical about its power to take out Riser. Rias didn't have enough experience with strong opponents since her main source of battle experience came from fighting stray devils, who weren't always strong due to the worry of her father. Still, Issei saw hope. Kiba's strength had increased and Issei had taken it upon himself to be Kiba's opponent. Due to the several injuries and exercises that he had obtained, Kiba's endurance and stamina had improved quite a bit. If Issei could rank him, Kiba would be as strong as a middle-class devil. The knight had also worked on creating new types of demonic swords too, something that Issei was interested in seeing, but he refused to show him his products. As Kiba put it, he'd show Issei on the big screen. Kaneko still had trouble with speed, but she had worked on her endurance enough to be able to withstand several debilitating physical attacks, but she was still weak to magical attacks. While training, Issei had actually gotten a whiff of something that he hadn't noticed before. The entire time he was with her during training, he seemed to smell cats. Asia was unable to focus on offense, so Issei taught her barrier techniques so that she could help Rias keep up defense. Her skill with barriers was probably the best compared to the others in Rias's peerage, even surpassing Akino and Rias's skills. He assumed that her wish to protect and heal others had played a factor in this sudden development. Issei had the hardest time training with Akino. Her physical strength was a bit below Kaneko's, but her magic was stronger than Asia's natural talent with it. Aside from helping her martial arts improve, Issei couldn't do much with teaching her more magic. He knew he wasn't a teacher, so he could only safely tell her what he knew. Still, there was one giant problem they still needed to address. Akino still hadn't become able to use her light powers again. Reina had actually advanced much in her training. She had gained a third wing in her training and her physical and magical powers had grown, but she was still too frail. If she took a major hit to a vital area, the injury would hamper her for too long since she couldn't recover quickly. For that reason, Issei was helping her develop her speed to avoid getting hit before he could advance to endurance training. It was now at this point that Issei could only hope for the best for his friends as they staked their freedom. Rias had already arranged for Issei to be a spectator of the game, so he had been invited to come watch instead of just waiting to hear for news. When the day of the mock rating game had finally come, Issei was brought to a room with multiple surveillance screens. Both weren't very surprised, however. Rias and Ms. Grafia has told us about you, Issei. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sona Citri extended her hand. Issei politely shook her hand as he sat down at the table. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Issei hoped that Rias hadn't spoken too much about him since it would have been awkward. As Issei peered into the screens, he saw multiple areas of where the rating game was being fought and he anxiously waited for the beginning of the game. The rating game site was Kuo Academy. Riser was based inside the principal's office of the new building while the orc was based in the replica of their clubroom. Rias was sitting at her desk while her peerage crowded around a map of campus. Riser will likely go to the gym. He'll probably predict that we'll try to take the center of the map to get an advantage point. However, instead, we'll lure them there and distract them long enough for Akino to obliterate the location. Hyoudou and Kaneko will go there first. Rias pointed at the middle part of the map and then marked areas around the map. Riser would surely remain in the new school building and wait to tire us out. We'll use that to get rid of his pieces so that we face less interruptions. Akino will set traps around the location to take care of the pawns that he sends after us. I think he'll send his weaker servants out first. Rias then gestured to locations that she had marked so that Akino knew where to go. Rias knew it was risky to have herself move out, but she didn't have a spare member in her peerage to help, and Asia was no good with offense. I'm sorry. Asia bowed, but nobody blamed her for anything. It's fine, Asia. I think it's good that you're so gentle. Rias patted her on the head to soothe her before turning back to the map. I will move around and discreetly eliminate any of Riser's pieces while I make my way to him. While I do that, I need you all to help occupy his pieces. We need to win as quickly as possible. As Rias concluded, Grafia immediately spoke on the intercom. Everyone, I am Grafia, servant of the Gremory clan, and I will be the judge of today's match. The game will begin in 5 minutes. Please complete all preparations before the game starts. As for the rules, participants will be retired when they are no longer able to fight. Excessive maiming or torture is strictly prohibited. Murder will also be severely punished. Any breaking of the rules will be met with corresponding consequences. The conditions to win the game are to force the enemy king to surrender or to render them no longer able to fight. Pawns can promote once they enter enemy territory. On that note, Grafia finished speaking, leaving everyone to begin setting up. Riaz looked at Aquino, who nodded and left the room to begin their plan. Meanwhile, back in the surveillance room, Grafia had entered to confirm a few things with everyone there. I came to clarify that any intervention is prohibited from any outside parties. Therefore, I ask that you all refrain from acting on impulse, no matter what. Grafia looked at Issei when she said this, but he took no offense. This was a matter between devil families, so this was only natural. With a nod of understanding, Grafia left to begin the games, leaving Issei to watch the screens with a nervous feeling in his gut. With 15 minutes having passed, the games will now begin. With Grafia's permission, the long-awaited fight had begun. Ria stood up as her peerage left the clubroom. Now then, my adorable servants, let's kick Riser's ass, Riaz declared, to which everyone gave a sound of agreement. Kiba and Kaneko had sprinted to the gym as planned and had climbed onto the stage, hiding behind the curtains as they creeped around to see who was there. The lights to the gym came on as a voice called out to the duo. Gremory servants behind the curtain, you can come out now. A female's voice prompted them to walk out of the shadows, allowing the enemies to see each other. 4 of Riser's peerage stood across from Kaneko and Kiba. The one in the front was a well-endowed Chinese woman with black hair tied into 2 Chinese hair buns, and she wore a blue and gold kipao dress that exposed much of the side of her body, with black bracers on her arms. Next were a pair of twins that were short and had light green hair, and their eyes were blue. Both wore school gym clothes, which consisted of white shirts with bloomers, and they sported chainsaws. The last member had blue hair, brown eyes, and wore white Japanese robes with a short skirt and a red haori jacket over her top. She also had a wooden staff in her hand. Just then, Grafia's voice echoed from nowhere. 3 of Riser's pawns have retired. The Chinese girl looked surprised as she took in the news. Already, she exclaimed. Kaneko then looked at Kiba. I'll fight the rook in the front. Hyoudou, I'll leave the others to you. Can you handle them? With his trademark smile, he nodded before leaping off of the stage. I am Zulan, a rook of Lord Riser. The Chinese girl introduced herself as she got into stance. Kaneko wasn't one for much socializing, so she merely took her own stance. Kiba walked up to the other 3 and drew his holy eraser. I am Kiba Hyoudou, Riaz Gremory's knight. The other 3 then gave their own names. I'm a pawn, I'll. One of the twins spoke as the other followed up. I'm also a pawn, Nell. The girl with the blue hair then spoke last. I'm Mira, a pawn. With introductions finished, the battle began. Bleachost, Other Tales of Zanpakuto. Play song. Zulan jump-kicked at Kaneko, who sidestepped and moved back. Zulan landed and whirled around with a kick that had flames streaking from it. Kaneko managed to catch the kick in her hands before tackling Zulan, knocking her back as she staggered. Following up the attack, Kaneko punched her in the face before striking her in the gut. Zulan staggered back even further. Not bad, she spoke before covering her hands in fire. Launching at Kaneko again, Zulan instead kicked 4 times at Kaneko, but she dodged each attack. Kaneko spun around and tried to counter with a backhand, but her opponent ducked and kicked up from behind. Before any damage could be obtained, Kaneko struck down on Zulan's back, causing her to hit the ground. Meanwhile, Kiba was moving away from Isle and Nell, who were a bit too enthusiastic about cutting him with their chainsaws. Disassembling time. Disassembling time. They cried over and over as they chased him. Don't run away now, handsome. Mira jumped behind Kiba, but he merely somersaulted over her before cutting her staff in half and kicking her in the gut, sending her sprawling across the ground. He then dashed in front of the twins and knocked the chainsaws from their hands before hitting them both with the flat of his blade, causing the 2 to fall over from the head injuries. Let's go, Kaneko. The 2 then ran out. Are you 2 going to run away just like that? Zulan called out. The knight and rook exited the gym before a powerful blast of yellow thunder obliterated the gym. Rubble, flames, and smoke scattered everywhere as Kiba and Kaneko looked back. Bleachost, Other Tales of Zanpakuto. End song. With no clear signs that the enemy had survived, Kiba and Kaneko then continued to move forward until they saw Aquino in the sky, wearing her priestess robes. 3 of Riser's pawns and 1 rook have retired. Grafia announced once again. Oh my, Yuffie Fufu. I'm glad that you 2 were able to make it out okay. Aquino giggled before she had to intercept an incoming attack. She fired a jet stream of water that clashed against an orb of fire, causing it to explode in midair. As the steam in the air disappeared, a woman with long, wavy, purple hair that covered her red eye had appeared. She wore a dress that also accentuated her cleavage, and she had shoulder guards adorned on her as well. She also had stockings attached to garters on her legs, and she held a staff in her hand. Oh my, I'm surprised that we would go against such an opponent already. Akino remarked as she faced the woman in front of her. I've always wanted to have a chance to fight you, Priestess of Thunder. I am quite honored, Bomb Queen Yubaluna. Akino retorted. Issei was observing from the surveillance room and he could have sworn that he saw Yubaluna's eyebrow twitch. I dislike that name quite a bit. It's in bad taste. At that moment, both of their auras flared. Akino was surrounded by a golden aura while Yubaluna was covered in a purple one. Kaneko, Hyoudou, the both of you should go on ahead while I deal with her. It too knew not to argue and ventured forward to clear the way for Rias. As they left, they could hear explosions boom behind them, though they didn't have time to just stand and look back. Akino and Yubaluna glared at each other before Yubaluna spoke again. My master was quite interested in you. It looks like you'll make a fine member in the family. Yubaluna smirked as she taunted Akino. I'd rather melt in garbage rather than get close to him. Akino spat. My, Lord Riser will surely discipline that mouth and body of yours. Yubaluna chuckled as she had succeeded in riling Akino up. Kiba and Kaneko had soon made it to a large clearing before a gust of wind caught their attention. Sensing a presence, Kiba turned to it and saw a woman in gray armor walking towards them. She wore a skirt and had bandages messily wrapping around her head, with some hair peeking it. Strapped to her side was a sword, with gauntlets and greaves covering her limbs. I am Carlamine, a knight of Riser Phoenix. You must be foolish to come out into the open when you're so severely outnumbered. She drew her sword as she stood en guard. I am Kiba Hyoudou, Rias Gremory's knight. I've been hoping for a duel between knights. Kiba did a sword salute before assuming his guard. I couldn't agree more. Carlamine then charged forward. Kiba met her with a clang of blades as they whirled around each other to strike for vital spots, but each time, the two would parry and lock blades in an attempt to overpower the other. Meanwhile, another person emerged from nowhere. A woman wearing a black jacket and dark pants with a detached legging walked closer to Kaneko. She had brown hair with some strands colored red and had a mask covering the right part of her face, leaving the other side exposed, revealing her green eyes. I am Isabella, a rook of Riser Phoenix. She gave her name as she assumed a stance. Suddenly, another person came out of nowhere. The short girl with blonde hair that curled into drills calmly waltzed onto the battlefield. She had blue eyes and wore a pink dress with red shoes. I never expected for things to turn out this way. The blonde girl spoke as she looked at Kiba and Kaneko. It looks like the other group of pieces hasn't arrived here yet. The blonde girl commented. 2 pawns, 1 bishop, and 1 knight have retired. Grafia suddenly announced, shocking the blonde girl. It must have been Lady Rias who did it. Isabella responded. It seems like our numbers are even now. Though, I doubt that you all will be able to keep fighting. The blonde girl then prompted Isabella to attack. Bleach Ost, Guitar 3. Play song. Isabella jabbed 3 times at Kaneko, who managed to dodge and kicked Isabella in the stomach, earning a gag from her. In retaliation, the masked woman set a fist to Kaneko's face, knocking her back several feet. Kaneko, Kiba called out to her before he had to refocus on Carlamine. Kaneko slowly got up before having to dodge around again to avoid Isabella's attacks. When Isabella tried to do a ground smash, Kaneko took her chance and kicked her in the side when she landed. Gah! Isabella coughed as she was sent rolling across the ground. However, she quickly got up and flung herself right back into Kaneko, slamming into her with a tackle. As the 2 rooks brawled, Kiba was too occupied with his duel to be able to help Kaneko. Carlamine proved to be a troublesome opponent for his holy eraser. Kiba swung his sword down on Carlamine, but she used an uppercut to break his blade. Jumping back before she could another swipe in, Kiba threw away his broken sword and did something Carlamine didn't expect. In his hands, snowflakes gathered and created a sword that radiated cold air. A white hilt formed in his hands as a golden handguard and a silver blade were formed with the shattering of the ice that made it. Swinging at Carlamine's fiery sword, her weapon was extinguished as it broke into pieces. No matter, we of the proud Phoenix clan have power over fire and wind. In the end, you will lose. Carlamine then drew a dagger from her waist as she struck against Kiba's sword of ice. The attack worked, but Kiba still had many tricks left. Reforming his sword, Kiba created another blade that had a hollow portion at the top. In the hollow part of his sword, a void of darkness began sucking in all of the air and fire that Carlamine created. Just how many sacred gears do you have? Kiba smiled as he explained his ability. My sacred gear, Sword Birth, allows me to create any demonic sword that I want using only my imagination. He then swung his blade once more before putting his hand on the ground to create a blue magic circle, causing several sword blades to erupt from the ground. Jumping back, Carlamine did something that caught Kiba completely off guard. Carlamine quickly put her hands together and formed a sword of wind. Rushing at Kiba with desperation, the female knight slashed Kiba across the chest, leaving a bloody gash across it. Kiba winced from the pain, but Carlamine wasn't finished. Using her left hand, she made a sword of fire and cut down on his right shoulder, dealing yet another wound to him. Now that she was close, however, Kiba had the perfect chance to take her out. Putting his hands on the ground again, he triggered his sword birth again, causing more blades to erupt from the earth. The blades quickly impaled Carlamine as she cried out in pain. Her arms were pinned between blades and her sides were stabbed, causing her to receive wounds that would force her to retire. I've lost this one, she murmured before fading into light. Kiba knelt on his knees to catch his breath as his body then noticed the pain it was in. Kaneko and Isabella were still going at it, but it was clear that the two were already too tired to keep going. Both had bruises and several bone injuries across their bodies, which meant that the next attack was going to be their last. Ria's Gremory has trained all of you well. Isabella complimented Kaneko, who shook her head. Even though the president planned the training, a good senior of mine deserves some credit too. Kaneko then recalled her lessons with Issei about how he taught her to capitalize her strengths while trying to limit her weaknesses. Oh, I'd like to meet this senior of yours one day, then. Isabella smiled at the prospect of meeting somebody who played a part in getting such an inexperienced peerage up to par so quickly. With no more words, the two rushed at each other. There was nothing in their fists but pure conviction, the conviction to win. Their fists connected with each other's faces as they both crumpled to the ground. Kaneko could feel her consciousness fading as she felt burning pain and lightheadedness spread throughout her being. Kiba rushed over and caught her as she started to lose the energy to move. Kaneko, Kiba held her as her body began to glow. I'm sorry that I couldn't go to the end. Kaneko murmured weakly before completely disappearing in retirement. Lady Riz's rook has retired. Grafia spoke as everyone in her peerage grimly took in the news. Even if it was only one casualty, losing Kaneko still hit the group hard since they had so few members. Kiba watched as the light faded before looking at the girl with drill twin tails. How come you aren't fighting, Lady Ravel? Kiba asked her as he took up his guard. I'm not the fighting type. I'm actually more of a strategist. She smiled as she waved at him. Kiba could only wonder at why Riser had her in his peerage, though the reasons weren't something he couldn't guess. Then please excuse me, but I can't allow you to remain in this game. Kiba then lunged at her. Ravel smirked as she sprouted wings of flame and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Riaz and Asia had made their way to the entrance of the new school building. Not wanting Asia to be wiped out, Riaz had taken her along with her as she left their base. During the move from the old school building to the new one, she had dealt with the pieces that Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino had missed. Now that they had arrived at their destination, Riaz and Asia walked into the new building to see Riser already waiting for them by the stairs. You kept me waiting for such a long time, Riaz. Riser smiled at her as Riaz tensed up. It's time we settled this game, Riaz declared. Agreed, even though I wanted to play with you for so much longer. Riser taunted her, causing her to snap. Firing a normal blast of destruction at him, Riser merely took the hit. The hole made in his chest was easily regenerated as flames filled the hole before restoring itself completely to before he had been touched. I wonder who's going to tire out first. Riser smiled before he began to barrage her with bursts of fire. Back where Akino and Ubaluna were fighting, the two were evenly matched in magical prowess, though Akino had begun to have an edge. Ubaluna created 4 rotating balls of purple energy and fired them at her enemy, with each exploding sequentially. Akino barely managed to dodge each explosion, but her injuries were starting to hamper her. Firing a bolt of thunder back at Riser's queen, the bolt struck her in the chest, causing her to scream as she hit the ground below. Slowly sitting up, Ubaluna panted as she looked at the injured priestess in front of her. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I guess I took you too lightly. However, it looks like you're beginning to tire out. Ubaluna smirked as she stood up. Yufifufu, do not fret. I will be fine after a few minutes of rest. Akino retorted. Too bad. I won't let you get those few minutes. Ubaluna then pulled something from her pocket. A tiny vial of red liquid appeared in her hands, shocking Akino. Those are. Ubaluna opened the vial and drank it, causing her wounds to heal as her stamina replenished itself. Phoenix tears. She smiled as she was restored to full health. Raising her staff, Ubaluna created 4 rotating orbs, but this time, she combined them into one massive bomb of energy. Akino tried to retaliate by pouring all of her energy into her thunder as she fired one last bolt. The bolt clashed against the bomb, causing it to begin its imminent explosion, though Ubaluna and Ravel had already concocted a plan. Ubaluna, do it now. Ravel's voice was transmitted through a magic circle as the queen smiled. Moving the bomb with her staff, Ubaluna sent the orb flying where Kiba was, causing a massive explosion there. Unfortunately, Ravel had already left the area and had moved to where Ubaluna was. Kiba, Akino called out before the outcome of the explosion was made clear. Lady Riz's knight has retired, Grafia announced. Akino grit her teeth as she tried to muster any strength that she had left, but it was no use. Ubaluna smiled as she fired another spell at her counterpart. Akino could only feel regret as she closed her eyes, waiting for the finishing blow to arrive. It did, soon enough, causing Akino to disappear into light. Lady Riz's queen has retired. Riaz was shocked that her strongest member was defeated. This only left her and Asia to fight. At the current moment, she had to defend and counter against Riser, with Asia healing her burn wounds. Riaz's magic reserves were beginning to dwindle due to the constant attacks she had to block and the ones that she had to dish out. However, she noticed that Riser was beginning to sweat and his breathing was getting heavier, a sign that he was tiring out. Wasting no time to exploit this, Riaz fired 6 orbs of destruction at Riser. Riser merely created a barrier of flame around him, but that was his undoing. Snapping her fingers, Riaz caused the orbs to expand around Riser. What? The Phoenix member exclaimed as he tried to fight against the wall. I'm settling this now. Riaz closed her fist as Riser was trapped into the barrier that Issei taught her to use. During her training, she learned how to apply her power of destruction to the barrier that she was learning to instead trap and destroy instead of restrain. Even though Issei couldn't show her how to do it, his acting as a test dummy certainly helped. Instantly, the Dome of Destruction began to disintegrate and dissolve the body parts of Riser. Unfortunately, his body kept regenerating. Interesting technique, Rias, but you don't have the power to keep this up. Lord Surzech is much better at this. Gathering an impressive amount of enchanted fire in his hands, Riser let out a shout of effort before breaking the barrier around him. Just then, Ubeluna and Ravel arrived. "Brother," Ravel called out as she landed next to him. "Allow me, Riser." Ubeluna stepped in front of him, but he gently put a hand on her shoulder. "No need. I'll deal with crushing her pride. You can take care of her last servant behind her." Riser eyed Asia as Rias defensively stood in front of her. "Not while I'm here." Keeping her calm, Rias fired 2 small beams of destruction at Riser and Ubeluna. Riser merely took the hit while Ubeluna had to dodge. Out of retaliation, Riser fired a powerful flamethrower of fire at Rias, who erected a wall made from her power of destruction. Creating 5 small spheres that were the size of marbles, Rias launched them at the enemy. As soon as they made contact with Ubeluna, they exploded, causing her massive damage that instantly forced her to retire. Riser looked in disbelief as his queen was defeated in front of his very own eyes. Glaring back at Rias, he lost his temper as he summoned a terrifying amount of fire. "Since you seem to enjoy defeating my peerage, allow me to do the same to yours." Riser yelled as he filled the entire room with flames, igniting and incinerating everything around him. Launching his firestorm at Rias and Asia, the fire clashed against her defenses, which proved to be quite resistant to the fire, though her stamina rapidly drained due to the onslaught of fire that she was dealing with. "It's over." Riser poured even more of power into his inferno as he covered Asia in it, causing her to cry out as she was mercilessly burned. Having been cut off from Rias, Asia had no way of fighting back, nor could she defend herself since she had been tired out from healing Rias. She cried out. Rias tried to protect herself and Asia, but it was too late. Her barrier was no longer sufficient enough to handle the firestorm in the building. "Surrender before I turn her into nothing but ash, Rias," Riser demanded. Rias didn't take that threat lightly as she suspected that he would really do it. "President," Asia's scream echoed in her master's head. "Don't do it." Asia continued as she struggled to resist the pain. Soon enough, Asia began to lose consciousness before the flames could entangle and cremate her. Rias couldn't stand to see one of her precious servants suffer. Even if she valued her pride and freedom, she would never forgive herself if she were the reason for their deaths. "All right, I'll do it." Rias tearfully turned to Riser with a defeated look. With that deed done, the inferno in the room was soon extinguished. With no chances of victory and her body having already been injured to a terrible extent, Rias had no choice but to surrender. The moment Aquino and Kiba lost, it was clear that the victor wasn't Rias. Riser walked over to Rias as he looked at her. "I surrender." Rias spoke hoarsely. "Rias Gremory has conceded defeat. The game has now ended. The victor is Riser Phoenix," Grafia grimly announced. The whole time Issei watched the rating game, he couldn't help but feel his frustration grow. He had wanted to intervene desperately, but he had to respect rules and laws. Watching his friends go down one by one was a bitter experience. Now that Rias had admitted to defeat, it was clear that Issei was forced to resort to drastic measures. He hadn't forgotten what Ubeluna had said to Aquino. That was when his temper soared. The very idea of someone laying hands on someone he cherished. Issei wouldn't tolerate it. "That does it. I have to step in now," Issei swore as he glared at the screen displaying Riser's smug face. He had seen the way Riser had looked at Aquino and the other women in Rias's peerage, and it was enough to make Issei want to punch a hole in his head. The way he went also pissed him off. He cornered Rias and forced her to surrender instead of just retiring them through combat. "You better have a plan then," Drake warned his partner. "I'm working on it," Issei brooded to himself as he remained stone-faced. A day had passed since the rating game between Riser and Rias, with Riser being the victor. It had taken quite a bit of time for Issei to get permission to go to where they were, but thanks to Azazel and a certain someone, he was able to go see his friends. The Orc members were recuperating in a hospital in the human world, which was built specifically to care for supernatural beings. Rainer had also wanted to go with Issei, since she was worried about everyone too. In the short time that she had spent with the Orc, Rainer had come to see them as friends who had accepted her, despite opposing heritage. Having brought along some baskets and get-well gifts, Issei couldn't help but worry about the wounds that everyone had suffered, not just physically, but emotionally as well. Soon enough, they were relieved to see that they would all be fine after some rest. Each of them had been given their own rooms. Fortunately, Rias was allowed her own room close to the rest of the club. Issei had actually expected Riser to dive in and take her away before she could speak to her peerage again. When Issei and Rainer entered Kaniko's room, they found her awake, albeit extremely gloomy. "Hi, Kaniko." Rainer greeted her softly. "How are you recovering, Kaniko?" Issei sat down on the stool by her bed and smiled softly at her. Kaniko didn't meet his gaze. "Even so," she replied. "I'm doing fine, Issei-senpai." Issei could hear the frustration in her voice when she spoke, so he wasn't going to just leave. "You're pretty bitter about this, aren't you?" Kaniko felt his words hit home at this. "I tried my best, but I ended up not being able to help much," she muttered. She was completely upset with her performance in the match. She had hoped to be able to take out more pieces, but she had only managed to defeat one piece, and even then, she had barely succeeded. Putting a hand on her shoulder, Issei tried to console her. You did your best, Kaneko. You put everything you had into defeating that rook. In this game, you put your all into bringing down any enemy that would endanger President Rias. I think that there's nothing for you to be ashamed because you did admirably by going all out. Kaneko wanted to retort but couldn't. If only Issei knew what I was. If he knew about what I could do, he would probably be upset with me. She spoke to herself as her face contorted to a disturbed and sad expression. Deciding to leave her alone, Issei went to go check on Kiba. The knight was sitting in his bed, with his arms crossed. Knocking on the door, Kiba gave his permission for entry. Walking in, Issei could tell that Kiba was feeling the same way as Kaneko. Hey, Issei. The same to you too, Rainer. Kiba waved at them with his usual smile, but Issei knew that it was faked. We just went to go see Kaneko. Rainer placed a gift basket by the prince's bedside table. We brought some treats and fruit since I'm sure that the food here might be a bit bland. Issei handed Kiba a candy bar. So how are you feeling? Rainer asked him with concern. She already knew the answer, but she would still ask just to see how the magnitude of his emotions were. Bitter. I feel incredibly disappointed. Kiba munched on his bar as he replayed his memories of the battle. You did the best you could. As a warrior, there isn't any dishonor in losing after giving the best of your efforts. Demi-Dragon gently reminded him of his brave efforts. Kiba's spirits seemed to lift a little but they then sunk back down. Yes, however, since we lost, the president's freedom will be chained down to that phoenix. What kind of person is he? Issei had never officially met him before his visit to the clubroom, so he decided that he'd try to discover more about him. He's quite arrogant, but his talent is real. He's won several rating games and only lost 2, one of them was done out of courtesy to a family friend. Yeah, I recall that from the president. He's quite, I'm not sure how to word it, but he's a lot like Matsuda and Madohama but more reserved about it. When I saw the look he gave President and Akino, I've got to admit, I wanted to punch him in the face. Still, he's not completely without morals. Kiba spoke disdainfully. Kiba then looked at Issei with a look of realization. Issei, why do you want to know? He was honestly curious as to why Issei was so interested in Riser's character now. Getting up, Issei walked to the door as Rainer followed him out. He didn't answer Kiba's question. Get better soon. I hear you'll get discharged in a day, so try to rest up without rushing. Issei turned back before leaving. Issei then went to Akino's door. He wasn't sure how well this was going to go. He remembered the look of bolstered encouragement that Akino had when he said that he'd watch her match. He could only imagine the downtrodden look that his childhood friend would have right now. He also feared what kind of anger he would feel if he thought about what Akino might go through if his plan failed. Knocking on the door, Issei entered her room. Akino looked at the doorway but immediately turned the other way when she saw Issei. Yo, Akino. Issei smiled at her with a toothy grin. Unfortunately, his smile didn't have the same impact as usual this time. Dropping his act, Issei moved over to her side to hold her hand. If I had tried harder, I could have beaten Riser's queen. It was because of me that she managed to use her phoenix tears to help win the match. If only. She drifted off as she had tears well up in her eyes. She hated this feeling inside of her. It was the same feeling when she denounced her father. Conflicted emotion was raging in her. On one side, she felt angry at herself and another side felt angry at her heritage. The night when she denounced her father, she knew she was wrong to blame him, but if she didn't, she would have never been able to maintain her sanity. At this moment, she hated herself for being so prideful. Even after her animosity towards fallen angels had faded, there was still a lingering fragment in her heart. Just let it all out. Issei knew this feeling and wanted to help her through it. When his parents died and when he found out about his role in Shuri's death, Issei had bottled everything up and almost became a miserable point in his life. It was only with the support of others that Issei hadn't effectively shut down completely. Not wanting to intrude on the situation that was about to happen, Rainer left to go check on Asia, who was in the next room. With the close of the door, it was now safe to speak openly. Akino wrapped her arms around Issei and clutched the clothes on his back. The Red Dragon Emperor could feel her shake and sniffle as she cried quietly. He knew that her conflicted emotions, her haunting past, and her bleak future were scary. I hate myself. I couldn't swallow my pride to help Rias. I'm so pathetic. I couldn't even be strong enough to talk to my father again. I feel so weak. Akino confessed as her emotions came to light. I don't want to just be another plaything for somebody. If others knew what I was, they would just shrink away or mistreat me. I've had enough of that from the Heimjima clan. She cried further as Issei patted her back and stroked her head. You did what you could, Akino. I promise, everything will be fine. Issei whispered to her, trying to be as soothing as possible. At the moment, Akino hadn't understood what Issei meant, but soon enough, she would come to. After convincing her to rest, Issei left her room and went to visit Rias, since Rainer went to go talk to Asia. Knocking on the door in front of him, Issei entered the Gremory heiress's room and put his last gift on her bedside table. Issei, Rias regarded him gloomily. Compared to the others, she was wounded the least. Issei looked at her face and saw that it was red and puffy. She must have been crying pretty hard to get herself to look like this. Rias had puffy, red eyes and the atmosphere around her just seemed vacant of any hope. It was natural and obvious, of course. She was to be wed to someone that she loathed, and she would lose her freedom to just become another plaything to a man that only seemed to care about reputation and looks. So how are you holding up? Issei felt like it was a dumb question, but he had to find a way to start the conversation. Fine, I guess, Rias replied with a low and hoarse voice. Say, Issei, HM. Rias refused to meet his eyes, and so she continued to talk without a glance at him. Am I a terrible king? In all honesty, Issei thought that she was a good king in his opinion. During the mock rating game, she surrendered for the sake of her peerage, even though she knew that it would cost her her freedom. I endangered my peerage for my own selfish desires. I was just so tired of people wanting me for my reputation as the Gremory heiress that I came to the human world. I fought against my family's wishes even though it would endanger our future. I fought to the point that Asia was nearly reduced to ash. Even after all of our hard work, I still let everyone down. Ria sounded like she wanted to cry again, which was something that Issei wasn't okay with. Putting a friendly and kind hand on her shoulder, Issei smiled at her. It was full of hope and kindness, and not pity, which was something Rias had expected. I think that you are a good king. You push to make your peerage stronger for their own sake as well. I've seen how you act with them. I know that you treasure them dearly and that you tried your best to make sure that they wouldn't be wrapped around Riser's finger. You also did your best to win. I think that you're a truly kind woman, given what Akino has told me. And I know she doesn't embellish either. I'm sure that whatever doubts you have, they are probably just from overthinking. The whole time she fought, she wasn't actually fighting for herself only. She had worried for the future of her servants. She didn't want them to become slaves or laughingstocks. She didn't want them to be held down by her. She just wanted them to be happy. All of her peerage members had horrible pasts, something that she hadn't been cursed with. Therefore, she had resolved to fight for them in the rating game with Riser. Still, she had lost, and now, she could only feel her hopes fade after being crushed. Bringing her hands to her face, hot tears streamed from her eyes as she sobbed quietly. She mulled over her failure again, but suddenly, she felt a warm hand pat her head. She turned to see Issei look at her kindly. I promise, everything will be okay. Issei gave her one last radiant smile before leaving. Walking outside into the hallway, he met up with Rainier, who had wrapped up her visits. Issei, what's wrong? She was unsettled by how quiet Issei was. He looked to be calculating something. It had to be serious given how nervous he seemed. Rainier, I'm going to be busy for the next few days or so. I'll need you to go to Grigori for a little while and wait for me there. I won't be home and I won't risk you getting captured again. Issei gave her an apologetic look, but he just couldn't let things be anymore. This does it. Phoenix Bastard made Akino cry. Not only does he want to restrain and prove his status through a beatdown, but he wanted to break everyone in Riza's peerage. That was one thing that Riser shouldn't have done. Issei swore revenge as he tightened his knuckle. He recalled the crying faces of Akino, and that only infuriated him more. After leaving the hospital, Issei was contacted by Rainier. A red magic circle appeared by Issei's ear as Rainier's voice came out. Issei, you should come home right now. There's someone that wants to see you. Rainier sounded nervous, so Issei wasted no time to rush back to his residence. As soon as he entered his home, he was surprised by what he saw. He found Rainier sitting in front of another man and a familiar woman. He had long crimson hair, green eyes, and wore a purple, gold, and white attire with massive shoulder guards. This person was none other than one of the current Satans, Surzech Lucifer. Next to the Surzech stood Grafia. Excuse us for intruding. Grafia bowed at Issei, who dismissed her worries. It's fine. How are you doing, Issei? I hope you're well. Surzech gave him a friendly smile. I'm doing well, Surzech. Sitting in front of Surzech, Issei looked at both of him seriously. So I'm assuming this is about the rating game between Riser and Rias. Surzech nodded. In truth, I was sure that Rias would lose. She is still too inexperienced in fighting opponents above the average stray devil. I knew that if you trained alongside her in her peerage, they would grow stronger, but even then, 10 days would never have been enough to get them to the point that would have allowed them to win. The Satan spoke calmly. So why have you come then? I came because there's a serious matter to talk about. While I do worry for the future of my race, I don't want it to come at the cost of their freedom. I know that we both disapprove of arranged marriage, and thus, I have come to a decision. Surzech then looked at Issei with a mischievous glint in his eye. Issei instantly paled as he knew that looked very well. During his time training under him, Issei would receive some sort of crazy task whenever Surzech looked at him that way. I'm cashing in my favor. I've already received permission from Azazel, so he said to tell you that it's in order for you to follow as his godson. Issei turned to Rainier. It's true. I brought Lord Surzech here as soon as I met him at Grigori. Azazel has ordered for you to fulfill this request. Rainier replied back, sealing Issei's fate. And there you have it, Issei. Surzech smiled as he had caught Issei in a trap. Surzech knew of Issei's tendency to disappear to dodge questions or situations that he deemed troublesome, but much to his surprise, Issei was all too willing to comply. Understood. If that's the case, I'll need a specific day, time, and location. Taking a paper from his coat pocket, Surzech handed it to Issei. On one side, there is a magic seal that will bring you to where you need to be. On the other side is a way of escape. I'll need you to show up at the planned location by 7 p.m. in human time. The day that you need to come is in 2 days. The event on that day will be the engagement party between my sister and Riser. When you arrive, I'll explain more then. I just need you to rescue my sister, since I cannot do it without sending the devil world into chaos. Surzech then stood up. However, knowing you, my student, I'm sure that you can figure something out. Brute force is your forte after all. Surzech laughed lightly as he and Grafia disappeared through a magic circle. When the two guests were gone, Issei turned to Rainier. Rainier, I'll need you to go to Grigori in 2 days' time. If something goes wrong, you'll be safe there. Rainier couldn't understand why he seemed so unconfident now. Issei, considering the type of situation that I'll be crashing, politics will definitely be involved. I'm not so sure that I'll get away lightly, so I want you to be safe. Issei knew that this would happen, but now that he thought things through, he had remembered that politics would definitely come into play. I'm sorry, Issei, but I can't do that. Rainier looked down as her bangs covered her face. Why not? The young man raised an eyebrow at this. I don't care if I get into danger because I'll do so willingly. It was because of you that I managed to live this long since my capture by those stray exorcists. If you get into trouble, I won't just abandon you. I'll help you any way you can, Rainier declared to him. Shaking his head, Issei decided that he'd have to compromise. No, it's best that you stay out of this. You still have your family to care for. This is something I've got to do myself. Rainier wondered why Issei was so fiercely aggressive with this plan. Then, it dawned on her. It was for Aquino. Aquino was probably the most cherished person in his life right now. Whatever she asked for, he'd do it. He never hesitated if her safety was called into question. Thinking things over, Rainier knew that she wouldn't win the argument, so she nodded quietly. Okay, I promise to succeed and come back safely. Issei gave her a thumbs up. The two smiled at each other as they waited for the awaited day to arrive. It was the night of Ria's and Riser's engagement party, and numerous devils were invited to attend the event. Ria's was sitting in a dressing room, wearing a white dress that was heavily similar to a wedding dress. Her only company was Aquino and Grafia, who were allowed permission to be there. Kaneko and Kiba were in the hall that was to be where the party would take place. Rias, I'm sorry that things came to this. Aquino bowed her head in shame. Shaking her head, Rias showed her disagreement with a smile. No, you, Hyoudou, and Kaneko did your best to help me. I'm the one that's sorry. You all got hurt unnecessarily for me. Even after all of that training and help, we still couldn't win. It's because I'm such an incompetent king that you all are cursed to be in the grips of that man. Grafia was tempted to tell them about what Surzech and Issei had planned, but she chose to remain silent. Rias turned to Grafia and gave a sad smile. Lady Rias, I'm sorry that I couldn't help. Grafia wanted to say more, but she just couldn't. She was just a maid of the Gremory family. Grafia, I know that you wanted to do more, but I didn't want you to get involved in more than you should be. You're like a big sister to me, and I don't want your past to come back to hurt you just because of me. Rias gave her a sad look as Grafia grimly watched Rias slump back into deep thought. If only I'd been stronger, Rias thought to herself as she wished her friend were here. The three stayed silent as they waited for the beginning of the party to officially begin. Exactly at 7 p.m. on the day of the engagement party, Issei took out the piece of paper that Surzech gave him and teleported right to where he was to appear. Taking a look around, he noticed that he was in an extravagant hallway that had several torches and a red and gold carpet. Down the path, he could hear echoes that sounded like Riser's voice. Giving a cocky speech, Issei remarked. Walking up quietly to a door in front of him, Issei charged and fired it, obliterating the obstacles blocking his way. Walking past the dust clouds, Issei appeared in front of the crowd, staring down Riser and his balance breaker. How dare you invade our realm? Riser immediately ignited flames around him. However, before any more attacks could be thrown, Surzech walked out from where he stood on stage. Who are you? Surzech feigned ignorance as he looked at Issei. I am the Red Dragon Emperor, he stated bluntly. Murmurs echoed through the halls like wildfire. Issei was certain there wasn't a point in hiding that fact tonight. And what brings you here? Surzech pushed on further. He didn't want to say it, but he got a kick out of messing with Issei. I promised someone that I'd take care of this problem. I've heard that married devils can have authority between each other's peerages, correct? Issei looked back at his former mentor. Correct. It's like sharing funds and rights to a certain degree. Then I object. Issei bluntly stated again. And why is that? Because I can't let Lady Rias become his wife. Lady Rias is a dear friend of mine. I can't allow her to have her freedom restrained by an arranged marriage. If her life is ruined, so is the rest of her peerage. All of them are friends to me. That is why I'll fight to free them, Issei boldly declared to everyone in the room. That was off script, Issei. Surzech's eyebrow twitched, but he couldn't help but smirk. He was supposed to talk about Rias specifically. I see. Well then, there is an easy way to solve this. I suggest that you and Riser duel. The winner will have their wish granted. If Riser wins, he can lay claim to Rias and her peerage, and if this young man wins, he shall have a wish granted. Surzech spoke. Lord Surzech, what is the meaning of this? Riser looked at Surzech incredulously. At first, I was surprised, but I see now that this young man is acting out of his own pure conviction. Therefore, I believe that a flashy event for this engagement party is in order. I'm quite sure that Riser is more than able to fight with this person. The Satans then turned to Riser. Riser, would you be willing to show us your strength once more? Surzech turned to Riser and employed a look of earnest pleading. Very well. I cannot refuse a request from Lord Surzech. I shall make this my last performance before settling down as a married man. Riser then turned to Issei. I will burn you to ash that'll scatter into the wind. Riser sneered at him. After moving to a stadium outside of the ballroom, Issei and Riser stood in front of each other. Riser had changed into more battle-oriented clothes, while Issei remained in his balance breaker to continue trying to hide his identity. "Young man, you will be allowed one wish if you win. Tell me, what do you desire?" "I want to free Ria's Gremory from all future arranged marriages and to grant immunity for her servants from her future spouse." "Very well, Lord Surzech. What are you saying? He's not even a devil. He is going to fight for our entertainment. I believe that it is only fitting that both sides can get something out of this if one of them wins." Surzech ignored the arrogant pleas of those around him as he showed his approval. "You may begin," Surzech signaled as Riser and Issei stood ready to clash. "Burn to nothing." Riser created a fireball in his hands and fired it at Issei. High School DX no Tedu. Place on. With a wave of his hand, Issei brushed the fire aside after coating it in mana, extinguishing it. Riser was shocked at this revelation as he backed up. Creating more spheres of fire in his hands, Riser flung them at Issei, but he only created a wall of ice in front of him. The fire melted the ice, but Issei thought no consequence of it. "What?" several people exclaimed. Normally, his flames would have reduced a normal devil to charcoal already. "Weak," Issei muttered. Issei retaliated with A, though he toned it down to reduce its power. Riser actually winced as the attack hit him, though the fires of his body reformed him. Issei knew that even his abilities weren't the most suited for fighting someone like a Phoenix clansman. Issei activated the thrusters on his back, propelling himself forward. He used water magic to spray water on Riser, who merely smirked as the water hissed on him. "Yeah, is that I?" Riser's face then contorted in pain. The water hissed on his body, steaming dangerously as red burns spread on his skin. "Gah, what is this?" Riser grunted. "This." Issei held up a bottle of clear liquid. "That's." Asia, who had come along with the other members of Ria's peerage, instantly knew what it was. "Holy water." Issei finished her sentence as opened the bottle again. Manipulating the contents inside, Issei boosted the power of the holy water to become much more potent. Holy water causes physical and spiritual harm to devils and malevolent beings. It's a suitable tool to use against the Phoenix, who have mortal souls, Surzech commented as he spectated the battle between Dragon and Phoenix. Issei had been a bit of a direct fighter under his tutelage, but he was thankful his former protege had picked up a bit of tactics. Taking this chance, Issei closed the distance between him and his opponent. Clutching a cross rosary in his hand, Issei boosted its power in his left hand, making it 5 times stronger. He didn't want to overdo things because if Riser died, he would have hell to pay. Sending a punch right into his gut, Riser coughed out blood as all of the air in his lungs was blasted out. "This is for those lecherous looks that you gave the girls." Issei growled at him. He reared another fist and throttled it into Riser's right cheek, sending him skidding across the ground. That was for insulting Rainier. Riser grew infuriated at his humiliation and tried to get an attack in at Issei. Jumping back several feet, Issei waited to see what Riser would do so that he could crush his spirit. "Looks like I underestimated you. However, this is the end, you pathetic dragon." Riser gathered the flame in his hands and formed a massive meteor of fire by causing fire to ignite the ground and lift into the air. "This will teach you to refrain from interfering with the affairs of devils." Riser arrogantly smiled as he hurled it at Issei. "Not good enough," Issei muttered before charging a dragon shot. Aiming right at the center of the fireball, Issei fired a concentrated beam that caused the meteor to break apart. Riser stared at Issei with wide eyes as one of his strongest moves had been destroyed so easily. "Do you not understand how important this is? This marriage impacts the devils as a whole. The pure-blooded devils are dying out and that is an unacceptable matter." Riser tried to plead his case but it was futile. "I don't care about that. You made someone vital to me cry. You made Akino Heimjima cry." Issei's red aura began to appear as the ground around him tremored and cracked. "Let me show you how to use fire, weakling." Issei created red flames from his body before enveloping himself in it. Condensing it, Issei motioned his hands forward, firing a blast of inferno that took the shape of a dragon's head. D-Drag kept his silence but he thought it was unnecessary for Issei to use such a strong attack against Riser, especially since he wasn't fighting to kill. Issei's words a few seconds before were also something D-Drag didn't approve of. Years of watching people die due to their own trash talk was something he'd grown to despise. The fiery dragon head blazed forward as Riser tried to stand his ground. His plan was to dodge at the last minute and counterattack, but it was a foolish attempt. Just before the fire dragon could bite him, Riser leapt into the air. It was moot, since Issei had predicted him. Clutching the cross in his hand, Issei poured the last bit of holy water that he had into it, mixing and boosting the power of his next attack. Flying into the dragon's head, Issei used his aura to move the dragon's head along with his body, so as to make use of it instead of making it a distraction. Changing the direction of the fire dragon's head, Issei moved straight up to where Riser was floating in the air. With one mighty swing, he smashed his fist into Riser's chest. The power of the cross and holy water had proven effective at inflicting spiritual damage to the otherwise immortal Phoenix. He vomited blood, quivering as his legs gave out. Riser sank to his knees as he reeled from the pain. "Make sure you remember this lesson into yourself. Don't you ever make Akino Heimjima cry," Issei said before dropping Riser's unconscious body on the ground. High School DX no Tedu. End song. The Phoenix clansman had stopped moving, but Issei could tell that he was alive, given his breathing. Brother. Rave had flown forward to stand in front of her brother as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Moving faster than the eye could blink, Issei stopped his fist in front of her face before it connected. If any of you dare to hurt the people I love, be assured that I will hunt you down and kick your ass, Issei told her before she could complain or even give him a glare. Turning around, Issei saw the entire orc stare at him in shock. He looked at Surzech, who nodded at him to continue. As agreed, your wish to bring the orc home and their immunity has been granted. Walking forward up to the stage, Issei looked at all of them and smiled his toothy grin underneath his helmet. He looked into Akino's eyes before taking his leave. Before he left, however, Surzech came outside. Issei, it was a splendid match. I'm glad to have seen that you've become more skilled. You're quite different from the brash boy that I trained. Surzech laughed as Issei returned a snappy retort. You were up to something, weren't you? I could feel it in my bones. Surzech acted oblivious, trying to brush it all off with a grin. He had prepared a script that he had hoped would help tie Issei with the Gremory family, but Issei was too oblivious to notice. Yet, he still veered off script. It wasn't really for any ulterior motive, but he had already taken to thinking of Issei as a little brother. I wasn't going to use the script anyways. Mr. Issei, you should leave before anyone sees you all talking so casually. Rafia interjected. She was tempted to bring out her paper fan but refrained. Well then, take care. I hope none of this comes back to bite me. Issei muttered that last part to himself, but fate wasn't done with him. Not by a long shot. Observing from a balcony stood two men. One had neck-length red hair and another had blonde hair. Lord Phoenix, please allow me to sincerely apologize for the man with the red hair, spoke to the blonde-haired man, but he was cut off. No need, Zodicus. I think this was actually for the best. Lord Phoenix smiled. My son hadn't faced defeat from someone outside of family relations before. I think that this was a great lesson for him. Our talents and powers are not absolute. He needed to understand that a strong will can easily shatter the walls that talent puts up if someone works for it. Lord Phoenix grinned. I think we both acted too greedily. We forced our ideals and wishes upon our children. We wished for pure-blooded grandchildren even though we have them already. I think that this has also helped open our eyes too. Zodicus Gremory looked at the orc as he smiled heartily. We were also about to doom the fates of several others to tradition, besides our children. Geez, we really are getting old. The two patriarchs of the Gremory and Phoenix clan laughed as they mused on their misdeeds. The moment Issei had returned to the human realm, the orc followed. Let's go home. It's been a long day. Issei smiled. After escorting everyone to their residences, Issei had taken Akino home last. The whole time, he was silent since he had spoken some things that now turned his face red. He just blurted out how important Akino was to him. It wasn't Rias who was most important to him. Akino was the one who'd remained on the forefront of his worries. Issei, Akino turned to him as she stood outside of her residence. It was a large home that seemed quite extravagant. There were multiple floors and even an outdoor pool was visible from the front of the home. Yeah, thank you. She wasted no time in giving him a kiss to his lips. Connecting her mouth to his, they stood in place as if time had stopped. At that moment, it was only those two in blissful solitude. Finally, they parted lips, but they stayed close to one another. You saved me again. Akino wrapped her arms around her childhood friend as she put her head to his chest. I have to protect the ones I love, after all. Akino's eyebrow twitched a little because of his wording, but she settled with what he said for now. I'll see you later, then. Akino gave Issei another smile and second kiss before entering her house. Issei could finally let the powerful blush on his face spread as he tried to recompose himself. I almost let things slip at the gate crash. You should have just confessed. You love her, she loves you, happy ending implied. Drake joked. No, that would be half-assing it. I still don't know how I feel about Volley. I haven't seen her for several years already. I think that if I want to sort out how I feel, I need to meet her just once more. Issei reasoned. Or, new idea. Or you could take the harem route, Drake suggested with a humorous tone. I don't know why you weren't called the polygamy dragon. Issei deadpanned as he arrived at his house. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 9 p.m. He was sure that Rainier must have been worried sick about him. Before he left, he could sense her nervousness and emotional disarray. Just as he was about to unlock the door, he could hear a whooshing sound behind him. Turning around instinctively, he laid eyes on a beautiful person. She was close to his height, standing 5'6" or 5'7" in height. She had enchanting blue eyes, a giant bust that surpassed Rias's but was almost as large as Akino's, and a figure that would have made any man drool. Her hair was long and silver and she wore an attire that consisted of a black shirt, a white jacket, and a black skirt that reached just above her knees. For some reason, Issei couldn't help but feel something reminiscent about her. It was as if they had met before. It's been a long time, Issei. The woman spoke nervously as she looked all over his body. Volley? Issei looked at her with a surprised expression as he took in what he was seeing. Yeah, it's me. Volley smiled with tearful eyes as she dashed at him. Wrapping him into a hug, Issei couldn't believe that his best friend was now back, right after he expressed that he had wanted to see her. Get ready, partner. Your love life is about to get complicated. Drake warned him as he thought about what sort of events would follow. Issei was shocked by what was happening. His best friend, aside from Akino, had come back. The last time he had heard from her was a few years ago. The last time he saw her was when they were still kids. After taking a good look at her, he couldn't help but feel on edge with her beauty. If he were to be honest, Volley and Akino were both equally beautiful to him. Yet, he couldn't resist being entranced by Volley. Demi-Dragon merely sighed in exasperation. Issei was already indecisive about his feelings about Akino. Now, Volley was here to make it worse. For 6 years, I wanted to see you again. I missed you so much. Volley held Issei tighter to her as she buried her face into his shoulder. Issei couldn't help but smell the perfume that she used. It reminded him of sweet vanilla. Breaking into a smile, Issei looked at Volley. I thought you weren't coming for a while longer. Issei asked. I got done with my business early, so I headed straight here. I missed Kyo so much. Volley took in the air of the atmosphere as she let go of Issei. Come on inside, let's talk. Issei opened the door for her as she calmly walked in. Looking around, the White Dragon Emperor, or rather White Dragon Empress, had a look of nostalgia as she looked around. Everything is just as nice as it was back then. I guess Dad wanted the place to be tidy. Sucks his own lab isn't this clean. Heading to the kitchen, Issei began to cook something to eat since he was hungry and he wasn't going to eat in front of a guest without serving them. Issei, Volley walked in and found him stirring at ingredients in a pot. Food's almost ready. I'll get this done so that we can catch up over a meal. Issei smiled at her as she nodded and seated herself at the dining table. Since Volley was behind him, Issei couldn't see, but she was looking at him longingly with a deep blush on her cheeks. As I recall, Azazel had wanted to say something to you before you left Grigori's headquarters. I think you should call him back since I feel that Issei is connected with it. Albion reminded her as she took it casually. After ladling the beef stew into bowls and putting toasted bread onto a platter, he brought the food to the table and sat down. I hope you enjoy it. Issei smiled as Volley took a bite. She shot a questioning smile at Issei after swallowing her food. It was fair, though it wasn't the most mind-blowing food in reality. I thought you were a bad cook. I learned after I decided to move back here. Issei sheepishly scratched the back of his head as he confessed. That explained why Volley found his room to be vacant. When she had seen that his room was empty as soon as she returned home, she couldn't help but feel crestfallen. It felt as if a piece of her had been dropped somewhere and she hadn't been able to find it. The whole time since she had left her last training spot, she had been thinking of Issei and had wanted to see him with the utmost priority along with seeing her Grigori family. Sure, they talked here and there, but like all teens that grew up, they drifted apart. I was pretty sad when I found your room empty. Volley looked at him sadly. Issei responded with an apologetic smile. I forgot to call and tell you that I moved. Sorry. Volley shook her head as she stared into his eyes. It's fine. I'm happy to see that you're doing well. Suddenly, Volley's expression became a more nervous one. By the way, I heard that you saved the Grimoire heiress a few hours ago. So did you get with her or something? Issei shook his head before replying. No, we don't have that kind of relationship. Volley smiled as she rejoiced at this news. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Issei paled as he realized that he had forgotten to tell Rainier and Volley about each other. Issei. Rainier rushed from the stairs in a red sweater and black pants. She had been worried sick for the past few hours after Issei left. She had only relaxed after Issei told her that he was fine and would arrive home shortly and had accidentally fallen asleep while waiting. Rainier and Volley looked at each other with shocked expressions as they sized each other up and tried to analyze each other's connection to Issei. They both looked at Issei and spoke at the same time. Explain, Issei. He sighed as he gestured for Rainier to sit down. After telling both of them about each other's backstories, they immediately dissolved their hostility towards each other, having felt some sympathy between themselves. Both had felt some form of connection when they realized that their childhoods were full of suffering. Well, trouble always did have a way of finding you. Volley giggled as Rainier and Issei regaled the adventure till now. Everybody says that. Issei sighed morbidly as he sipped his cup of tea. So, Volley, what did you come here to do? Rainier proceeded after making a small laugh at Issei. As if she hadn't exactly intended to say anything yet about this topic, Volley froze for a minute with an awkward look before clearing her throat and resuming a calm persona. Well, my dad told me to move in here since he was worried about Issei. Almost instantly, Volley's calm demeanor disappeared and her voice shrunk to being barely above a whisper and her face reddened greatly. Issei responded with a low tone and a surprised look. Volley looked away with a bashful look while Rainier's expression froze with a deadpan. Dad said that after the whole engagement incident, that people might not be very happy with you, so he told me to come and make sure you stayed out of trouble. She murmured, sighing and face-palming. Issei couldn't exactly do much in this situation. He was more than happy to take Volley in, but he felt that Azazel was also messing with him. If it's too much trouble, then I'll leave. Volley was about to give up when she noticed Issei's reaction, but he stopped her before she could do more. No, it's no trouble at all. I'm just worried that you might not be comfortable with staying here instead of living at home. The Red Dragon Emperor smiled. Shaking her nod, Volley returned his expression. I'm fine with living anywhere, actually, as long as I'm with the people that I trust. Nodding at her remark, Issei went upstairs to go prepare a guest bed for her. I'll go ahead and prepare a guest room. You two go on ahead and just sit here and relax. When Issei left to go to the second floor, it was clear that with him gone, the two women had nothing to talk about. I'll go and see if I can help Issei with anything. Rainer sheepishly chuckled as she went upstairs. Volley looked down at her mug of tea and smiled lightly. Issei's still kinda willy-nilly. Still, I love how much you try to respect how everyone feels, she whispered to herself. She had fantasized to herself over what kind of person that Issei would become when she saw him again. So far, he hadn't disappointed. He was stronger than anticipated and his character was pure and strong. If only Akino could see him now, she gloomily spoke. It was apparent that news of her being alive had not yet reached her. Upstairs, Issei was dashing around to clean up the other guest room. He felt as if his bones would break considering how insanely he was moving. Spraying cleaning formulas everywhere and sweeping, mopping, and wiping down all surfaces before drying them, it was no wonder he was in such a state. He refused to let Volley see how much of a slob he'd been. Fighting Riser was easy compared to this. He grumbled as he refused to stop moving. He had felt so embarrassed when he remembered that he had forgotten to clean the other rooms. Apparently, Azazel had forgotten too. Hearing a knock on the door, Issei froze as he realized that he was out of time. One moment, he hollered as his mind and body hit overdrive. Slowly opening the door, Issei found Rainer outside with a surprised look. Is everything all right, Issei? And nothing. Issei panted. By the way, is Volley going to remain here during the day or attending school? The beautiful fallen angel pointed out. To be honest, he didn't know that answer to that either. I don't know, he confessed. Well, if she is, we'll have to tell the president about this or she won't take too kindly to having someone from Grigori coming here without authorization. She gently reminded him. Understood, Issei replied. As of late, he's noticed that Rainer had been keeping him on his toes. He had noticed that he was occasionally forgetful, so it was a saving grace for her to be there to remind him of what he needed to do. And also, she trailed off. I'm so glad that you weren't hurt, she whispered with a relieved breath. Issei smiled. He wasn't sure if it was him, but he felt that there was more to her voice than anything else. Don't worry, I'm not beaten that easily. Well then, good night. She smiled before going to her room and closing the door. With that matter done, Issei went back downstairs. Volley, your room's ready for you. If you're tired, you can go ahead and go to bed, he called out. Turning around to look at him, she chuckled and replied, Got it, I'll be right on up. Getting up to go to the room given to her, she noticed that the whole time she walked, she felt Issei looking at her. Giving him a look of curiosity, she questioned him. Is something wrong? Quickly shaking his head, Issei responded. No, nothing at all. I see. Well then, good night. She smiled before closing the door to her room and locking it. Heading to his own bedroom, Issei closed the door and let out a long exhale. Wow, she's gotten so beautiful. She's just as beautiful as Akino and Rainer. Issei had to admit that his heart went pitter-patter the whole time that he was with Volley. It was obvious that his childhood feelings had escalated as well for Volley and he was starting to see Rainer in a new light. He grumbled as he realized just how much more troublesome things had gotten for him. It was as if things were constantly escalating for him. For every dollar that my partner panicked. How wondrous your spring is, eh? Demi-Dragon joked. Knowing that thinking on such matters would only make things worse, Issei changed into his sleepwear and leapt onto his bed. Unfortunately, he couldn't sleep. Swirling around in his mind were thoughts of the women in his life. He was sorting out possible romantic candidates and women who were only friends to him. In the romantic interest category, Akino and Volley were there. As for the friends section, Asia and Kaneko were there, along with several others. Riaz was somewhere where he didn't understand where to place. Issei grumbled. Azazel's perverted influence had rubbed off on him. Grumbling to himself, he tried to close his eyes and sleep before hearing a knock come from his door. Issei, Volley's voice rang from the other side. Come in. The door opened slowly. What Issei saw next made his face heat up as red as his armor. Volley was wearing a silky silver nightgown that reached a little bit above her knees. There were no sleeves and only thin straps kept the attire on her. From his position, Issei could see a significant deal of her cleavage, though it was only because of how gifted her bust was. No, control yourself. Issei scolded himself when he noticed how much he was fixating on her daring outfit. He focused on the moral principles his mother and father taught him. If Uncle Azazel saw her wearing this, he'd have a heart attack and possibly ground her. The Red Dragon Emperor commented within the deeper parts of his mind. Is something wrong? He looked at her with a warm smile. Volley, however, did not look comfortable at all. She had a sullen expression, complete with furrowed brows and red eyes. Tonight ... can I? She trailed off, reconsidering her request. Issei scooted over on his king-size bed and patted the spot next to him. Another nightmare. His tone was understanding and somewhat nostalgic. Volley's lip trembled as she nodded slowly. Quietly moving towards him and climbing onto his bed, she slowly sat down before becoming relaxed on his mattress. Laying down, Volley looked at Issei before murmuring, "We used to do this so much as kids." Issei nodded as he looked at her with a radiant smile while sitting up. When they were children, Volley would have random nightmares at certain points, mostly concerning her troubled past and her horrific time with her paternal family. It was only when she was in the company of those that she considered close that she could finally sleep after having such nightmares. Even as she grew up, the nightmares never left her alone. During her time training, it was only thanks to Penemu, who she looked up to as an older sister, that she was able to endure her journey to become stronger. However, it was still a struggle when her nightmares reminded her of the moments where she was forced and coerced to fight and kill those that went against her or dared to approach her. Closing her eyes and shaking her head to try and get rid of her negative thoughts, Volley had a difficult time with it until she felt a certain warmth on her head. Opening her eyes, she found Issei kindly stroking her hair. "Divide those nightmares away," he laughed. At first she was confused as to what he was talking about until she finally remembered and caught on. "I used to say that to you whenever we were in one of these situations." "Hehe," Issei chuckled. It was something of a playful charm that he would say to make Volley feel better, telling her to use divine dividing to have her worries. Smiling, she couldn't help but break out into a small laugh. "Ha, geez, Issei, that was so long ago." "Well, it still works," he responded with a heartfelt tone. She couldn't deny that there was truth to his words. "Yeah." Feeling herself get sleepy, Volley closed her eyes and slowly drifted off until she felt something leave Issei's bed. A certain weight was no longer resting on the other side of the mattress. She opened her eyes and found Issei getting up with his pillow and a blanket. "You're not sleeping?" she asked. Issei blushed as he turned away to hide his red face. "We're not children anymore, Volley. We can't just sleep together like this anymore. It's not right because we're all grown up." He bashfully tried to escape. The silver-haired young lady's face had also turned a similar color when she understood what he was implying, but that didn't discourage her. "It's not like we're doing anything. As long as we don't cross that line, we should be able to sleep on the same bed," she reasoned. Grumbling to himself, Issei admitted his defeat and slowly got back on his bed to lie down. "Oh, okay," he nervously spoke up. Staying on their own sides along with avoiding facing each other, the two tried to go to sleep but failed miserably. The tension in the air just wouldn't allow for such a thing to happen. "So what are you going to do now that you're here?" Issei asked her. "Well, my dad told me that I would be coming to attend your school starting the day after tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll be setting up a place to stay." Knowing that this was a bad idea, Issei threw all caution out of the window and offered a new suggestion. "If you want, you can stay here where you'll be comfortable and you probably won't be lonely here." The boy's face grew hotter as he realized what he was saying. Awkward silence grew as Volley mulled over what to do. If you don't mind, then I'll gladly accept," she softly spoke, a small smile spreading on her lips. Making a happy expression of his own, Issei felt much more at ease as he could feel his childhood memories with her resurface. Without much further ado, the two fell into a blissful rest, awaiting for morning to come. As the next day arrived, Issei was awake to find that the spot next to him was empty. He looked around and found that Volley was gone. Hoping that she hadn't left yet, Issei quickly dressed himself before walking downstairs. To his delight, a pleasant smell filled his nostrils as he heard the stove cooking away at something, with the sound of sizzling oil cluing him in. He looked to see that Volley was cooking breakfast. Humming quietly to herself while wearing a blue apron over black pants and a white shirt, Issei noticed that her extremely alluring figure was drawing his eyes away to various parts of her body. From head to toe, he was able to get a full view of how much more mature she looked. If he could guess right, courtesy of Azazel's influence, her 3 sizes were B, 101W, 58H, 92. Suddenly, he snapped at himself, forcing his own hand to slap at his left cheek. Issei was horrified by what he'd just done. Madohama boasted of his power to deduce a woman's 3 sizes. Issei sunk to his knees as he realized his suppressed perversion was leaking out. No creepy ogling," he strictly yelled at himself. "Issei." Volley darted around and found him standing at the stairs, a bit alarmed to find him there after hearing a loud slap. "Morning, Volley." "Morning, Rainier," he nervously greeted her. "Good morning," Rainier called out from her spot at the dining table. "Morning, Issei." The White Dragon Empress smiled as she put the finishing touches on breakfast. Sitting down to a Western breakfast of waffles, eggs, bacon, and a glass of orange juice, the three dug in. Issei was truly delighted by the taste of something new and fresh. He loved Rainier's cooking as well, but she mainly chose to cook Japanese food since she knew that he preferred it most of the time. "It's great. I'm pretty lucky to have the both of you cooking for me. I wish I could do more for you too." He laughed. "It's nothing much at all." The two women bashfully waved their arms in modesty as they turned to their food to avoid showing their red expressions. Before he noticed, the time on his watch told him that it was time to leave for school before it was too late. "Well, it's time to head out. We'll be back this afternoon, Volley. Feel free to do whatever you want here." He smiled at her before leaving. "I almost forgot. Here." Volley held up 2 wrapped boxes to Issei and Rainier. "Bento." The young man looked at her in curiosity. "Yep, I hope it suits your tastes." The young lady smiled with a peppy attitude. "Thank you," Rainier replied graciously before heading out with the owner of the house. Partway on their path, Issei had a lightning-struck realization, stopping mid-motion. "I forgot to tell Volley about Akino." He screamed to himself. "You forgot," D-Drake cried out in response. Sighing in exasperation at his blunder, he decided that he had to tell her about their raven-haired childhood friend after he got home. He also had to let Akino know that Volley was in town and living with him. After the pair entered their classroom and went through the motions of the boring day, lunch period came, giving Issei the chance to go to Akino. Heading to the orc room to go see said girl, he found the beauty sitting alone, eating her bento by herself. "Akino," he called out. His voice instantly attracted her attention as she immediately looked at his direction and made a reflexive smile. "Ah, Issei, come and sit," she giggled as she scooted over. He couldn't help but smile as he took her offer and sat down next to her. "I made some dishes that I wanted you to try." She excitedly pulled out a small box and opened it. The contents were nikujaga, tonkatsu, shrimp tempura, gyoza, and tsukemono. "Here, She held up a piece of stewed potato and waited for Issei to open his mouth. Issei was wide-eyed. Akino seemed to be even happier than before. Her smile was literally glowing. She'd never offered such an affectionate gesture before, either. Akino held up the food, refusing to put it down till he ate it. He hesitantly ate the food but was amazed by the great taste it had. It's awesome," he commented without hesitation. Akino was utterly pleased with his thoughts, smiling and giggling as she felt some pride in herself. "Yufifufu, I'm glad." She spoke in her normal tone instead of her seductive pitch. "Sikut." Issei looked on as he was mesmerized by her happy expression. Remembering what he was here for, he put himself back on track. "Akino, are you busy later after school?" "Nope." She shook her head. "Well, there's someone that I want you to meet. Do you mind coming along?" He nervously hoped there wouldn't be any backlash. "Sure." Akino wasn't exactly sure what he was entailing. He seemed more excited than nervous. Later that day, Issei waited outside of the school gates for his potential or rather, definite love interest. Rainer had left to go to Grigori to make a visit to her 3 friends, who were still recuperating, so she would probably be gone for the rest of the day or even the night, since it was the start of the weekend tomorrow. When Akino came, they wasted no time to go to Issei's home so that she could see the person that he wanted her to meet. Opening the door, Issei called out to whoever was home, hoping to bring Vali over. "I'm home." He took off his shoes as he stood in front of Issei. "Welcome back." Like a housewife, Vali happily sprinted over with an apron on her. Suddenly, Issei heard a grumbling from behind him. He turned around and found a very displeased Akino glaring at him with a pouty expression. "I brought a guest over. I hope there's enough for her though. I think you know her." Issei smiled mischievously before stepping aside, though he had a sheepish chuckle following this statement. When Vali and Akino laid eyes on each other, they had no doubt about who they were seeing. The two froze in place and didn't say a word until they cleared their doubts about who the other was. "Vali, Akino," they both croaked out with shaky voices. I thought you were." Vali slowly stepped forward. "I know. I heard about what you all thought, but I'm not dead. I'm alive." Akino started to tear up as she and her best friend walked towards each other before quickly sharing a hug. I am so sorry." Vali sobbed as she apologized profusely. She had connected the dots herself and realized that Akino must have been so alone for almost a decade. Knowing about her family situation from the past, she knew the poor girl must have been striving to survive in solitude. "No, I don't blame any of you. It's not your fault. I know the full story now. I understand why you all thought I was dead." Akino sniffled as she comforted her best friend. Her long-stemmed hatred towards those that she had reasonably assumed had forgotten about her had disappeared after Issei's explanations. Her only desire now was to console Vali and make up for lost time. Issei stepped forward and guided the two to the dining table so that they could have their long chat. He knew that they had so much to catch up on, so he would not intrude. He felt happy for the two of them, actually. After so long, they had finally been able to see each other again and throw away their doubts about what happened at the Hanjima shrine. He set some tea down in front of the two and walked upstairs after making sure that they too weren't crying messes anymore. They were now only talking about their pasts and learning about what each had been through since they had all gone their separate ways. Entering his room and plopping himself on his bed, Issei couldn't help but feel happy at the fact the three of them were reunited again. "This really feels like home now," he laughed to himself. Downstairs, the two women were laughing as they couldn't help but do so after learning of each other's experiences. Vali had trained with Odin, Brynhildr, Penemu, Azazel, Barakil, and several other deities of different religions. Akino was a bit nervous, since Vali was definitely a walking nuke. "I spent almost a decade training with that geezer and his Valkyries. The old man was a pervert, but at least he never tried to make a pass at me or ogle me. It was kind of nice, actually. He treated me like I was his granddaughter. His Valkyries were also like big sisters to me." Vali chuckled when she recalled her memories of them. "Oh, what were they like?" Akino excitedly asked. "They're kind of sisterly, but they all have their own quirks. I got along rather well with one of them, in particular. She's called Ruswace. When I was in the Norse realm, she helped tutor me in magic when I first started out. We were also roommates. Maybe you'll meet her one day." Akino was glad that her best friend was able to learn so much and to grow up so splendidly. Then came her turn, to which Vali listened intently. "I spent several years training and studying in the Gremory House of Devils as one of the servants of the current heir, Ria's Gremory. I think you might like her too. The whole family is very generous and they never mistreat anyone that serves or is a part of the household." She quickly spoke out so that Vali wouldn't misunderstand the concept of being a Gremory servant. "I learned etiquette from Lady Venelana Gremory herself, and I learned magic from many of their magic specialists." Akino made a small giggle. She was about to mention her holy lightning ability, but she stopped herself. Perhaps embarrassment was stopping her from talking about it. For what seemed like a few minutes, hours passed as the two eagerly chatted about their experiences until the night grew late, with Akino sleeping over. The next morning, Issei felt something strange upon his face. It was soft, warm, and somewhat jiggly, or rather, bouncy. What is this? I can't breathe properly. He slowly moved his hand to where the pressure on his face was and grabbed the object. Suddenly, he felt something wrong. There was a negative feeling, or rather an wicked feeling, close by. It wasn't malicious, but it certainly sounded mischievous. Without pause or hesitation, the Red Dragon Emperor jumped out of bed and pushed down a mysterious figure under him, pinning them down. When his vision focused and his mind processed what his eyes were seeing, he was surprised but also unsurprised by who he saw. Oh my, yufifufu. If Issei wants to engage in such activities this early in the morning, then I don't mind. We just can't be late for school since Volley is going to be attending too. She smiled warmly, as if inviting him to do as he wished. Issei's face turned bright red when he realized what she was suggesting. Quickly getting out of bed and allowing Akino to sit up, he looked away and cleared his throat to try and clear away the suggestive atmosphere. Suo, did you and Volley catch up well? He changed the topic without missing a beat. Nodding, Akino still remembered all of the laughs that they shared the previous night. It was fun. She giggled. I see. That's good. Issei smiled before quickly heading into the bathroom with a clean uniform. He later came back out and quickly got his school bag before heading downstairs. When he came down, he found Rainer cooking their lunch, with breakfast already being served. Morning, he called out to the three women in his house as he sat down at the table. Good morning. They all returned the phrase as they began to eat. Picking up his chopsticks, he took a bite of the boneless pan-fried fish fillet and marveled at the taste. Trying the pickled daikon radish salad, he was pleased by the sweet and pickled taste. He then sipped some miso soup and felt himself grow more aware and awake as his body made use of its nutrients. This breakfast is awesome. If I keep having good cooking like this every day, I'm going to get fat. He blindly commented. The three women in front of him smiled as they some pride in their cooking. As they left the house and walked to school, Issei and the others showed Volley the path to the school and gave her information that would prove to be crucial if she was to live in Kyoto. When they entered the school building, the four parted ways. Akino went to her class, Volley went to the staff room, and Issei and Rainer went to homeroom. As soon as class was to start, the teacher made an announcement. All right, class, today we've got another transfer student. Come in. The instructor called out to the door. As the transfer student walked in, Issei wasn't exactly surprised as to who it was. Hello, everyone. My name is Valina Lucifeld. I will be a second year here from now on. Please take care of me. She bowed as she flashed a friendly smile. The boys instantly went crazy when they saw her. The girls found that they wanted to talk to her, in a friendly way, at least, though some were bothered by the fact that she was getting so much attention already. You can have the seat at the front. The teacher gestured around. Soon break time came for class, a time where the situation escalated. Volley noticed the displeased look that Issei was sporting and wondered about the reasons for why he was in such a mood. What's wrong, Issei? Are you all right? She looked at him with a concerned expression, putting a soft hand to his forehead to feel the temperature. Though this was done innocently, people had already questioned the nature of their relationship. Were the two friends, childhood friends, possible relatives, even lovers? If you're not feeling well, then I'll help you. She positively smiled at him. Why yeah, thanks. I'm fine though, Volley. Issei, make sure you always tell me if there's something bothering you, Kay. She looked at him warmly as the boy merely nodded. They're on a first-name basis. The perverted duo shouted in shock. Even some of the other students were a bit surprised by the nature of their interactions. It was like that of a lovey-dovey couple. Why didn't I learn clairvoyance? Issei grumbled to himself as he walked through the hallways. At the moment, Volley was being shown around the school by Rainer, so he didn't have to go with them to be precise. Unfortunately, Issei had been too bothered by the various students that suspected him with having illicit relationships with Akino, Rainer, and Volley. This all started with how close he seemed to be with the three women. They made him lunches, were open with him, and always seemed to worry for him. When the day ended, however, Issei remembered that there were club activities to attend to. This meant that Volley would be left alone, which Issei knew was not a good idea. Volley hated being left alone for long periods of time. It was a childhood fear of hers. He remembered how it was not a good idea to have her heritage be made known, but he worried for her emotional state too. After a long debate with himself, he decided that he would skip out on the club's activities and spend some time with Volley, having already told Riaz that he would be absent for personal reasons. Walking to the school gates, he found Volley waiting patiently. Issei, where's Rainer and Akino? They have club activities. I'm not going though, so we can do whatever you like for tonight. Tomorrow's Seti, after all. Volley gave the idea some thought before smiling to herself. Then, how about you show me around town? She joyfully suggested. Smiling and nodding, Issei looked forward to the plan. All right, a tour of Kyoto's shopping district and neighborhood it is, he declared as he led her onto a small adventure. Taking the subway around, Issei pointed out various locations of interest to Volley and helped give her instructions in case she ever got lost. As the two moved around, Volley made careful observations as she tried to memorize whatever she saw out of interest. When they arrived at the shopping district, Volley was a bit cheerful to see the place. It looks nice. I'm kind of excited to see what it's like in full detail. Volley smiled as she moved forward behind Issei. Then by all means, follow me. He smiled, taking her around the clothing stores. She tried out various outfits, which caught off guard several times. She would try different outfits that had white colors on them, which matched her perfectly. Black was also a nice contrast to her too. When she put on an elegant black dress, Issei's jaw was ready to drop. Volley found much of the food pleasant in Kyoto. During her years of training, she mostly spent her time cooking and eating her own food and penamuse. Now, she had the luxury of having not to help cook at all and could just enjoy what she had ordered. After getting some ice cream from a vendor, the two ate their cones before Volley started to laugh out of the blue. What's wrong? Issei was a bit surprised by her strange outburst. You've got ice cream almost going up your nose. She pointed above his lip, much to his embarrassment. Oops, he sheepishly commented. Taking a napkin from her pocket, Volley softly wiped the ice cream from under his nose and kindly wiped his mouth. There, all clean. Volley taunted him playfully as if she were talking to a child. Very funny. Issei made a sarcastic remark but broke into a laugh directly after. When the pair entered the game center, she was delighted to have so much fun. However, what made this meaningful was the fact that Issei was with her. She had spent so much time wishing to be in this situation with him while she was in the European continent. Are you okay? Your face is pretty red and your breathing sounds a bit fast. Issei looked at her and inspected her. When she felt his hand on her face, she forced herself to resist breaking into a gigantic grin. I missed Issei's touch, she thought to herself as she happily took in the moment. When the two returned home, they were surprised to see that it was already 7 p.m. Thankfully, he had sent Rainer a text about them being home late. Walking in, Issei and Volley took off their shoes and set their takeout food on the dining table. Hearing the TV, Issei walked to the living room and found Rainer and Akino looking rather bored. We're home, he called out. Welcome back. Rainer smiled at them as she and Akino got up. We brought dinner home. Issei gestured to the table. As everyone set up the table and eventually dug into the food, Issei couldn't help but notice how comfortable and nice it was here. His once cold and somewhat desolate home had become rather bright and vibrant with the company of those that he cared about. Now this is home, he smiled to himself. When the dishes were to be cleaned, Volley was the first to jump to the task. It's fine, Volley. I can take care of it. Issei interjected, but she had already started. I'm merely mooching off of you, so this is the least that I can do. Don't worry, she smiled back at him before resuming her task. For the next few weeks, Volley had proven to be of great help with house maintenance, and she just naturally helped brighten Issei's mood. She was also prone to mischievous acts, like pranking Issei by moving around his stuff to hidden parts of the house without his knowledge. He couldn't help but find this change of pace refreshing. During one specific evening, Issei was sitting alone in the house while the girls went out to have a relaxing evening. With this chance, Issei chose to openly talk to Demi-Dragon without appearing insane. Now that I think about it, all of the women in this house would make great wives. Demi-Dragon playfully made his input. Don't even go there, Issei retorted. I'm just saying. They can all cook and clean and they are very intelligent, beautiful, and they all kick ass. Not to mention, they have likable personalities. Thumbs up by my standards. Marry them all, son. The red dragon laughed. For the past while, Demi-Dragon was pushing Issei to make a choice on what to do with his romantic feelings. It wasn't good to lead on women and it wasn't good to let feelings sit and rot. For this week in Kyoto Academy, the school's Halloween festival was supposed to be in preparation. Different clubs would be organizing activities in their fields of expertise and students and their families were invited to come and attend. In Issei's case, he was helping out with the occult club's preparations. Taking wooden boards and hammering them together whilst hanging up decorations at other times, he found that this experience was quite enjoyable. During his time in Grigori, when he wasn't studying, he was training or eating. This new change of pace was quite refreshing to him. As for the orc, they were going to be doing multiple activities. Akino would be doing a Shinto shrine cleansing, in name and in real function with Asia helping her. Kaneko, Kiba, and Rainer would be doing the haunted house. Riaz was going to be doing a horror-themed chess game. Last but not least, Issei would be doing nothing. He didn't really have much of an idea on what he wanted to do and he didn't seem to have an affinity for any of the activities besides dealing with the hard labor and being a security guard in case boys, and even girls, decided to try and get frisky with any of the members. After finishing all decorations and putting things in place, the old school building had been decked out to be quite a sight. The ceiling was cracked and had holes in them, with the holes being in places that weren't of worry. Glass was cracked. Vines were wrapped around the walls. The floorboards were also very sensitive. One footstep was enough to send a creak echoing through the halls. Issei had put in a very large amount of effort with that one. However, what he had never expected was that real ghosts and monsters were being used for the haunted area. Who knew the haunted part was literal? Good work. A familiar voice rang out as Issei felt a cold bottle touch his cheek. Turning around, he found Akino embracing him from behind. Thanks. He took the water bottle from her hand and drank it reservedly. You really worked hard. The whole school building looks amazing. Not really. I'd say that everyone had a hand in it. Still, I did do a fine job. He chuckled. So if a ghost comes out, are you going to protect me? Akino jumped the conversation into a different direction as Issei merely chuckled again. Of course, but if a ghost possesses me then you'll have to exorcise it or take me down. Akino grinned mischievously as she continued. I'll make sure to give you the kiss of life so that you come back to me then. She giggled. Issei's cheeks turned a significantly pink color as he cleared his throat. Ever since the match with Riser, Akino had become drastically more affectionate. She'd cling to his arm and flirt with him. Whenever lunch came, they always ate together. Then I'll look forward to it. This time, it was Akino's turn to go red. I'll be glad to give you some loving healing too. She sensually spoke in Issei's ear as she gave a ragged breath. Feeling chills down his spine at the action, Issei tried to keep his instincts in check as he kept his calm facade. Smiling deviously to himself, Issei decided to get back at her. Turning to Akino, he looked her in the eyes and inched closer to her. Suddenly, she felt two strong arms grip her shoulders as she was pushed gently to the floor. Now then, Akino, it's about time that I had my way with you. I won't always let you have the win. Issei spoke with an eerie tone. Akino immediately turned scarlet as her expression contorted into surprise. Yay, was all she could say. Bringing his lips close to hers, she really didn't expect him to get back at her again. This time, in particular, Issei didn't look like he was going to be stopping. Akino closed her eyes, waiting for contact. As his lips barely touched hers, he immediately got up. Well, I gotta go now. See ya. He laughed as he found an upset Akino behind him. Issei, you jerk, she hollered. Making his way around the old school building to lose Akino, Issei found that everybody was up and about outside around the new school building. Bustling to get their classrooms ready, Issei looked forward to what activities that would become available. Turning his head back to look in front of him, he found that he was in the haunted house section of the building. Taking a look at his handiwork, he had to give himself a small pat on the back. The floorboards were made fragile enough so that one step would cause a creaky echo to ring out from far into the distance of the hallway. Scratches and cracks in the window glass were done enough so that the building would look extremely old while still being stable and strong. Broken desks and pieces of classroom tools and objects were left lying around. In the classrooms that were deeper into the test of courage course, splats and rivers of fake blood were painted along the walls and floors as the halls would grow darker. Of course, he was the most likely candidate to do the cleaning for all of this. When he left the building, he was met by Rainier, who was trying her costume on. In the guise of a bloodied ghost, with a white uchicake kimono stained red and eye contacts on, she actually looked like a convincing ghost woman. Wow, Issei whistled as he walked over to her. Oh, Issei, what do you think? She turned around to show her full outfit. Convincing. He laughed. I guess that's good. I wasn't sure if I looked the part, though. What's the costume supposed to be? Issei asked. I'm supposed to be a ghost bride. She made a sheepish laugh as she looked away from Issei's gaze. Oh, Demi-Dragon commented as he took Issei's dilemma into consideration. Shut up, Demi-Dragon, Issei retorted. Well, that's a waste. You'd make a very lovely bride. Issei spoke before he could stop himself from making such a bumbling comment. Rainier made a frozen and surprised look as steam puffed from her ears. She trailed off as she processed what he had just said. While she was not one to take her imagination and run with it to the point of embellishment, she did feel some embarrassment with that particular comment. I think that you would make your future husband quite happy one day. Trying his best to clarify himself, Issei didn't actually do much to diffuse the awkwardness. Well, since you brought up the topic. Issei ... Do you ever see yourself with a wife and children in the future? Rainier looked up at him uneasily as she held her breath. The seriousness of her question had surprised him slightly as he tried to formulate an answer. In all honesty, he had indeed imagined a life like that, but he doubted that he would have it. The lives of the Red Dragon Emperor were never happy, according to Demi-Dragon. Many of the past hosts had died horrible deaths or with nothing but regrets. Well, I can't say that I haven't, but I'm not actually sure if I'll ever have something like that. Neither denying nor confirming his future desires for a family of his own, Rainier felt a sense of foreboding. She was depending on his answer to see if she really would pursue him. She knew well that Akino and Volley were ahead of her in the race for his heart, but that didn't mean that she was going to just quit. She wasn't 100% sure, but she knew that what she felt towards Issei over their time together was growing out of friendship. I see. What about you? Now that it was Rainier's turn, she had to try and make it clear that she held feelings for him. I do. Feeling as if he were at an impasse, he wasn't sure if Rainier was trying to tell him something or if it was just a general topic. Well, then, I bid you good luck on that. He made a small smile while walking away. As he passed, neither spoke a single word as they were left thinking on the future. Returning back to class for one last homeroom session, Issei was sitting at his desk with his head on the desk, looking troubled. He was currently chewing on the idea of what had happened the previous night during his discussion with Demi-Dragon. So, essentially I'm a douchebag for wanting to enter a relationship with not just one nor two women, but possibly three. Issei sighed to himself. Can't say I didn't warn you about that. Being the Red Dragon Emperor, people of the opposite gender are going to be drawn to you regardless of your intention. However, it's better to make your feelings clear now rather than waiting forever and never saying anything to them. You can't keep them waiting any longer either. With Akino and Volley, it's been years and the way you feel about them is already clear. As for Rainier, it's hit or miss with her, all things considered. Either she accepts this or doesn't. D-Drake advised Issei, who took his words rather seriously. Heaving another sigh at break time, he found silver hair entering his view out of the corner of his eye. What's wrong? Volley gave him a worried look. Nothing, Volley. I'm just thinking about some things. He weakly replied. About? She sat in the seat in front of him and put her head on the desk, drawing eye level with him. About how I'm going to potentially destroy my relationships. Issei confessed in his mind as he made a bitter smile. Just random stuff. He gave the young lady in front of him a reassuring smile. Volley raised an eyebrow as she knew that there was more to his troubles than he let on. I know you're lying. Your left eye slightly twitches when you do. She gave Issei a deadpan remark as she eyed him, waiting for the truth. Issei was caught off guard when she told him that. Have you been watching me? He grumbled in worry. I've known you since we were kids. Of course I can tell. Volley gave him an upset look. He couldn't help but laugh at this. She seemed insulted that he didn't expect her to know his habits. I guess I can't fool you or Akino. Of course not. Volley gave him a matter-of-fact tone while grinning. Before they could continue talking, the teacher had arrived, disrupting them. I'll talk to you later. She then got back to her seat. I was hoping that wouldn't be what you'd say. Issei thought to himself as he imagined the atmosphere. When school was over and his share of preparations for the festival done with, he decided to head home first. Apparently, Volley was going to be staying after to talk with Riaz, whom she hadn't officially met yet. The walk home was quiet, which wasn't particularly new, but today, Issei felt as if something was off, almost ominous. This feeling only grew as he got closer to his home. His steps becoming more cautious as he approached, he spotted two hooded figures standing outside of his home. Adorned in white robes, Issei immediately recognized them as Vatican soldiers. The markings of crosses and just the aura around them made that clear enough. One of them was even carrying something large that was wrapped in bandages. Can I help you? He walked over, ready to fight if he had to, whilst wearing an oblivious expression. Even if the Vatican proclaimed purity and benevolence, he knew better than to trust them off the bat. Corruption was everywhere, and that place was no exception. The hooded figures looked at him, with one of them taking a deep interest in him. Is this the Hyoudou residence? One of them asked. Judging by her voice, she was female. Yes, it is, he confirmed. Thank goodness. I was hoping that you still lived here. The hooded person that spoke to him seemed to be overjoyed as she took her hood off. When it came off, the woman underneath was revealed to be in her teens, with light brown twin-tailed hair. The girl had purple eyes and had a generally cheerful expression. It's been a long time, Issei. She cheerfully waved at him. Do I know you? He had absolutely no idea on who this mysterious girl was. It's me. She held out hope in the wish that he would remember her with just a look. Taking a long glance at her for a moment, Issei boggled his mind as he felt some sort of familiarity with her. Then all of the gears in his mind clicked as his memories pieced themselves together. Irina. He pointed finger at her in surprise. She nodded in confirmation. What happened to you? The last time I saw you, you didn't look like this. When Issei recalled her, she looked more like a boy than a girl. Her hair used to be short and she acted quite masculine back then. Now, she looked so much more womanly. She had matured into a very attractive young lady, in his words. I grew my hair out and learned ladylike manners. Impressed, she giggled, waiting for positive remarks. Making a small smile, he nodded. Well, looking at his watch, he noticed the time. How long were you two waiting? Not very long. About 10 minutes or so. Then, come on inside. I'll make us something, he offered, showing his guests inside. They sat them down at the dining room table and made tea while putting out snacks. So what have you been doing since you left? Issei excitedly asked his first childhood friend. Well, my parents moved to England. There, I went to a religious boarding school where I've spent most of my time. Then, I graduated and began working for the business that started that school. Since then, I've been traveling to a lot of places doing work for them. Irina briefly spoke. She knew not to give the full juicy details of her life or else Issei would have been unnecessarily exposed to the dangers of the supernatural world. Unfortunately, he had been exposed from before he had even met her. In other words, she got sent to the exorcists for training and then she's been going around and killing monsters for the Vatican ever since she finished training. D-Drake spoke the real version of the story in his mind, understanding what she was trying to hide from him. Issei didn't want to believe it, but even he knew that was the most likely truth. Well, that sounds arduous. To have to go around the world doing work for such a large business. He played along. When he glanced at Irina's companion, he was sure that she was suspicious of him. The whole time she was present, she hadn't said a thing, which made it clear that she was suspicious of him. Joke's on her. He was perfectly capable of hiding his supernatural presence. What about you? Irina asked him as she sipped some tea. Well, I got sent to boarding school, too. I had actually been living with a family friend for several years before moving back here. He decided that he needed to lie to and gave a similar story. That reminds me, what happened to your parents? Why are you living alone? Issei's lips pursed before he responded. Thinking about his dead family still hurt a little. My parents died about 8-9 years ago. When they passed away, I was put under the custody of my godfather. He explained calmly. Irina immediately felt guilty for asking. She knew how much his parents had meant to him in the past. She had never imagined that he'd been an orphan. I am so sorry, Issei. I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry about your parents. She looked down in shame. It's fine. It's not like you knew about it anyways. He chuckled. Now then, I think it's time that I made dinner. As Issei got up to start cooking, Irina's companion rose as well. I'm sorry, but Irina and I should be leaving now. We have business to do for our employers, so I'm afraid that we cannot stay. Hearing her speak for the first time, Issei noticed that her voice was rather blunt and direct. She's going to be hard getting along with, he remarked. She's right. Sorry, Issei, but we need to be leaving now. I'll try to come and see you before I leave, though. Irina gave an apologetic smile as she walked towards the door. Knowing that it was best for them to leave now before the others came home, Issei had no other choice but to let them leave. Even though he really wanted to catch up to Irina again, this was the smartest move to make for them. Okay, I won't hold you up any longer. Thanks for the tea. Irina sadly waved and left with the other woman, closing the door on their way out. Knowing that he was alone now, he crossed his arms and spoke to himself in D-Drag. So she's an exorcist now. Sheesh. Recalling all of his unpleasant experiences with stray exorcists and even true exorcists, he didn't feel very fond of many of them. Some he liked, some he didn't. I hope she's not as fanatical as the others that we've come across. That would really strain your relationship. However, if they're here, then that means they're going to be talking with Riaz and Sona Citri too. That's not going to be pretty. He sighed. Hearing his door open, he walked over to find the three women in his life come home. Vali, Rainier, and Aquino had all stepped in with serious looks on their face. Regarding why she was there, she had sort of become a housemate here, having moved out of her apartment to stay at the Hyoudou house, with full agreement on Issei's account, of course. Issei. Aquino jumped over and inspected his entire body. Why? He cried out in surprise. Are you okay? Did those exorcists do anything to you? She cupped his face. How did you know about them? We saw them walking away from the house. We thought they came to do something to you. Aquino explained. For a moment, he thought that they were monitoring his every move. I'm fine. They didn't do anything to me. One of them was actually one of my old friends from childhood. Issei gently took her hands off of him and gave a comforting smile. Still, exorcists don't just come here to talk with people. If anything, something serious must have happened to make official Vatican exorcists come here. We'd best be on our toes. Rainier cautioned. Did anyone feel something odd when those two walked away? Aquino recounted the shiver she felt go down her spine when she came into their proximity. It was as if every single cell in her body had told her to be on high alert. Yeah, I did too. I think they're carrying holy weapons. Vali had also felt that same sensation. Issei and Rainier had felt sensations of power coming from them, but they didn't feel the same kind of jolt that Vali and Aquino felt. It was only natural since the two were devils and were instinctively avoidant towards weapons of light and holiness. However, if they're here, shouldn't they be checking in with Riaz to avoid unlawful trespassing? Anything can set the three factions off these days, Issei inquired. Apparently, Riaz has already been requested for a meeting with 2 Vatican members. It's tomorrow after school at 4 p.m. If anything, we should be ready for anything ugly. I know that most of the tension will be between the peerage and those two, but you three need to be careful as well. They just might target you if they deem you as threats. Aquino warned. I'm getting kind of tired of being seen as a threat by everyone that lays eyes on me. Issei sighed. He wasn't exactly sure if any of this had to do with him, but he was certain that if anything, he was going to get dragged in. He always got dragged in one way or another. The next day, right before the meeting was to happen, everyone in the Gremory peerage had gathered in the Orc room. Issei, Rainier, and Vali were elsewhere since this matter wasn't safe for them to get involved in. It would also only serve to fuel tension in the meeting. Considering how Vali was the last descendant of the Lucifer line and Rainier was a fallen angel, it didn't seem appealing. Asia was rather nervous since she had never been on the opposite side before. This was the first time where she would be looking at members of the church as potential enemies. Asia, no matter what happens or what they say, don't let it get to you. We'll protect you. Riaz turned to her and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Yes, I know. I'm sorry for being troublesome. It's of no consequence. It's only natural in your case. Don't worry too much. Aquino smiled at her warmly just as the doors received a knock before opening. Enter, Riaz ominously spoke. The entrance opened to reveal Irina and her partner, who was still hooded. When Kiba laid eyes on them, he instantly gazed at them in shock and anger. As soon as he saw what the hooded girl was carrying, he knew that she was hauling a holy sword around. His expression contorting into feral anger, he had to force himself to remain restrained. Hello. Irina brightly greeted everyone with a wave. Please have a seat. Riaz gestured to the furniture in front of her. Sitting down, Irina's companion finally took off her hood. She was revealed to have short blue hair with a streak of green hair going down the front. My name is Zenobia and this is my partner, Irina. We have come from the Vatican Church to deliver a message and to complete a task. She spoke with a stern tone. And that would be. Riaz urged her to continue. Excalibur fragments have been taken from the church and we have been sent to recover them or to destroy them. Therefore, do not interfere with our business or you will face consequences. Zenobia arrogantly spoke as she gestured towards the clothed object on her back and to Irina. Riaz didn't take too kindly to that warning. I don't have any interest in those fragments. What makes you think that they are here? Our sources have found people of suspicion smuggling them into QO. Therefore, they must be here. Rias merely sighed at the blindness of the woman in front of her. Don't put too much stock into what you are told, exorcist. You are free to investigate this place, but do keep yourselves from instigating anything or causing anything that may attract unwanted attention. She politely returned a warning to the brunette in front of her. Then there's nothing else to say. Zenobia stood up, but right after, she noticed Asia. Are you Asia Argento? She coldly inquired. Asia, who was a bit startled, answered uncomfortably. Why yes. Narrowing her eyes, Zenovia's hand inched toward the wrapped object on her back. I see. As I have heard, you are now a former follower from the church who was banished due to your heretical ability to heal even devils. At first I questioned these rumors, but now that I have seen that you have joined the other side, I was afraid that you had indeed become a witch. Irritation erupted in Rias, who wasn't taking kindly to the overbearing attitude that Zenovia was exhibiting. Even Irina was exasperated by her behavior, sighing while face-palming. Once Zenovia got started, she was like a raging bull, uncompromising and stubborn. Asia, however, was utterly stunned by what she had just been called and was even more shocked by what her gift was being called. She began to wonder why it was so wrong to be able to heal everyone who was in suffering. Struggling to answer, the former nun remained a stuttering mess. That is quite enough, Rias warned Zenovia, who just ignored her. The heavens will punish those who turn their backs and follow the way of sin. Perhaps if I execute you now, you will be forgiven and sent to heaven as a cleansed soul for your heresy. Zenovia put a hand on the hilt of the wrapped sword on her back. Before anything else could be done, she found very menacing auras radiating around Rias and Aquino, as well as Kiba. How dare you threaten one of my adorable servants? Rias hissed. The power of destruction began radiating around her as she directed her gaze towards Zenovia. You fanatics will not touch Asia. Aquino was about ready to start blasting away at the blue-haired swordswoman until the sound of the doors opening made everyone pause. Issei was glaring straight at Zenovia. Irina stared at him in shock. Of all people and places, she never expected him to be here. Judging by the way he was carrying himself, it was clear that he knew about what was going on. He'd heard Zenovia the entire time, having waited outside the door, not wanting to interfere. Issei, Aquino also expressed her surprise. Now, from what I understand, the church has lost Excalibur pieces, which is a big problem since they are obviously in the wrong hands. Therefore, these two exorcists should be allowed to search and recover or destroy them. As for the devils in this town, it is still their territory and they have control here, so rules should be respected. It won't take much effort to simply allow the other to do their business. On the other hand, Issei reasoned to both sides before turning to Zenovia. Guests should mind their tongues. Asia is no longer part of the church. It's not your place to try and hurt her because your ego says you can. Issei protectively stood in front of Asia. The Vatican had overbearing followers in countless numbers. He hated overbearing believers who thought they had the power to do whatever they wanted. The Salem witch trials was a prime epitome of what he hated about religion and the arrogant ignorance of humans. HMPH, and who are you? Zenovia looked at him with a glare. I am the current Red Dragon Emperor. I don't care if you're from the Vatican. Get your business done and get lost. If you try and hurt Asia or anyone I care about, I'll cave your teeth in. He showed his red dragon gauntlet. Issei's temper boiled. He didn't have anything against the church, but he certainly didn't like Zenovia's arrogance. Zenovia didn't lower her stance. During her time within the walls of the church, she had heard of stories of the Red Dragon Emperors. They were practically agents of chaos. Everywhere they went, fights broke out. My business is not with you but with that witch over there. Knowing that words were useless now, Issei had an idea. Very well, then. In that case, I propose a duel between both sides to get the poison out of your systems. Issei took a page out of Surzech's book. Since everyone wanted to fight, might as well make it official with rules. If one side wins, then the other has to obey the rules set by the winning party within reasonable bounds. I will serve as referee due to being a neutral party. Deal? The suggestion was reasonable and indeed, Zenovia was itching to test the mettle of the opposing side. Rias was about to reply until Kiba turned to her. President, let me go. He spoke with a low voice. His gaze was unflinching and dangerous, which Issei had noticed. She didn't want Kiba to be fighting in such a volatile mood, but she knew that he might not snap out of this trance unless he found a way to vent things out. Very well, she sighed. Outside in the backyard of the old school building, everyone had gathered to watch the duel between Zenovia and Kiba. Tell me, who are you? The swordswoman had grown curious about him ever since he first looked at her with hateful eyes. I'm your predecessor, a survivor of the Holy Sword Project. He hissed, barely able to contain his anger at remembering his past. The sight of watching so many children like him being murdered in cold blood after being deemed expendable and useless was so infuriating. Even after all their prayer and hope after being treated like guinea pigs, they were only rewarded with murder. Holy Sword Project. Zenovia recalled hearing something like that among several church members. What was that? Raynor asked Issei, who apparently knew something about everything. It was a secret and illegal science experiment done by members of the Vatican in order to create more people that could wield holy swords without side effects. There's not many people who can naturally use holy swords now. Issei whispered so that only she could hear. What he didn't say was that when the project had been shut down, the children who were being used as test subjects had been killed to dispose of evidence of the illegal project. How do you know all of that? Riaz looked at him in curiosity. My guardian filled me in on it, along with some people who found the corpses. He briefly explained. Irina visibly jumped when he said corpses. Issei remembered how Kiba was listed to be one of the participants, which was probably why Riaz didn't stop him. This was something he needed to do to move on with his life. Both sides, ready. Issei hollered out. Begin. Both had weapons drawn, with Zenovia brandishing a massive sword that had a large handguard that had sides like axe blades and a three-tipped blade. Kiba had surrounded himself with many of his demonic swords, a variety of tactics ready for him. What is that sword? Asia inspected it and could tell that there was something special about it, but she couldn't exactly tell which sword it was. That's Excalibur Destruction. It's one of the 7 fragments of Excalibur and is capable of unleashing destructive blasts of energy from its blade. Irina gave her helpful input to Asia. Then which one do you use? Issei turned to her with curiosity. I use Excalibur Mimic. Irina showed a piece of rope tied around her arm and undid it. As she held it in her hands, the rope shortened and widened before changing shape and turning itself into a katana. This sword can change its shape into anything I want, she proudly explained. However, Issei didn't seem too amused. He was actually wondering if she had been a part of the Holy Sword Project and if she had been subjected to experiments to allow her to use it. Was Irina involved in the shady projects by the Vatican? Kiba was about to make the first move as he was holding 2 of his swords before he disappeared into a blur as he instantly reappeared in front of Zenovia. While irrational, he knew not to go for the killing blow since problems would arise if he did. Bringing her guard up, she was able to block 2 swings from Kiba's sword with her one blade using its sheer size. Responding with violent force, she slashed upwards, unleashing a destructive wave that sent a blast of energy rushing from her sword. Sidestepping the incoming wave, Kiba rushed to her side and wreathed one of his swords in wind. Throwing it at her, catching her off guard, Kiba created another sword of fire and a blade of ice in his other hand. As the wind blade approached her, the air carried dust towards her, forcing her to retreat and close her eyes momentarily to avoid being blinded. With a mighty burst of effort, he cross-slashed at Zenovia, who blocked with her sword, slamming into her and sending her flying back. Grunting as she crashed into the ground, she flipped up and resumed her posture. Resuming his furious barrage of attacks, Kiba created more swords. Grasping 2 of them, he ran at her in a frenzy. Igniting one blade into violent flames and encasing another in ice, he hacked and slashed at his opponent, obviously too absorbed in attacking to even think straight. He's losing it, Issei commented grimly. Riaz could only agree as she watched Kiba lose his edge. My turn. Whipping around in a circle, Zenovia caused a great gust of wind to circle around her as she let loose a massive blast of energy that became a destructive wave that obliterated all of Kiba's swords, knocking him into the air. Following him up, she leapt into the air and slammed her pommel into his stomach, causing him to gag and cough as she crashed back into the ground. As he forced himself to get up, he broke into another sprint. This time, he crafted a giant graze wayhander and ran at Zenovia. Raising her Excalibur Destruction into the air, she slammed it into the ground, creating a shockwave that almost collided completely against him, causing him to suffer some wounds that were akin to burns. Deciding the match could continue a little more, Issei remained silent. Grasping his wounds in pain while breathing heavily from the strain he was forcing his body to endure due to his insane demands, Kiba only grew more frustrated as he had yet to land a hit on Zenovia. Give up, demon. You can't win against me. I'm not done yet. Kiba stood up and took hold of 2 swords. Mystically, the demonic swords around Kiba began to radiate a blue aura. Slightly levitating off of the ground, the swords floated around Kiba, aiming themselves at Zenovia, who was surprised by this unexpected trick. When did Kiba have this technique? Riaz stared on in surprise at the floating array of blades that surrounded Kiba. In truth, he had developed this technique for the raiding game with Riser, but he hadn't been able to keep his swords afloat long enough for him to use it. Focusing a large amount of energy into Excalibur Destruction, she waited for Kiba to attack. When prompted for the swords to fly at her, Zenovia fired a massive wave of energy that completely shattered and erased all traces of the swords that Kiba had fired at her. Growing even angrier that he had failed to land even a scratch against an Excalibur wielder, Kiba was going to continue the fight. However, his body had denied him this wish. Locking down and losing all strength, he sank to one knee. That's enough, Issei announced. Now do you understand your place? Zenovia taunted Kiba, who couldn't say anything as he played back the memory of the battle inside of his mind. Even after all this time, I still couldn't do anything. He growled angrily to himself. On that matter, Riaz had agreed to stay away from the affairs of the church. As for the duo from the church, they left without any further conflict, though Irina had apologized to everyone for Zenovia's cocky attitude. When Asia went over to Kiba to heal his wounds, he remained silent, his mind still fixed on the battle that had just happened. Hyoudou, we need to talk. Riaz looked at him in worry. What is it, President? He asked absent-mindedly. You were having a much harder time than you should have against that woman. What's wrong? Kiba only remained silent, confirming Riaz's suspicions. Kiba, I know what it's like to want revenge, but believe me, if you only focus on it, you'll end up nowhere. Issei warned him. Kiba merely scoffed. Issei, I don't think you know anything about me. Then do tell. Why are you still living? Issei decided to get down to the core of the matter and ask what he was planning on doing since he had survived the Holy Sword project. "It's for revenge," Kiba darkly declared. "I want revenge on all of the Excalibur fragments. I want to destroy them for all of the misery that they have caused me and all of the friends that I lost because of them. If it weren't for those swords, they would still be alive. They were everything to me. It was by staying together that we were all able to continue enduring those experiments," he growled. Standing up and walking away, Kiba ignored any and all attempts to talk to him. "Hyoudou," Rias called out to him, but he just kept walking away. He was too focused on wallowing in his dark past that he was becoming increasingly single-minded on his desire for revenge on the Excalibur fragments. The next day, school progressed like normal, with no troublesome challenges making themselves known. However, Kiba wasn't present for school. Issei wasn't sure if it was because of the wounds that he had endured from the Excalibur fragment or if it was because of his unshakable hatred for holy swords. Although he half expected this to happen, he still felt uneasy about this. It was true that he didn't know Kiba well, but he knew that he was likely to do something rash soon. Issei was uncertain, conflicted. This was Kiba's vendetta, not his. Still, it didn't feel right to just let Kiba mope around. On Issei's way home, he noticed that two particular people were standing on the road, carrying a bowl. "Please have mercy and show a kind hand," one of them spoke. Issei face-palmed when he realized that it was Irina and Zenobia. "What are the two idiots doing now?" His sweat dropped. "Hey, you two, let's do some talking." Issei then gestured to the diner that was practically next to them. Leading them inside and allowing them to order whatever they pleased, he began chatting with them. "This is really good." Irina hungrily chomped down on her steak while Zenobia shoveled fried rice into her mouth. How did you end up using all of your money?" Issei already knew that it was a silly reason, but it wouldn't hurt him to ask. The pair in front of him froze as they recalled their recent experience. "Well, you see." Irina was a bit too embarrassed to say anything. "Well, Irina had ended up buying a fake painting of a saint, which cost all of our expenses," Zenobia grumbled. With a deadpan sweat drop, Issei wasn't very surprised at Irina's blunder. In the past, when they were younger, she was easily suckered into doing a lot of things when promised something at face value. It wasn't hard to trick her by giving her a trading card for curry bread. So in the end, you got scammed and are now in a tight financial situation that will risk the success of your mission. Issei summarized the events in a nutshell, which was met by silent confirmation. When they were all done eating, Issei decided to talk in a more reclusive place in the forest in case there were eavesdroppers. "Anyways, so have you two gotten any leads on the missing Excalibur fragments?" he pressed on. Zenobia eyed him with suspicion as soon as he got on the topic. She still hadn't forgotten the words they traded in the clubroom. "That's classified. Why does it interest you?" "As it so happens, one of my friends has a particular problem. I'd like to help that person deal with it. Also, if the Excalibur fragments are here in Kyoto, then that will only bring more trouble here, which is something that I can't allow. I like how peaceful it is and I'd hate to see it go down the drain." Issei explained himself briefly. Zenobia found his sudden interest in the Excalibur fragments to be strange. Before, he didn't seem to care, but now he did. However, against her better judgment, she decided that if it was just her and Irina, their mission would be slowed down. With the aid of the Red Dragon Emperor, things just might speed up to a great degree. With a great sigh, she spoke up. "At the moment, we've found information that there is a church nearby that is housing stray exorcists. We plan to infiltrate it and find whatever we can. Leads say that there are Excalibur fragments hidden there. Issei, this once, can you help us?" Irina stepped forward. She saw that since Zenobia was willing to tell him about their information, he would be helpful. Nodding without hesitation, it was agreed. However, now Issei was reminded of the matter about Asia. "That reminds me, Zenobia, do you still have intentions of harming Asia?" He eyed her cautiously. "At the moment, I won't touch her. I will simply go about my own business. In the future, however, I cannot say." His gaze souring, Issei decided to establish ground rules. "First, in exchange for my help, you will leave Asia and Kiba alone. Second, if you harm them, then we're automatic enemies, with the power of the church behind you or not. Third, keep in mind that using God's name in vain is a sin itself, which you have been doing to justify your attempts of murder." Issei spoke to her using her own arrogant tone so as to give her a taste of her own medicine. Not caring much for it, Zenobia only nodded. After agreeing to a somewhat tense alliance, Issei walked home, having concluded his business with the two exorcists. Suddenly, he found a familiar person limping weakly. Normally, he would deem that it was someone normal, but it wasn't. There was steam-like vapor hissing from the person. Taking a closer look, he recognized the blonde hair on the apparent male. "Tiba." Issei walked over as he got a proper look at the wounded young man. "Issei," he winced, recognizing the type of wounds to be a result of a holy weapon attack. Issei decided that he needed to heal his injuries before they could get worse. Then he needed answers. Taking the injured knight to his home to recuperate, he went to one of his closets to get a magical healing kit. Inside, he had remedies for most known magical ailments and injuries, courtesy of everyone from Grigori. Opening the box, he took out a magical green liquid that gave off a slight luminescent glow. Pouring a bit of it onto a cloth, he dabbed the cut on Kiba's arm and his left leg. While only injured there, the cuts needed treatment. Kiba grunted and hissed at the burning sting of his lacerations but persevered through the experience. After bandaging him, Issei looked at him with a questioning expression. What happened to you? Did Irina and Zenovia hurt you? He asked with a small hint of suspicion. Kiba shook his head. No, it was that bastard, Fried. He grimly admitted. Issei was taken aback. Fried Selzen was supposed to have been imprisoned. There was no way the sick-minded monster was still running around. That's impossible, Issei replied with disbelief. He was alive and kicking, I assure you. He was using an Excalibur fragment too. Kiba spoke with a bitter tone. Knowing that Kiba wasn't one to lie about such a thing, Issei pondered how this situation came to be. Where did you meet him? Issei continued his questions. Kiba's eyebrow ticked in irritation. This has nothing to do with you, Issei. Please don't get in my way of revenge. Issei sighed in exasperation. I'm not trying to stop you or get in your way. I'm trying to help you out. Kiba looked at him in a perplexed way. Why? Because I always help all of my friends when they need it. Issei sported his usual toothy smile. Shaking his head in defeat, Kiba recounted the previous events that led to this moment. When he was done, he saw to it that the knight had gotten home safely and promised to help him tomorrow in his quest to find peace. The next morning, he had laid out a massive map in his room, scouring the entirety of Kyo's satellite image. Now knowing that there was another place where exiled church members were concocting schemes, Issei began to narrow down what places would be likely. There was a multitude of churches around Kyo. With 2 reduced to rubble and all others being public and functioning, he concluded that there was one place that was still valid enough to be used by the schemers. The abandoned church south of Kyo, he said to himself. Staring at a map of Kyo, with marks and lines crisscrossing in different colors, he noticed that the 3 churches were arranged to form something of a perimeter. Immediately contacting Irina, Zenovia, and Kiba that afternoon, he arranged for a meeting at the town square. Not very long after, the 3 others came face to face with each other. Kiba immediately became hostile and was extremely tempted to draw his sword on the 2. Likewise, Zenovia had her hands on her weapon. That's enough, you 3. As I explained, we're in this with mutual interests. The balance of the treaty is as delicate as is. We don't need more trouble, Issei warned, his tone much more commanding and sterner than anyone was used to. Deterred, they retracted their battle-oriented intentions and began conversing. Anyways, I've narrowed down that the church that is south of Kyo is the most likely place for stray exorcist activity. Also, that church forms a triangular perimeter with 2 other churches. This can't be a coincidence, Issei noted. Zenovia then thought of an idea. The stray exorcists use the same clothes that members of the Vatican wear. We can sneak in using that. We just need to be careful with how we behave, she suggested. Not wanting to cause another massive incident of destruction, Issei agreed. However, what is your play in this? Zenovia then turned to Kiba. I merely want to destroy the Excalibur fragments that ruin the lives of those close to me. That's the only reason why I'm here, he darkly retorted. Satisfied with this answer, Zenovia had no problems with another ally. When they arrived at the church, the 4 were already dressed in the clothes of the church. Issei noticed that the church in front of them was built like the others, making him arrive at an eerie feeling regarding the churches in Kyo. Before they could even get to the front door, they felt a strong intent to kill descending on them. Looking up above, they saw a familiar white-haired ex-priest brandishing a long sword. Bleachost, Sakaku, Play Song, Kekakaka, he cackled. Issei really didn't have any patience when it came to dealing with Fried. He pointed his finger at the exiled maniac. A thin red beam of energy sailed through the air, but the madman merely moved to the side, dodging the dangerous ray. Not very surprised, Issei merely raised an interested brow. An Excalibur fragment, Issei muttered. Righto, this little sucker lets me move more than 5 times a normal human can. Let me introduce you to Excalibur rapidly. Fried licked the edge of his curved sword with a feral look. Issei was honestly bothered that a piece of a once noble sword of Britain's one true king had become a mere butcher's knife. King Arthur was probably rolling around in his grave. You're going to be dropping that weapon. Zenovia stepped forward as she unwrapped Excalibur Destruction, brandishing it with a deadly glow lining the blade. What are you gonna do about me using this? I doubt you'll be able to scratch me before I carve you into pieces. Come on, try your luck. Fried cackled, trying to goad her into a fight. Knowing his game, Zenovia charged nonetheless. That weapon had to be removed from the scum's grasp before it could do more harm. Raising her weapon high, Zenovia gathered holy energy into Excalibur Destruction, enveloping an orange-gold aura around it. Repent for your sins, she bellowed before slamming her weapon down onto the ground. The resulting wave of energy tore into the earth, rending whatever was in its path before dissipating into particles. In the nick of time, Fried had managed to narrowly dodge the destructive wave, though it came at the cost of his left arm. Sneering at Zenovia and glaring at her with widened and frenzied eyes, he growled and barked at her with hate. Fucking bitch, I'll teach you to mess with me. Fried staggered up straight before seemingly disappearing from sight. Losing sight of him, Zenovia scanned around for his presence, using her intuitive sense to try and locate his killing intent. However, the holy energy radiating from Excalibur rapidly was masking his aura to a certain degree. Kiba, who had become familiar with his attack pattern, had adapted to this and zeroed in on Fried. Materializing a holy eraser, he dashed to meet Fried's attack. With a loud clang of metal, Fried's frenzied expression became gleefully mad. Well, look who's back for more punishment. Did you enjoy getting cut up? Huh? The exiled priest spoke as he pushed his weapon against his opponent. Kiba looked at him with eyes of hatred and disgust. Just how did such a bloodthirsty bastard become a priest? Pushing him back, the knight lunged at him. With a skillful twirl of his strangely shaped sword, Fried knocked Kiba's attack off balance. Now that he was a disoriented and angry person, Kiba was unable to fight as best as he should have been able to. With a struggle, Kiba managed to maintain his grip on his sword. Before Fried could do more, a whip came lashing at his wrist, wrapping around it before tightening. Now, Zenobia, Irina hollered. Readying her sword again, the blue-haired swordswoman came bearing down on her target. Realizing his predicament, Fried took out a glowing capsule from his pocket. It gave off an unnatural light that just seemed menacing more than soothing. Get away from him, Issei called out. Throwing the capsule on the ground, it exploded and unleashed a powerful pulse that just made everyone's brain pulse violently, with a severe headache causing everyone to grasp their heads. While a bit discomforted, the pulse barely affected Issei. Lunging forward, he punched right into Fried's chest with his bare hand. Hearing a loud crunch and a gargling gag, he knew that he had hit his mark. Looking at who had injured him from the smoke, Fried looked at Issei in utter fear. With their last encounter, he had almost killed him. Now that this threat had returned, Fried's psychotic tendencies vanished, with traumatic reactions taking him over. Seeing the glowing green light in his eyes, Fried instantly knew who Issei was. Why, you're the Red Dragon Emperor, he shrieked, remembering his past experience with him. Die, Issei growled. With his left hand shining, energy gathered into his hand, giving off more light as it prepared to fire off. Suddenly, a golden-brown magic circle wrapped around Fried, transporting him away to the top of the church's roof. Bleachost, Sakaku, and Song. Turning around, he saw a robed figure in priest robes. He had glasses, bushy gray hair, a bearded mustache, and a smile that seemed friendly but gave off nothing but a mad feeling. Kiba looked up from his position on the ground and his eyes widened, seeing the man. Valper Galilei. He spoke with disbelief. Indeed, 'tis I, Valper Galilei, the man that came closest to recreating the proper requirements for creating holy sword users. He chuckled. Issei remembered reading into an archive about him, a former researcher in the Vatican's secret organization. He had been placed in charge of the Holy Sword Project, which was an experiment that was meant to turn normal humans into people that were capable of wielding holy swords through the use of drugs and artificial enhancements. However, his inhumane methods and cruel treatment had come to light and the project had been shut down, with him being banished from the Vatican. Of course, this happened after his murder of the children that he had been using as test subjects, with Kiba being amongst them. Issei felt an itch in his left arm that just made him angry. I know, D-Drag, I want to tear him apart too, Issei growled in his mind. He hated people like Galilei, who disregarded lives for their own selfish goals without any sense of morality. What's your end game? Issei called out with a loud but calm voice. Valper eyed him with interest. So that's the current Red Dragon Emperor. I expected to see an intimidating man, but I only see a small child. Huh, he scoffed. Get down here and I'll show you how much of a threat I am, you jabbering oaf, Issei retorted. Instantly charging he fired it at Galilei before he could do anything else. Unfortunately, it had been blocked by a barrier that was surprisingly powerful for someone of his abilities, which weren't much outside of research. You will see and learn the truth. However, it isn't time for you all to witness such a grand sight yet. Until then, he bid them farewell as he and Fried disappeared through a magic circle. Before he did, he tossed a ball of glowing green light. The moment it exploded, nausea and disorientation washed over everybody. Cursing under his breath, Issei turned around and helped his three allies up to their feet. What was that? Zenobia grumbled while grasping her head. The nausea that was overwhelming her was just unbearable. It's something like an EMP wave for organic beings. It disorients our brain and nervous system, causing us to either faint or get nausea and splitting headaches. It'll wear off in an hour or so, Issei explained. He'd been hit by it too many times to not know. What do we do now? Irina asked. At this point, it's unlikely that we'll be able to do much since we're low on knowledge. Also, the enemy knows that we're on their tail now, so they're going to be much more careful with how they proceed. As bad as it is, I can only say that we gather what information that we can before planning another move, Issei suggested. Zenobia nodded. I see. If that is the case, Irina and I will depart now. We'll keep in touch if we find anything, she noted before walking away with her partner. Issei turned to Kiba, who had vanished from sight. With a click of his tongue, Issei was exasperated at the fact that vengeful people just couldn't stay still. The next day at the old school building, Issei was confronted by two women that practically lived with him. Vali was elsewhere, having been called by Azazel to talk about something important. That left only Akino and Rainer to stomp right up to him. Where have you been? They both shouted with upset and worried looks. The young man retreated a few steps when they boomed and stomped up to him. Whoa, 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 he shrieked as he noticed that they were sprouting particularly menacing auras. Where were you all night yesterday? You were gone until midnight, Akino shouted. His face becoming serious, Issei turned to Rias. He knew that it was more prudent to notify Rias of what was happening since all things considered, she would be severely impacted in coming events since she was in charge. There was a big incident yesterday. He started. I noticed. I knew that gigantic energy laser was from you last night. She replied with a knowing tone. People just love to disregard subtlety in her territory. When Issei had finished explaining the incident with Valper, Rias was exasperated and troubled. Kiba had just gone off and done what he wanted, Issei helped, and they had gotten involved in the Vatican's affairs. All of them were lines that weren't supposed to be crossed. Goodness, Hyoudou, why did you just go and do that? And you, Issei, you should have known better than to just barge in. She reprimanded him. Even though he wasn't her servant, she just had an odd sense of connection with him, as if she knew him from a different time or place. I'm sorry, but I had to do something. Also, Valper Galilei, who was responsible for the cruel Holy Sword project, is actually on the wanted list for the Vatican. He showed up to rescue Fried Selzin. From the way he was talking last night, he had something more planned. Issei replied. Rias sat quietly as she thought about the words that Issei had quoted from Galilei about how something was coming soon. She didn't want to enhance the hostility between heaven and the hell, but she knew that she just couldn't let someone like Valper go around causing havoc in her territory, therefore harming her second home. Thinking for a little while, she came to a decision. Very well. We will investigate the matter with Valper Galilei under the pretense of illegally entering Gremory territory with malicious intent along with making no contact if permission from me. That should keep the church from throwing any reasons to fight at us while we ensure the safety of this town. Rias reasoned. Yes, President. The orc acknowledged her orders and prepared to move. Suddenly, Issei's magic comm started to ring, causing a minuscule magic circle to appear next to his ear. Issei, a weak voice groaned from the other side. Arena, Issei exclaimed, outside of the school. I need ... help. She groaned. With his sense of danger kicking into overdrive, Issei rushed out of the orc clubroom and headed to where the signal was coming from. Just south of the academy's tennis court, Issei came to a halt as he saw Irina's wounded body lying on the ground. Smoke was smoldering from burn wounds and cuts were found all over her body. Asia, Issei looked at the former nun, who wasted no time in healing her. Who did this to you, Irina? Rias asked. Valper Galilei ... he ... let some chimeras loose. I got separated from the others when I chased after some. The others ran after Valper. I don't know what's happened to them ... but I know that Valper ... he's not human anymore. He's stronger than when he was in the Vatican. Irina weakly talked as the pain of her injuries kept interrupting her. Now, my dear, it's rude to spoil the fun and blabber secrets. A husky voice echoed from above. Looking up, Issei was a bit surprised that the seemingly weak scientist was floating on a magic circle, allowing him to levitate in the air. Valper, just what did you turn into? Issei growled. The wounds that he had inflicted on Irina were by no means light, stopping just short of severe. I achieved higher knowledge and transcended past the boundaries of being human. Through the Holy Sword Project, I learned of what allowed humans to even touch holy swords. The holy essence that is bonded to the soul, that is what gives humans the power to use holy weapons. By harnessing it and extracting it from others, I integrated it within myself and have now become a holy being. He explained. So, he decided to go deranged just for power. Issei snapped. Deranged. Do you not understand how valuable true knowledge is? With this knowledge, I have unlocked gateways into limits that are far beyond that of what a normal human is capable of. How dare you insult me with the word deranged? Valper bellowed. People like you really piss me off. You screw people over and then toss them aside like they're nothing. You think just because of your religion, you can do and say anything, using God to justify yourselves. It's time you got put in your place. Issei spat back. Materializing the boosted gear, Issei readied himself for battle. Let's put an end to your little game, Galilei. The orc were a bit surprised that instead of an outright fight, the two had launched into a philosophical argument. This was certainly different from the battles that they had learned of in history. You say that, but do you truly understand that there are forces out there that seek to devour us and drag us into hell? Those fiendish devils only want to crawl back into the human world to whisper venom in our ears, masquerading as civilized individuals when they only seek to twist us to their ways. Those fallen angels are no different. Even angels are useless. They allow so much misfortune to befall man and they do nothing but let us suffer. That is why man must pave their own way, and I will be the one to lead humanity. Valper announced. Power to kill all that is different from you. Pathetic false human logic. Issei sneered. Opening his hands in front of him, magic circles sprouted in Valper's hands, causing larger ones to appear on the ground. With a bright light erupting from the ground, lava seemed to boil out of the circle before a black furred claw reached out. When the mysterious creature had completely exited the magic circle, it was revealed to be a canine with 3 heads and stood at least 20 feet high. Cerberus, what's the guard dog of the Greek underworld doing here? Rias looked at it in alarm. That's actually not Cerberus. I managed to sneak a sample of DNA from that mutt and created my own wolf of war. Yalper then aimed a magic circle at it and fired. The magic circle disappeared into the creature's flesh before a massive mutation came. The Cerberus clone began to shudder as its red eyes became green. Suddenly, bladed bones erupted from the sides of its limbs and a blade tore out of its tail. The fangs of the creature lengthened and gave off a shining glow that just made everyone's hair stand on end. The black fur of the clone then turned white before golden rings appeared as tattoos on each of the tri-headed hound's foreheads. "Meet my pet, Tribros, the hound that will soon hunt my enemies." Valper spoke with a sense of pride. Everyone looked at it warily as it glared at all of them with a low growl. "That thing isn't as bad as Fenrir, but it's still pretty dangerous. Be careful." Issei began to observe the creature as he boosted. The Tribros eyed Issei and reared its legs, getting ready to pounce, clearly targeting him as the largest threat. "I'm not done yet." Valper then repeated his summoning magic. This time, a massive, winged creature appeared from the magic circle, the Quetzalcoatl. And just like the Cerberus clone, this creature began to mutate as well. Sprouting another pair of wings, totaling in 4, the monstrous bird's talons elongated and hooked while blades replaced its feathers. With its beak stretching forward and becoming sharp and pointed, its feathers turned a sinister gray and its caw became a menacing screech. "There goes another one." Rhea sighed. "We'll split into 3 groups at this rate. I'll take on the Cerberus," Issei ordered. He never intended to make his voice sound so commanding though. He really just aimed for a statement and not a command. "Akino and I will deal with the bird. Asia can stay by the sidelines and heal Arena. Haniko and Rainier will protect her." Rhea added on. "Don't forget about us," another voice called out. Turning around, Rhea was relieved to see the student council sprinting towards them. "Sona," she said, "we'll split up and help as well. As things stand, I doubt this can be settled quickly. I've already contacted the 4 Satans. Their reinforcements will arrive within an hour. We need to hold on until then. I've already had the other student council members create a barrier so that damage can be minimized more." Sona pushed up her glasses as she observed the situation. "Sorry for being late." A familiar voice came in. Looking to the side again, Zenobia and Kiba were suddenly standing at the front of the group. "Make that 4 groups, then. The 4th group will deal with Valper and Fried," Issei commented. "Bleachost, invasion. Play song." Splitting up to do battle, Issei was grouped with Saji Genshiro and Tsubasa Yura. Saji had messy blonde hair and gray-blue eyes. He had an average build and height, but he had a different feeling around him. Issei felt an incredible similarity to him but dismissed the thought. Closing the distance between himself and his target, Issei gathered Kai into his fist, causing it to glow red. Sending a powerful blow into the monster's abdomen, he knocked the Tribros back several yards, making it roll and skid along the ground as it went. "Go, Saji," he commanded his sacred gear, which materialized as a black and gold bracer that resembled the head of a lizard. When it opened its mouth, a blue wire came firing out, wrapping around the Tribro's leg, making the glow of energy zoom back to Saji through the line. "That's one of Ritra's sacred gears," D-Drag remarked. "This my sacred gear. It lets me absorb something from my targets with a near unbreakable wire. Let's see you shake it off," Saji noted. Tsubasa Yura, who had teal hair and gray eyes, had already closed in on the Tribros. She had an athletic body and looked generally attractive to a large degree. "Huh." She punched right into the Tribro's snout, causing it to stagger as it tried to regain its bearings. Snarling at her, it lunged, slamming its bladed tail into her, knocking her skidding across the ground. However, she was able to quickly recover from the blow. Standing up again, she gathered a mysterious energy in her right fist, which Issei noticed was different from regular devil magic. Punching the air, a massive blast of power slammed into the Tribros, sending it flying across the grounds of the tennis court. Issei charged A. He boosted 4 times for good measure. He was going to kill it in one shot, not wanting to waste time. Firing it from his palm, the red blast obliterated the Tribros, without even a single particle of dust remaining. "Well, that was easy," Issei chuckled. "That's because that was an undergrown clone of Cerberus. If it were the real thing, the fight would have been a lot harder." D-Drag made his own remark. With the battle against the Quetzalcoatl, things weren't faring as quickly. Akino raised a finger at the creature and blasted it with a powerful bolt of thunder magic, causing it to howl and screech in pain as the electricity jolted it around. Adding along to her attack, Rias fired small orbs of destruction that impacted its wings and legs, severely damaging the feathered shell of armor on it. Before the Quetzalcoatl could retaliate, a large twister of water began to swirl to life around it. Wrapping it in clear magical liquid, Sona mentally commanded the water to encircle and drown the creature. Suddenly, the massive bird desperately whipped its wings out of the sphere of water, lashing out at whoever was close to it. With its razor-sharp feathers, the Quetzalcoatl fired several lasers of light that raised the ground as it traced along the rumbling earth. "Take this." Akino and Rias both aimed their magic at the mutated bird and fired concentrated beams of thunder and destruction. Being much nimbler than the Tribros, the Quetzalcoatl flew high into the air before the attacks could connect, but the explosion that ensued had knocked it off balance, sending it whirling into the air for a few moments. Charging a bright yellow light in its mouth, the metal bird let loose a large beam of light energy that barely struck the two, plus Sona and Tsubaki, lightly stinging them with stinging burns. Quickly countering, the 4 devil women fired concentrated blasts of demonic energy, dissolving and obliterating the mythic bird while it was disoriented. Bleachost, invasion. End song. As for Valper and Fried, there was a definite struggle. Valper and Fried had done something to themselves to be able to match the 2 sword wielders. Fried was wildly attacking with a misshapen sword that had the same aura as a holy sword. he was able to reshape it and increase his speed so it could only be concluded that he was using a sword made from Excalibur fragments. Kiba was lunging at Valper, but he would use magical runes to block and defend, sweeping from left to right as he toyed with the vengeful boy. When will you ever be satisfied with your atrocities? Kiba roared as he created another demonic sword in his left hand and rushed at him. All I have done is in the pursuit of knowledge for the betterment of the world. 1 or 2 lives is minuscule to the greatness that can be attained from their sacrifice. Do you not see that without my research, humanity would be even more vulnerable to those insufferable supernatural creatures? Valper retorted, the people that you sacrificed for that holy sword project, I don't see any benefit coming from it. You're just a xenophobic parasite. Kiba shouted in protesting rage. Valper then reached into his pocket and revealed a blue crystalline gem. His lips curled into a grin as if he had a delicious idea. HMPH. Indeed, all of you children proved useless in that experiment. Your abilities were incompetent, so we found other uses for you. Here, you can take this useless piece of junk then. After all, we only needed you fools to extract your holy sword genes. All of the other things we did were simply tests. Considering how you were part of a secret project, I couldn't let you all walk away. Valper laughed as he tossed the gem at Kiba's feet. Even after all of that unnecessary cruel training and treatment, we always held on to our faith, and yet, you trampled all over that and killed everyone for such a small thing. Kiba cried out in outrage. Those fools at the Vatican excommunicated me and then had the nerve to use my research in their modern efforts to create holy sword wielders. Well, no matter. I am now more than capable of creating new gems that are of higher quality. Kiba held the gem close to him as he stood up. Upon laying eyes on it, his expression softened. 300 Ost, tonight we dine in hell. Play song. For so long, I've wondered if it was fine for me to continue living while you all died for my sake. Surely, your desire to live was stronger than mine, and yet, you sacrificed yourselves to let me escape. When I think back on it, it must have been so excruciating to have made that choice. I bet you all were terrified. Kiba tenderly spoke to the gem, as if the spirits of his fallen friends could still hear him. It's fine. A voice spoke from the gem. Kiba opened his eyes in startlement as the spirits of his fallen friends appeared around him. Blue particles swirled around him as the gem gave off a bright light. Even if our faith was originally misplaced, we chose to put it in you. You're the one who will live for our sakes. No matter what, we'll always be with you. There's no need to feel guilty. We want you to keep living. Because we'll always be in your heart. The spirits of Kiba's allies faded into particles and fused into him, covering him in a bright blue aura. That's right. No matter what, I'll keep living for your sakes. I will make sure that this man pays for what he's done. I'll make sure that he never commits such atrocities again. Kiba spoke with powerful resolution as he raised his holy eraser into the sky. It broke into black wisps of energy as white streams of particles swirled together and solidified into one sword. Looks like he reached balance breaker. It's quite a special one too, Demi-Dragon announced. He's fusing holy and demonic energy. Issei was gobsmacked by the phenomenon. Valper stared in disbelief. That's impossible. Those two elements are complete opposites. There's no way they can fuse. That's the point of the balance breaker, fool. It creates the impossible. Demi-Dragon snarled back. Within Kiba's hands, a sword of silver, gold, and black was made, though it had red markings in the middle section of the blade. It glowed with a blue aura, radiating power that was comparable to a holy sword. Kiba readied his weapon and dashed at Valper. Freed jumped to his defense, brandishing his holy sword made of fused Excalibur fragments. 300 Ost, tonight we dine in hell. End song. Zenobia planted her Excalibur into the ground and opened her hand into the air. St. Peter, St. Basil, St. Denis, Holy Mary, please hear my voice. She chanted as the area around her hand was distorted. Ripples formed as she reached inside and pulled out a gold and blue sword. Durandal. She brandished the large sword as she eyed which opponent to go after first. Impossible. We weren't even in the process of finding a candidate for Durandal. Valper became slack-jawed in shock. That's because I'm a natural-born holy sword wielder. As much as I hate to admit it, I still haven't mastered the blade though, so it tends to get rowdy. Zenobia grinned slightly. Gee, no probs. I'll just hack it to pieces with my super-duper Excalibur. Freed lunged forward like a typical madman with his misshapen holy sword, running at high speeds using the power of the rapidly fragment. Zenobia, deciding not to spend excess energy on this crazed opponent, readied her blade and slashed a destructive wave of energy at Freed. Quickly zipping out of the way, he manipulated the shape of his sword to create several sharp tendrils of metal that sailed towards the blue-haired swordsman. Prompted to use the same attack again, she slashed another wave, destroying the burst of metal in one attack. That thing may be a good attempt at recreating the original, but it's still too much of a shabby knockoff. Zenobia growled an insulting remark. With one final swing, she brought down her gold and blue sword, bashing through the Excalibur sword in one attack. No way. It broke. Freed cried out in disbelief. Valper clicked his tongue. The situation had turned against him. He was also being forced to remain here due to the barrier that the Citri peerage had created. If that is the case, then so be it. He roared as a unique magic circle appeared on his chest. Freed froze as he felt something go wrong. His skin paled and high body went limp and numb. He wheezed and clawed at his chest as he glared at Valper. What's going on? he cried out. You've served your purpose freed. Now, give yourself up for the sake of humanity. Valper made a triumphant smile as his eyes began to glow a yellow color. Danger was clearly escalating as Valper's body radiated light that illuminated the entire area in bright light as Freed's body dissolved into nothing. When the light died down, everyone was shocked to find that Valper was covered in light, his skin glowing and transparent. He was covered in an aura that was similar to that of holy swords, which made it clear about what he had done to himself. Don't tell me, Kiba snarled. Indeed, I have infused all of those gems into myself and have used additional life force to reinforce my strength. Now, let us end this farce. There is much work to be done. Valper bellowed. He stretched his hand forward and blasted several powerful rays of holy light, tearing clean lines across the grounds of the academy with ease. He's too strong to just be any kind of human. Did he turn into something close to an angel? Issei mused. That's plausible. With all of that concentrated holy energy, one can transcend human boundaries and obtain greater strength. What a hypocrite, Demi-Dragon sneered. I'm going to show you that your twisted beliefs and mad research will never surpass the power of bonds. This power that my connections with my comrades made, I'll use them to shatter your ambitions, he declared. With his bolstered morale and emotions powering his sword of betrayer, Kiba slashed at Valper, who blocked the attack with a magic circle. However, it was clear that he was struggling against him. Such insolence! I have transcended human boundaries. I have reached a pinnacle fit for a leader of humanity. I will not be defeated by the likes of you, he roared. Pushing Kiba back, he slammed his palm into the ground, creating multiple spears of light that sprung from the ground, tearing along the earth as Kiba dodged each attack. You've deluded yourself through pride in your research. In the end, you're nowhere near fit to be anything, Kiba retorted. In response, Kiba impaled his sword into the ground, creating various holy demonic blades that raised the stone pavement. Shredding through the arsenal of light weapons that Vapor made, the blades advanced like a serpent slithering to its prey. Valper growled. He created a light barrier that contained a massive portion of his power. Taking his sword and ramming it into the barrier, Kiba used the holy attribute of his sword to bypass the barrier, puncturing through with ease, while the demonic attribute eroded away the protection. Impossible, Valper wheezed out. With a mighty swing containing all of his pent-up aggression and emotion, Kiba slashed down on Valper's chest, rending him apart as his glowing blood spewed forth. The mad scientist crumpled to his knees as he stared at Kiba. I see now. To begin with, it's impossible for those two attributes to coexist. That proves it then. Valper wheezed as he laughed. This means that the holy creator ... is dead. He cackled in mad revelation. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Deep down, they saw the logic of this, but Arena and Zenobia refused to accept it. They shook their heads slowly in disbelief, staring wide-eyed even though their intuition was telling them the truth. That's a lie. Zenobia paused. Is it? Why do you think so much has happened and nothing of consequence occurred? Valper sneered. No way. Irina weakly spoke up as tears formed in her eyes. Now, that's something I like to see. The sheer look of utter despair as I dispose of my enemies. Valper laughed weakly as a magic circle appeared underneath him. A self-destruction spell. Issei's eyes widened in alertness. Balance break. Scale mail. Issei called out, instantly covering himself in his red armor. Suddenly, the barrier around the school shattered, exposing the full moon and blue night sky. Everyone looked up, stunned as a figure floated in the air, adorned in white armor with blue wings of light. What now? Riaz gave an exasperated shout. Within a split second, Valper was slammed further into the earth, creating a massive crater. No one clearly saw how it happened as they looked in awe. Divide, 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 divide. A series of one command echoed. That was enough to tell Issei who it was. Volley, he called out in surprise. Before Valper's spell could go off, Volley quickly took what little strength he had left to power his spell, leaving him a weak wreck. Dad got worried, so he sent me. Uncle Cockabeel's here too. She pointed upwards into the sky. Looking up, a 10-winged fallen angel was looking down from the sky. Uncle, what are you doing here? Issei incredulously called out. I wanted to see my niece and nephew in action. I'm impressed and also disappointed. He passively chuckled. He softly descended to the ground and walked over to Issei. Sirzech sent word to us since we were in the area, so we thought we'd come and straighten the mess out. He smiled. Before that ... Uncle ... Is it true? Is the he really gone? Issei asked. This was something that he had never even once heard about. Not even a reference had been made to it in the past. Cockabeel made a cast-down expression. He recalled the memory and nodded solemnly. So that spot of news came out? Huh. Yeah ... It's true. During the ending days of the war ... The 4 Satans and God were lost. He confessed, deciding that the news was no longer worth keeping secret. Cockabeel then turned around to everyone else. I'm certain that you all have questions. I can promise you that you'll get answers. For now, it's best to quickly erase evidence of all this and retreat for the night. And keep this to yourselves. He sternly spoke. Wait, I need answers. What did you mean when my brother contacted you about this? Riaz demanded. Like I said, you'll get answers soon. Some things are best left unknown until later. With that said, we'll take custody of that vermin. See ya, kids, Cockabeel said as he grabbed Valper with a detesting look and disappeared through a magic circle. This left Volley behind as she dispelled her armor. Well, that was pretty hectic. She ruffled her hair as she walked over to everyone else. Is everybody okay? She asked around. Everyone was too shocked to do much responding as they replayed what she just did. The ease and power she exerted earlier made it clear that she was in leagues above several people here. I think we're all okay now. Issei spoke conclusively. Seriously, Issei, you could have ended that so easily and yet you let things get out of hand. Volley became instantly stern as she narrowed her eyes at him, making him retreat. I didn't want to cause unnecessary damage. He replied with urgency. There's something called necessary force. The situation warranted it. She put her hands on her hips. I know. Issei sighed. Volley then sighed. At least you're okay, though I was more than certain that you wouldn't have much trouble. Now come on, we've got to head home. She pointed at the academy grounds. Now then ... it's been a long day. Issei suggested. Wait ... who are you? Riaz walked forward, looking at Volley. I'm Volley Lucifer, the great-grandchild of Lucifer. She modestly spoke as she sprouted 8 demonic wings, shocking everyone. What? Several cries of surprise came from everyone except for Akino and Issei. Akino, you knew? Riaz asked in response to her calm demeanor. Yeah, it's a long story but basically, Issei, Volley, and I are childhood friends. She admitted with a fond smile. Okay, enough. We shouldn't linger or we'll gather unwanted attention. We'll pick things up tomorrow. Issei silenced all subsequent inquiries that were impending to come. Fine, Riaz sighed. Her brain was already spinning from all of the news that she had gotten this evening. When Issei returned home with Volley and Rainer, he didn't hesitate to ransack his fridge for food as he prepared a quick number of foods to satisfy his hunger. Rainer joined him, munching on a sandwich as she gave a sigh of relief. That was a close call tonight. She sighed. I hope we can get a nice long break now. Issei stretched, hoping to take a shower and go to bed. Just then, another magic circle sparkled into the house. It was Akino, carrying boxes and bags. Wait, what? Issei's jaw fell agape. I told her she could move in. Volley shrugged. But this is my house. Issei didn't mind, but lines had to be drawn. The house was supposed to be his. The final say should have been his. You mean ... you don't want me here? Akino stared at him. Tears were dotting the corner of her eyes. Akino started to hiccup, wiping her eyes as the tears continued to flow. I didn't mean to intrude. I just wanted to spend time together like we used to. If Issei doesn't want me, then I'll leave. Wait, Wyatt. I never said I didn't want you here. Just why didn't you ask me? I own the place. Issei waved his arms in a panic. I never got the chance. Akino sniffled. Issei groaned. The situation completely spiraled downward, out of his control. You can move in, but we'll have to mess with the living arrangements. Thank you, Issei. Akino dried her tears. To his obliviousness, Volley and Akino traded victorious glances with each other, complete with a thumbs up. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.